Hey guys, I'm like sitting here thinking, shoot, should I charge my earphones a little bit? Why at first I want to read some text messages. Yeah, I'll keep them charging. Because remember last time they went out, they died. How's everybody doing? Is anybody here? Hold on, I'm not at the comments yet. Just so I am going. We're gonna talk a little Megan Boswell. I actually am really behind on the trial. They're already done. They are already done. Well, let me go over to comments. Where are we at? There we are. Um, yeah, my phone's about to die, but I want to keep my AirPods charging a little bit longer. Anyway, yeah, so they're already done. They're in deliberations, and we'll see what happens. Like I said, I figured, you know what? Instead of like I'm not caught up with the trial because I just was busy doing other things. So instead of not doing a live, why not just watch some of it with you? I watched some of it, but like watch some of the stuff with you that I haven't watched. So I want to watch a few things. I want to watch the medical examiner, uh some of her um interrogation, and then also the like closing arguments. But before that, I want to go over some of the text messages. So I screenshot the text from the one of the testimonies. They read like a bunch of texts. There was some between her and Hunter, which I got to tell you, I do understand why they probably think he's not involved, because there's, unless if Hunter, I mean, I guess if he's that, I guess it wouldn't even be that smart. Um, if they planned it that much to make it seem like, oh, he never saw Evelyn, or he was worried about her or something, and after the fact, I guess, because I mean, we would know that they would check the text and be like, okay, text, and make it seem like Ethan has it. So I mean, we would know that, like true crime people. So I mean, maybe they would, but I found these messages, these posts from I know I read a couple of them before, from Megan's dad. Check this out, guys. Hold on, I got some in my eye. It's about Hunter. Oh man. Mm. God, it's in my eye, guys. Oh, I hope I don't have pink eye. Hold on. My mom just had pink eye. She just had pink eye and had to get drops. I better not touch my eye. Oh, but that was like 2 days ago. She should. I feel like I have something in my gosh darn eye. Okay, hold on. I think I actually do because it just came. All right. Mm. Okay. Oh my God. It's going to drive me nuts. All right. So where's that at? Let me just show you this this text from this post from Tommy. There's a couple of them. Hold on. Where's the other one? There's two. I wanted to show you. Where's the other one? Where's the other one? Just give me 1 second. All right, here. Let me I'll just start with this one. How's everybody doing? I didn't even say hi to anybody. Hold on a second. Sorry. I didn't even know. Is anybody in here? 62. Sarah, make sure smash. I know it definitely did, and way quicker, way quicker, way quicker. I thought it was gonna be like 3 or 4 weeks. It wasn't even 2. It wasn't even 2 full weeks. It's like a week, 7 days. It was like, man, I wish I would have. If I would have known it was only gonna be a week, I would have live streamed. I just knew I couldn't commit to like 4 weeks of 8-hour days just live streaming, because I have other stuff I wanted to do for my channel. But dude, if I would have known it was only a week, I definitely would have. Let's go guilty. Let's go. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely guilty. I mean, I hope. I don't know. I'm not. Yeah. Oh, I haven't even watched it all. Did they give them which we'll probably find out watching this. Did they give them an option? Does Megan have another option for lesser charges, or is it just the one charge? That's what I need to look up. I haven't even checked that out, because they usually judge will probably usually talk about it at the end, right? Hey Pipsqueak, hey Carol. Oh, it says practice peace. And it's got these little pockets. It's really comfortable. I like it. It makes me look like a football player. Like on the camera, look how big, but like in person it doesn't. It makes my, like, shoulders look whew. But I swear in person, it actually does it makes me look better. I don't understand why the camera's making it look like that. It's making me mad because I love it in person. Look, it makes me look like a balloon. Anyway, I promise in person it does not look like that. Wow. Okay, so she has 20 charges. Yeah, oh yeah, because she has all the false reporting and stuff. But I mean the murder charges. What are all the murder charges? So that's true. Even if there is a lesser charge for like first is it first degree murder? Is it like what is it? And even if there is a lesser one with all those other charges, which I don't know if there is, there might just be that one murder charge, right? You know how sometimes they offer like lesser charges. I that's what I'm kind of asking. Hey, Flozzy. Oh, I love your picture because it's all neon. Neon. Um. Oh, that's funny. Good one. That's cute. Oh my god, yes. Jesse's are more like the forearm Popeye, right? Her I don't know, I guess it's both. I shouldn't make I'm silly. Oh hey, Fruit Loopy, Fiona. Hey Casey. Susie Hall. Hey, she was charged with murder one. Okay. So yeah, I was just wondering if they're offering us a smaller one, a lesser one too. I'll figure it out when we're watching. I'll look it up. Yay, Flossie! Then yes, I'm glad you made it. Hi, it's just me. Gretlusa. Oh yeah, you're the one that said that. Thanks, Kim. Hey, Geraldine. Hey, Kathy Mims. Susan. Geraldine. Brooke. Okay. Oh, I look stressed, really? I have been like overwhelmed with stuff like taxes and just different things I have to get done. And I always put things off too long. And now I'm like down to crunch time. And I haven't been kind of stressed. I need to crack down and whoosh, buckle down and get her done. No, but I'm fine. Oh, I love you're the one with the tie dye rose. Wait, was your name, did you used to be called something else? Or is this it? Hold on a second. I love your picture though. I like the colors. Um, but I'm remembering somebody else had the tie-dye rose, and I swear that wasn't the name, Just As I Am. I like the name though. Hey, Jinjin. Okay. Laura. Lurker Laura. All right. Let's do this. Hey, Buffy. Okay. So I want to share this first. I just saw this in one of the groups, so I thought it was interesting. So this is Tommy. This is Megan's dad. Is Megan and Evelyn's grandpa, right? He says, this is Tommy and Ashley, real profile. Nothing has been said on the media. Here, let me move it up. Nothing has been said on the media about Hunter's dad's basement where Hunter and Megan and the baby lived, we believe. Megan and Hunter had been dating a while. We believe they could have started in September. If anyone has any info or proof, please let us know. A video of Hunter's dad saying he's seen the baby a couple times was taken off. Anyone who's seen the video and still have it, please send it to us. If anyone has any proof that Hunter's seen the baby, please tell us. We have cooperated and provided permission to search our properties twice. We did not get aggravated with the law. We got aggravated. I guess I was supposed to be aggravated again, maybe, with the media for saying things that were not so and harassing us. We have done everything we can to cooperate and help find Evelyn. We are the ones who reported her missing. Megan kept saying that Evelyn's dad had the baby and she didn't come around much at times. So we didn't know she was not with her dad. Everyone, please pass your true opinion about this and thanks. Now, I do think I don't know when this was posted because somebody probably screenshot it. I don't know. Let me look up when I start playing one of the testimonies or part of the trial. I'm gonna look. Sorry, guys, I didn't know I was on mute. That I think that happened. I don't think I touched it. I was just talking, like, I think it just somehow it went on. I'm gonna have to rewind it if I actually touched it, but if I did, it was an accident. Maybe I tried to move my mic or something. That was weird. I almost think I didn't touch it. I feel like it just went on. Okay, so did you question though? Now I forget I should have asked her. You guys got to hear me read this, right? Yes. I think she said it went off after I said I don't about like checking his account. So I think you heard me read this because that's important. Now I want to read what I just read because that's important too. You just put a yes or no if you heard me read the Tommy one. Okay, okay. Thanks. Yeah, because I don't know when I muted it because I didn't purposely mute it. It either somehow went on by itself or I accidentally hit my hand on it. Okay. So now let's check this one out. It says, my ex, who used to be good friends with Hunter, walked in on him holding his ex's son under the bathwater. And they got into it and he made him stop. She said she's ashamed for letting it go on like this, like she did. And she felt brainwashed by him and his dad. And his dad. And she's glad she got away from him when she did. Wow, that is pretty interesting. I mean, if he's known to what the heck? So yeah, my ex who used to be good friends with Hunter. So Mackenzie's ex, who used to be friends with Hunter, walks in. He's holding his ex's son, so probably at the time it was his girlfriend's son, under the bathwater, and they got into it. Like holding him under, like to, wow. And then she like him and his dad brainwashed her, and she was afraid to. She was kind of afraid to move on. Anyway, so let's see what else it says. Um, and then somebody says, oh, the same person says, I feel like they know more than they're letting us know. I think they have to keep what they think about Hunter on the DL to not mess up whatever they have going on. It's true. And maybe that's why. Think about this though. No, now this is the theory. Like I said, I'm leaning more towards it's just Megan, but think about like he's in a mental hospital. Was that like possibly planned so he didn't have to testify? Now I do think he's crazy, so he probably needs to be in a mental hospital. I do think, I don't want to say crazy, I do think there's something wrong with him mentally that he probably should be in a mental hospital. But like, was that purposely? They waited till like a couple months before the trial, put him in there, so therefore that's a huge excuse. Like, well, he's in a mental hospital, like he can't testify. Because what if like they know he wouldn't be good up on the stand, and if it would mess up their case against Megan. It would, because it would create reasonable doubt against her. If people thought he was involved too, it would mess it up. Just a thought. Like I said, I do think Megan is 100% involved, and I do think the chances are it was just her. But it's interesting. It really is. Because you know how cops are corrupt in a way where they will hide things for their case. Like if their case is strong and something might mess it up, they will hide it so it won't mess it up. You know what I'm saying? They'll purposely make sure that their case is strong and certain things are not known because it could create some doubt. I mean, it is probably with every case they do that a little bit. Now the corruptness could be to a point where it's like really corrupt, or it could just be to a point where, hey, it's the game. You play the game, you want to win. Basically, that's your job. So, hey, you just brush that under the rug and you know what I'm saying? Or you don't talk about this. I don't know. It makes you wonder because I mean, if you guys in true crime, we see it all the time. They do some shady stuff to win. Anyway. Oh no, it is Gret Lusa. It is. They are saying that, but that's the whole point. What if he did? And now it's the dad said that, right? But if the dad is a part of, it just makes you wonder, is she sticking up for his son? Did a Hunter lie? Did he make Megan lie? Chances are probably not, but it's just interesting that it does create some doubt. That's all. But yeah, supposedly that's what they said, that he's never seen her. Now, these text messages we're going to read between him and Megan, it does seem like he probably didn't meet her, but they could have known that, hey, let's make sure we be careful with the way we text, but maybe not. I mean, not everybody would be aware and think that far ahead. I don't know. But maybe because they were trying to hide it, the fact that he even met her. So yeah, it might be. Anyway, let me go. Oh, it says, oh, look at this says. Wait. Where are we at? It says, "Oh my god, that is so scary. Yeah, I've heard some seriously scary stories about him, and I'm just really," and then it cuts off screenshot, so I wasn't able to I couldn't get it because it was just a screenshot. All right, so this one I read. Yeah, and then what's this one? This one's from Megan, Maggie. She says, oh, so this is November. So this would have been a month, less than a month before they think that she killed Evelyn because they think it was like what beginning of December. I'm thinking like second week of December is when she actually killed when Evelyn died. I think is what they're estimating, right? Maybe the first week, second week type. You know what I'm saying? It's between the first and second week of December. So this is November 23rd, that same year. It says, "I'm sick and I haven't ate anything. I'm also broke until I get paid next week. And I have zero groceries except baby food and milk for my daughter. Just looking for a pizza and a drink for myself to share with her." So she has asking for some money to help. God, she was working an awful lot of oh no, that was in November. Never mind. She didn't get a job till December. I was gonna say she was always at work when she got that job. And then this is somebody telling her, take a polygraph if you're pregnant or doesn't affect the baby until you're further along. If you didn't do anything to her, prove everyone wrong. And I know I had read this one before, but I wanted to read it again. She says, how far along does it start affecting? And this person says, Maggie, she says, Maggie, 3 to 4 months. Thank you. It says, sorry, I read my info wrong. The third trimester is when you can't. And okay, let's see. What's the next one? Why does that keep repeating that one? There we go. Wait, did I do this twice? Oh, I saved this twice. That's why. Okay. All right. This one is, I forget what this one is. Can't you mess a dead body? I seen that they also got something made of styrofoam, which people had said was a styrofoam cooler. Just speculation. So I wouldn't be surprised to find out it was used to keep her body longer, and then they moved her into something else and stashed that stuff under the trailer in hopes that they could get rid of it later. This whole story is unbelievable. I just hope they find justice for that poor baby girl. Yeah, dude. I don't think I ended up showing you the pictures. So, because I think I was downstairs when I played the compilation of the news clips, but when they searched under the trailer that Megan and her mom had stayed at, they remember that they dug like right under it, and they had like, I think there's a styrofoam container. It was like dug like right under the trailer. It was weird. And I thought like we had seen pictures when they were still searching for Evelyn, and we'd seen pictures of them all there coming out with things. We were all thought while we were watching it, like, oh my God, they found her, because they were like digging and it was right there. Um, Actually, I have them. Hold on. I have them, I think, right here. Do I have the pictures in here? Maybe not. Maybe it was on the video. I was hoping that we could just look at the video when I played that compilation video, I think. The stuff from under the trailer, but I'll get it when I play and show you. Just double checking to make sure I don't have the pictures. No. Oh well. Okay. So let me go back to where I was. No, Megan 3. Here it is. Okay. And then this one is, so somebody asking her, are you and Hunter okay? Wait, it might go this way. Hold on. No, I guess I'm just going to go this way. I don't know which order this goes in. Sorry. It says, are you and Hunter okay? Because everything he's saying to the news is false. She says, what you mean? Everything he's saying to the news? He kind of got threats to the business and everything. And this person says, he said y'all weren't serious and that you guys were on and off. You never told me you guys were on and off. And I thought you guys were pretty serious. She says, we were definitely living together and shit, but he did that so people stopped giving death threats and whatever. And she says, "Are you guys okay though? Is he being a support to you guys through this, or are you guys not in contact right now?" She says, "No, we've talked." Does it say a date? No. And they say, "Well, I hope everything is okay between the two of you since you've been through a lot." And then this is a lot. She says, "Thank you." She says, "Did he ever see Evelyn? I know at the beginning he never saw her because you wouldn't let him. But after that, did he ever get to meet her? You never told me." She says, "I'm not getting into that for Hunter's sake." Now, that's interesting because I'm sorry, if he never seen her, all she had to do is say no, and there would be no issue with Hunter. That would make Hunter look good. You know what I'm saying? So, if why wouldn't she just be like, "No, he never saw her." Issue resolved. Hunter, no problem with Hunter because he never met her. But, she says, "I'm not getting into that for Hunter's sake." That's kinda weird. Anyway, he says this person says, "Okay, where are you at right now? Are you with the police helping?" And she says, "I can't say where I am, but no, the police are in North Carolina." And this person says, "I know if cases like this, you'd be super involved, but I hope you can be since she is your child. Also, Audrey messages you." I just This is from August 2019. I don't know. I guess that's probably maybe her mom's kid, maybe. I don't know. I remember how her mom had 2 young kids, I think. Her mom and her dad, but I don't know. I don't know who they are. I don't know if I already shared this, but she had posted this September of that year. Says, "I'm not the best mom in the world, but I try so hard for this little beauty. I can't even explain the love I feel for her, and I know she loves me too. Lately, my life's been really sucky, but she'll come reach for me and say, 'Mom, Mom,' and my heart melts, and I'm reminded of her unconditional love. You can say whatever you want about me being a young mom, but I promise you, my life is much better with this angel. My life wasn't ruined when I had her. She gave me a purpose and a reason to wake up every day and to better myself. There's no love like the love from your child." This is August 23rd. It says, "Evelyn was 18 pounds and 27 inches at her appointment today. My baby's growing up way too fast." 18 pounds, 27. This says, "If your kid hits my kid, you best believe she's not going to take that. I will teach Evelyn not to be a bully, but I'm also going to teach her to not take shit from anyone either." That's September 2019. She posts that. And then somebody responds like way later because obviously this is, a couple months before Evelyn disappears. Says, obviously, but where's your daughter? It's weird because I suppose. So this is why I save this because this baby, I guess it's when Evelyn's babysitter says, "It's weird because I was supposed to babysit and I haven't heard from you since." And then this person says, "Morgan, please call authorities. They want to speak with you." Oh, here's some pictures from court, from the trial of what she was wearing. When they found her. The trash can that she was in, the foil that was on her head, the blanket that she was wrapped in. And then somebody I don't know, this was on the Facebook group. They're trying to say like it looked like you could see the outline of her face. I don't know. I don't see it, but I just saved this because the picture of the foil. I was trying to get, since I'm not going to be able to play all of the trial at all, I was just trying to get some. All right, let me see. I'm going to go through some of the text now. Okay. Okay, so let's go through. Actually, I'm going to start with the way they came out. So I'm going to read these real quick and then we'll start watching a couple of the testimonies. So these were the texts that they shared in court. I'm going to take a sip of this really quick. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, Double A. See, I haven't watched I don't watched a lot of it. I was gonna watch it with you guys. So I didn't know they said that. Oh, well then that's probably why they were saying that in the that's probably why they circled that on the group. Okay. I haven't watched it yet. Ah, interesting. Okay. Wait, did the chief medical examiner say it or the associate medical was her title? Which one said it? Because I was gonna play the chief medical examiner, the one that we had watched talk before about it. She's a little bit harder to understand. I'm not gonna be able to play all of, both, I don't think, because I wanted to play some of the other stuff. And if you add it up, it's still gonna be like 3 or 4 hour live. So I wonder, I think I'm gonna play the other one. What do you guys recommend? The lady that went before her or the chief medical examiner to watch? The ones that have watched it already. Oh, thanks, Kim S. All right, so I'm gonna read these. This is with her and her friend. This is December 18th, which would be I'm pretty sure. I mean, after Evelyn was already dead. I think they assumed, yeah. Like, so let's see what she says. The chief did? Okay. But or can you guys understand her? What guy, American Justice? I don't even know. Oh, was it? The associate, the Polish. Wait, who are you saying? Are you saying the chief medical examiner or the one before her? Okay. I just know when I played her other one, people were having trouble understanding. So I just didn't know if maybe since they both explained things like which one was better because I haven't watched them yet. So I'm only going to have time to probably do one of those. So that's all. The chief. Okay. I'll play the chief then. Did it? What? I don't know. Okay. Let's read this. December 18th. So this person says, "So I'm probably never getting this money, am I?" And then Megan says, "I'm really sorry. I've been so busy. My child's father took her from me, and it's been one thing after another. And I'm sorry I've not been able to meet and stuff. Sundays are my only day off and the only time I really have to meet." And she says, "You never sent it." Wait, is that in order? Yeah. So December 27th. So that's what, 9 days later? You never sent it. She says, "I honestly have to go get a new one. Can I give my social and you try that card I put money on again?" She says, "Yes, I can try." And Megan says, "I'm sorry. I'm just so busy and like in a custody fight with Evelyn's dad right now. And I'm exhausted, to be honest with you. And I'm trying to keep up with everything as is. I'm really hoping we can get that prepaid card figured out." December 8th. And the reason these are kind of out of order is because it's per person. So now this is with a different person. That was with one person. This is with another person. Um, wait, I'm trying to think. What was, hold on a second. Why am I drawing a blank on something real quick? I'm trying to think who the HS stands for. And then I started to think, what was Hunter's last name? I can't remember now. Why can't I remember Hunter's last name? Normally I know it. I'm drawing a blank and I normally have known it for this whole time because I look his stuff up all the time. Not all the time, but like when I'm doing this case, I'll run his background and stuff. That's weird. I like totally drew a blank, but hold on one second. I know how we're going to fix that really quick. Wood. Yes, I knew that. Wood. Okay. All right. So I don't know who this is. HS. I don't know. It's one of her friends. Okay. Haley, obviously. She says, "You called Haley? I'll have to double check her dad has her, but I should have an extra. I don't think I sent them all with him, but then again, I might have because I'm irresponsible." This person says, "Okay, I have none here." And she says, "We got some." Now this is with another person, JR. On January 13th. She says, "I lost custody of Evelyn to Ethan and I've been in a mood. I really don't want to deal with their shit right now. I've not told anyone but you that. He told me our court date was a different date, and then what it was, and I didn't know so. I was late to it. What a liar, dude. She's such a freaking liar. And then this person says, "Damn, that's some effed up shit you could probably call a retrial." And Megan says, "I'm trying to. I've not even told anyone that happened yet." Yeah, you know why, Megan? Because you're a liar. I just don't want to deal with them, you know? Like they always drag me into their problems, then bitch at me for being in their problems after they put me in the middle. LOL. This is a different person says, this is January 26th. This person says, "How's Evelyn?" She says, "Good." This is interesting. Mean as F. She's calling Evelyn that. This would be like a year old at this point. And no, I mean, she's already gone, but like, what? Mean as F. And he goes, "Oh," and she says, "She hates me." Evelyn. And we know with that other person that babysat her from her foster care, she used to say she was mean as whatever too, right? Wow. Anyway, where's that? Okay, now we have JR. Says, oh, this is the same thing. I must have screenshot that twice. Sorry. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. That's why. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. I went the wrong way. Remind me, I go to the left. Okay. So now we have, this is between, the rest are going to be between her and Hunter. Okay. Let me make sure. Yeah. No, it's not. Wait a minute. No, never mind. Not yet. Okay. February 18th. Hello. I don't know who this is to. I got to see. I don't remember what. Anyway, says, "If you want to know what's going on, I couldn't bring Evelyn over because Ethan wouldn't let me pick her up, and I have court in the morning. I'm sorry, and I hate to be rude about this, but you don't have any rights to my child. And what goes on between me, her, and her dad stays between me, her, and her dad. I have court in the morning to set up a specific plan where he has her 1 week, and I have her another." Sends a picture, and then it says, "This was her when I saw her last weekend," which is obviously a lie because this is February 18th. No, last weekend Evelyn would already been gone, so this is no, that's not her last weekend. She's lying, but she's found a picture of her and Evelyn, and then it says, if Dad didn't flip out when I come on the property, I'd bring her by. Not that it's any of your business though, and don't involve anyone else in it." So this is probably obviously to her dad or her dad's girlfriend, I'm guessing. Um, but she's getting an attitude like it's nobody's business but mine. And it says, this is any of your business. Don't involve anyone else. CA, I don't know, probably friend. I think they say like the name of the person, but I didn't recognize it, so I don't remember what name it was. But it says, "Honey, I pray that you come out of this. I pray you and the baby are both safe. All you got to do is be honest, honey. I'm praying so hard for you." This is February 22nd, right? Megan says, "I am being 100% honest and trying to help find my baby. I was scared of the person who took her. Thank you." And this person says, "I know, honey. I have had faith in you this whole time. I understand you're scared. Please know that the police can help you and keep you all safe at all costs. Honey, I am here if you need me. Please don't hesitate." She says, "I know they can, but thank you. I appreciate it." Now, these are the ones from the rest are going to be between her and Hunter. So December 27th, she says to Hunter, "Text me again so I have your number. I ended up just swapping phones with her. Hey, I'm going to leave here soon. Ethan and I talked and he's going to stay home. He thinks would be best that's what would be best. Also because I'm obviously not very stable parent right now and Evelyn doesn't want to come home with me." Then this starts to get blurry because they didn't put it up clear enough, but I should be able to read it. Says, "Hey, I have no clue why you're mad at me, but I've been waiting for mom for some long hours, some hours at the BP. Can I please come sleep in your truck if I get a ride there?" Like, seriously, I've not done anything for you to be mad at me. I love you, and I was supposed to leave so long ago, and I tried, and I am tired as effing hell. I am also pregnant with your child, so you could let me sleep in your truck. I'm gonna just come anyways and sleep in it when I could find a ride. I'm so tired and I needed you tonight, but thank you, Hunter. I might just say F it and come in. And then she tried to call Hunter because Hunter missed her call. And then it says, I'm going to. I've tried to call. And then she says, hey, so it's February 22nd still. It says, hey, what does that say? Sorry. I something you so you know it's really me. Hey, what? Oh no. I something you so you know it's really me. And he says, change your Facebook picture, probably a profile. I will in a few, but why? Why does he say change it? That's kind of interesting. Huh. What is this word? Help me. Why can't I texted? Is that what it says? Okay, it is. Isn't that crazy? Like now that I see that's what it is, it's clear as day, but before it was not. Okay, I texted you so it's really me. Just change your Facebook, I don't know, picture, profile, whatever. I will in a few. Will you please bring me a change of clothes? To be TBI is in North Carolina with my mom. Literally, I don't care what the clothes are. I just don't have anything at the moment. He says, they said there was no baby with her though. I'm at my mom's. Or I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, I can't read it. But he's saying they said that there's no baby with her though. I'm at my something. All right. Oh, okay. Thank you. So his name. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, guys. That makes sense. That makes total sense. Okay. Um, and then she says she's still under arrest and being questioned. Can you please do that for me though? Oh, he says yes, but I just want the baby to be found safe. I don't know what this is. Yes, but where is the baby? Maybe where is the baby? I just want the baby to be found safe. And she says, Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what the TBI is doing. He says, but please answer me. Will the baby be found and brought home today? Wait, it says, but please answer. It says, please answer or assume to me. Sure, to me, I don't know, that the baby will be found and brought home today. So I mean, these make it seem like, well, obviously he didn't do it because it's February 22nd and he's still like, "Ooh, where's she at? I hope she's found safe. Was she brought home today?" But I mean, if you're trying to cover up something, it wouldn't be that hard to think, okay, we better text, we better make it look like, oh, we think that we don't know where she's at. But like I said, you guys, I hope you guys realize I'm not saying that I do think Hunter's involved. I like to look at all angles and possibilities. I do think 95% of the chance, or 95%. Why can't I think how to word that? But it is Megan. I can't talk right now. But yeah, it's just her. But it's just, I don't know. There is some few interesting things about the whole situation that does make you go like, huh, could it be? Could it be? I don't know. Um, yeah, I mean, that's true, the way she's responding too, but I mean, If there are people trying to like hide it and they're good, it wouldn't be that hard to do that. Like they plan it while they talk. Like make sure when we're on message, we just play it like, oh, we're really looking for her and we don't know anything or whatever. It wouldn't be that hard, but would they be that smart to do that? I don't know. Maybe she was pretty like, yeah, she wasn't because her lies were just like seemed not like she wasn't, but she is. I mean, I do find her pretty smart. It's just she just I think she got caught up where she just like I mean, I don't know why she changed like so many lies so quick, but maybe just like she tried the one and it wasn't working and you know what I'm saying? So I don't know though. Would he? Because he was seemed like who knows, but probably not. I mean, it probably is just her. He probably had no idea about it. Um, but it says, Hunter, I have full faith in TBI and everyone I've spoke to that they will get the truth out of my mom and bring my baby back to me. Can you come talk or you're your mom? I just can't disclose anything much more over the internet at this point in time or over the phone. And I hope you can understand that. If you don't want to talk, if you don't want to, I'll speak to your mom and she can tell you. Also, tell her thank you for reporting the car missing. If mom has told you anything that is off putting, please let me know. If she told you anything at all, please tell me, please, anything at all. Did she ever mention Mendota to you? She kept trying to take me there, and I'm trying to find a ride up there to go looking. Yeah. So I mean, but they do. These texts do make it look like, yeah, he's clueless. But I mean, you just never know. Oh, hi, Carolina. Yay, yay, yay. Hey, conspiracy therapist. Law and lit. Okay. So please let me know if you know anything about Mendota. I know it's late, but can you take me somewhere in Mendota along a river? Mom used to talk about it. Get your dad or TBI to take you. She says, I can't get a hold of David, and there's no way in hell dad will take me. Because if you think about it, well, Megan knows what happened. She freaking put, if she's the one that did it, she's playing dumb and acting like it. You know what I'm saying? It is harder to get two people to make it look real, like the truth. So yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it's just her. But you know what's crazy? If it is just her, which I do think it is, the fact that she's trying to blame somebody else for murder. Like, well, I guess she has been doing that. She tried to blame her mom and then but now instead, like her mom, she's like, well, my mom had her. I don't know what happened, but she's actually saying something specific. Oh, he rolled over on her. Like, I mean, I guess she's saying it was an accident, but like, that's a that's a narcissist. That is something that. How do you like? How years later do you keep saying that and not have like a guilty conscience and let the guilt for years make you realize this? Like, I can't. No, I can't do that. Like, how? That's just so heartless. It's just so heartless. I don't understand how somebody could do that. Well, kills her own kid, yeah, that, but everything. She's just, yeah. Well, she blamed her mom, but why American justice? Do you think he said because did you hear Lo? He's on his testimony. I don't know. He didn't know for sure. Sounds like he said he had remembered seeing her car there that day, so he wanted them to check. So I don't know. Why you I mean, what do you think though? What do you think I mean, let's see here. David's not replying to me, probably because they're down in North Carolina, dealing with my mother. And Hunter says, I'll contact Chris something who, oh my God, why is it hard to read? Says to do. Whether he says to do, whatever he says to do. So some guy, Chris somebody, I don't know, wheeling. Basically see what he says to do, and she says, "Who is that?" I don't know exactly where it is. He says, "They're knowing TBI." Oh my god, I can't read. It's a TBI agent, maybe TBI. I just know a river in Minota. Somebody told my dad they wanted to talk to him. They're among TBI agency or something. I don't know. One of them, maybe somebody that works for TBI. I didn't think it was gonna be that hard to read these, but we're getting the gist of what it is. Just says same place mom got arrested for trespassing to Scott County, Holson River. And he says, "What?" I think he's saying basically, "What does that have to do with the baby?" And she says, "Only place I know she might be connected with in Mendota. Dad is on the phone with someone right now. Something about who reported the car she saw. She says she would only talk to dad and that she had important information." Wow. Dad's on the phone with her recording the call. He says, "What she say or something maybe? What did they say?" She says, "She said that my mom dropped the baby off behind a church 3 days ago. They're looking into the church thing right now. She said a church off of 394, I think she said." So here's the thing. Is she just making this up, or was there somebody that actually told her dad that? I don't even know. That's crazy because I feel like she's like lying about this random story to tell Hunter. Does anybody know if that really happened? Like somebody told her dad that? It's crazy. Yeah. Oh, she is? That's so crazy. Wow. Um, yeah, she is really heartless. Okay. So she wanted him to report the car missing. I guess, yeah, it does sound like that, huh? Crazy. And, like, I do believe that I don't think that her mom did it thinking she was stealing the car. I believe that they said she could take it. That's something else. And then they go report it missing, like, whatever. Okay. Um, she said, "Hunter, please, no one will take me to look for her." Wait, hold on. Sorry, I skipped one. Okay. So she said a church off 394. I think she said Feathers Chapel. Dad talked to her, and I am not sure, but I'm losing my shit right now and have no one I have to find Evelyn. Now it's been 3 days already. What if she's cold and hungry? Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, I can't stand her. Says Hunter, please, no one will take me to look for her. Mom had to have dropped her off. Mom had to have dropped her off somewhere. Please help me find my baby. If you won't take me, I'm literally going to steal a car. I don't care. I'm sitting at Food City with her, with the cops. Hunter, if she's dropped her off 3 days ago, time is ticking fast. Hey, TBI has some sort of update. I'm about to head up there. I'll let you and Melissa know. Where are we at? And then she says, "Are you up?" And that's the last text. Yeah, right? He's like, "Leave me out of it." You could tell, like, I this is what I'm curious about, like, it almost seems like he's, like, instead of being somebody like, "Okay, this is my girlfriend, and she like, oh my god, somebody took her baby," like, instead of being comforting and like, like, trying to comfort her, it's almost like he knows that, he's suspecting that she might be involved and she's lying, instead of being like, "Oh my god, are you okay?" It's like, "Oh, no, I'm out. Nope, I'm not gonna take you." Where is she at, Megan? Like, where's the baby at? Like, it's almost like he has an idea that she's involved. Makes me wonder if he does know something more. Like, not by, I don't mean by like him doing anything, but maybe he saw something or she accidentally said something that he caught or something. Or, like I said, he saw something or realized, that day she was gone or something little. I mean, you never know. All right. So those are all the texts. Now let's watch. So you guys are saying the chief medical examiner is the one to watch? Because I'm not going to have time to do any of the other ones because I want to do the closing statements and then I want to do a little bit of her interview. All right, I think that's what everybody was saying in chat, that that's the better one, right? Yeah. Wait, what do you mean? They already made a decision, do you know, Bab? Okay. All right, let's start that. Let me re-share my screen so I could these unshared. All right, hold on one second. All right, so we are going to do the chief medical examiner then. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I thought, okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were sitting there back like they had to answer, but they were gonna, come back in the morning. Okay. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh. All right. Well, let me get these in so they connect and then I'll share. All right. Connected. Take this down. All right, let's share. My audio. I'll go like this. Okay, guys. I haven't watched it yet, so this is gonna be new. And new for me. Let me know if you guys could hear it.
Darenka Milosnik Polchan.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Thank you.
I might put on this one.
Doctor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you would say and spell your full name for us, for the record, please.
My first name is Darenka, spelled Darinka, and my last name is Milosnik Polchan. Milosnik is spelled Mileusnic. Polchan is Polchan.
Thank you. And where are you employed?
I'm the chief medical examiner for Knox and Anderson counties and the chief medical officer for the Regional Forensic Center in Knoxville, Tennessee, and also hold the position of clinical assistant professor associate professor of pathology at University of Tennessee Medical Center in Knoxville.
And how long have you held those positions?
I've been acting chief and chief since 2008. I've been in Knoxville since 2002.
All right. What, if you would give us a little bit about your education that allows you to hold those positions?
So I graduated from medical school, University of Rijeka, Rijeka in Croatia. It's a 6-year medical program with the last year of internship because it's a different kind of system of schooling in Europe. And then I stayed at the same university teaching medical student and doing research for approximately 4 more years. And then relocated to Chicago area in 1991 to continue research and teach. And I joined the Department of Pharmacology and Neuroscience at Loyola University Medical Center in Chicago. And then during those research years, while I was completing my PhD, I also joined the Department of Pathology to get a training in neuropathology, anatomic pathology. That's where I spent about 3.5 years. And then after completion of those studies, decided actually to go into the field of forensic pathology. So finishing training in pathology at Loyola University at the same time as I was getting my PhD actually enabled me then to switch to Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner and then complete the last year of training in forensic pathology in Chicago area. And I stayed there with the Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner in the city of Chicago for about 4 years prior to relocating to Knoxville to continue the same line of work, essentially. And during that time, I became board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
All right. Are you licensed to practice medicine here in Tennessee?
Yes.
And are you certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes, I am.
Do you maintain membership in any sort of medical related societies?
Yes, there are a number of societies such as American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then just the regular pathology groups that College of American Pathologists and American Society of Clinical Pathologists. The membership in the name, actually, National Association of Medical Examiners is important because actually that's the accrediting body for the forensic centers in the state of Tennessee. And then, of course, we are accredited by the name, by the National Association of Medical Examiners.
All right. Have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, I've published some papers and platform presentations and book chapters with the main interest in intersection of forensic pathology and anthropology, and then there's mainly book chapters. And as far as the publications, I have a special interest in toxicology and child abuse.
All right. And have you done any presentations on asphyxia in children and strangulation?
That was actually one of the old presentations at the National Association of Medical Examiner meetings. It was a platform presentation.
All right. Now, you are currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
And are you board certified in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, the anatomic pathology and forensic pathology is kind of dual certification.
All right. And so what is it that you do as a forensic pathologist?
So in the state of Tennessee, actually, the forensic pathologists are medical examiners. And so because we don't have a coroner system, we have a medical examiner system, we are appointed to perform the duties of a medical legal death investigation on the county level. So essentially, that's what I do. I investigate with the help, of course, with the rest of the staff in the office. We investigate all the sudden deaths that happen, as I said, suddenly without medical attendance or due to violence. And our main obligation is to work not for any particular organization or the law enforcement. We work with the law enforcement to come up with an answer to what really happened and what the cause, manner, and mechanism of that in these situations where that happens suddenly, unexpectedly, without medical attendance or due to violence.
Okay. Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, in many counties in East Tennessee. Actually, I believe here in Sullivan County years ago.
All right. That was going to be my next question. And after having been qualified as an expert, have you gone on to give expert testimony in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to qualify her as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection, Judge. All right, to be declared to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Malusnik, at the request of the district attorney's office here in Sullivan County, did you review an autopsy that had been performed by Dr. Matrina Schmidt, as well as other case materials involving the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And if you would, tell us what materials you reviewed.
So I reviewed everything that was available when I was approached to originally look at the case, and I can list all the entries that I compiled in my report, if that's
Sure.
Acceptable. So what was available to me at the time of review and writing of my report is the birth certificate for Evelyn Boswell, Indian Path Medical Center birth records, Premier Pediatrics medical records, Mountain States Medical Group Urgent Care medical records, Bristol Regional Medical Center medical records, then autopsy report performed and signed by Dr. Schmidt, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, TBI forensic biology reports, several of them. They were dated from March 11, March 25th, April 22nd, and then TBI toxicology report dated March 19th, that's 2020. And then national NMS, which is the National Medical Toxicology Lab, both technology forensic case report, summary of facts by the Attorney General's office, and the presentment state of Tennessee, Sullivan County Criminal Court case S72869.
And these materials, are they typical of what you would normally review in preparing an autopsy?
Yes.
All right. And based upon your review of those materials, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
So my opinion was that Evelyn died of asphyxial death, and that the manner of death was homicide.
All right. And again, you reviewed the autopsy that had been done by Dr. Schmidt. How, if anything, did your opinion differ from what she had concluded?
In essence, actually, our opinion did not really differ much, except that in my report, and that's the kind of luxury of writing a kind of expert review report versus the just regular autopsy report, is that I specify several different ways of asphyxial death or different mechanisms of it.
Okay. And when you say different mechanisms of asphyxia, what are you talking about? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
So asphyxia essentially means that the inability of a person to breathe or for the oxygen to be supplied to the cells in the body. And the different ways how that can occur is either by preventing the circulation to the brain or other organs and tissues in the body, or preventing the breathing, or putting a person in such a position that essentially compromises both circulation and breathing at the same time, with the end result of essentially depriving the tissues and organs of oxygen. And then in that, with that respect, actual asphyxial death in general are very complex deaths. And if there is any compromise in the integrity of the person, such as decomposition, then they have to be really described in such a manner, these mechanisms, that are understandable, because in the end, the asphyxial death is the what we call diagnosis of exclusion, meaning when everything else is excluded, what we are left with essentially is that the findings in the body and the finding of the body within the scene that are going to come to essentially explain what really happened to an individual. What I'm essentially saying is that there's the asphyxial mechanism such as positional, mechanical, traumatic, or actually can be also the consequence of the positioning in the scene. And that information comes strictly from the scene investigation.
All right. And let's talk about each type of mechanism in regards to this particular case. What about the scene or the body would relate to positional asphyxiation?
So the forensic autopsy, just like any other autopsy, which is a major procedure, kind of cross-section and dissection procedure in the body, almost like a complex surgery, cannot be done in a vacuum. It has to be done in the context of the scene investigation. So that's why we have medical legal death investigation, and that's why medical examiner and representative goes to the scene in order to create a context in which this individual was found. And that's why I always say that the forensic autopsy cannot be performed in vacuum. It has to be performed in the context of the scene. And then that's how essentially we approach this particular case, whether it's Dr. Schmidt or me reviewing it, is that in the context of the case, we have an individual who is now wrapped in multiple layers, so we can talk about it in a minute, who is positioned upside down in a confined space and in a position that prevents essentially breathing. And that's why I say the components of positional asphyxia, that's being upside down in a contorted kind of letter S position, mechanical asphyxia with the different objects essentially covering the individual's face or the body, and then traumatic asphyxia because of the positioning that is going to prevent the movement of diaphragm and breathing. And then, as I said, finding the individual in a trash can essentially creates a confined space, which is going to lead to confined space asphyxia. And that's why essentially, that's where I listed all these 4 different categories of or mechanisms of asphyxia.
All right. Could I see exhibits 19 through 38, please? Dr. Malusnik, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as exhibit number 19. And if you would kind of tell the jury what they're looking there and how what they're seeing relates to the mechanisms of asphyxia.
Can I show on the screen? Or,
Is there a pointer up there? It looks like a flashlight.
there's a pointer.
Yes, if you don't care.
So what we are seeing is the trash can with the a child in a trash bag with the several layers on top of her, one of them being the blanket. That's essentially when, and that's how we all approach the scenes, is we go layer by layer, kind of uncovering the individual, whether it's adult or a child, in a similar fashion, because we don't want to lose any evidence, number one. And number two, we want to show all the kind of components of that asphyxia by approaching it in this layered fashion. And then we can see the body of the child in an unzipped kind of onesie in an upside down position with some of her body parts showing up. So essentially, when I was telling you originally positional asphyxia, she's upside down, and we humans cannot breathe like that. There's a confined space asphyxia because of the trash can and her head being all the way down. Mechanical asphyxia because several different layers covering her face, which we'll analyze in a minute. And then traumatic asphyxia just from her body being in like a kind of reverse S position, totally crumpled and compressed in such a way that she could not breathe. There is no expansion of the diaphragm or movement of the intercostal muscles between the ribs that allow us to breathe in a position like that.
Now going to show you exhibit number, previously admitted as exhibit number 30.
So on this exhibit number 30, that's actually now several stages down the investigation path. So the key is always, as I said, as little manipulation as possible, and then go again layer by layer. We lost several layers here: the garbage can, the trash can. There was also, the trash bag. There was also a black bag on top of all of that. That was all removed, and now the child is in the blanket, and there is a foil, which is actually a very curious piece of evidence because it was so tightly applied to the child's face and upper body that looked like a wrapped, almost like a part of the kind of mechanism that prevents her from breathing, because that would be another kind of example of mechanical asphyxia because an object is covering the face and preventing her from breathing. And the other thing that can be also seen is that the body is actually contorted. And usually that would happen, with kind of force applied because we know now she's upside down, and the force applied for her body actually to kind of fit in the bottom of that garbage can, and that would be part of the traumatic asphyxia component.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 31.
This Exhibit 31 actually is kind of process of removal of the foil, because it was very voluminous and it was tightly applied to her face and the hair. One thing that actually happens with the decomposition of the body following a prolonged time interval after that is that a lot of our tissues start to actually break down and detach. So the hair starts detaching, the epidermis, first layer of skin, starts detaching. And so removing foil like this that is tightly applied actually takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to preserve the child and the facial features. And part of the problem was not just the tight application, of course, of the foil, but also all the composition fluid that kind of almost created a glue between the foil and the face of the child. And we can see her head starting to emerge in this particular area.
All right. Doctor, if you could talk a little bit about the decomposition. Is there anything as far as what you see there that would show you how long the child had been in that position, or anything based upon the amount of decomposition?
So the only thing that we can say really that it was advanced decomposition, and there were two types of decomposition that happened in this particular situation because of the position that Evelyn was in. The upper body, which was actually head first in the trash can, actually changed in form of so-called wet decomposition. That's why there's a lot of staining and the decomposition fluid kind of staining the blanket and the foil, because all the fluids and everything that accumulated after that are now creating the environment for so-called wet decomposition. But then the rest of her body, which we'll see later, that were kind of up, the feet and legs, they underwent so-called dry decomposition, or actually more kind of mummification. So the only thing that we can say it's advanced, but how long really it took, it really just depends on many factors such as temperatures that were around that body, and of course on the layers applied on the body surface, because that will prevent some of the flies or some other predators from coming to the body and expediting, fastening the decomposition.
Okay. And did you notice that in this particular case, you mentioned the flies and the larvae?
Yeah, there were some pupae, but did not really have like a direct access necessarily to the body, so there was not a lot of the maggot or activity at the time of her discovery.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
So the exhibits 32
Yes.
is actually just another kind of painstaking removal of all the layers. Again, the foil is being further detached, and now we can see her head and face, and then part of the upper body, her arm, while the legs are still covered. Does
this photo show anything in regards to the positioning of her head as it relates to asphyxia?
So one thing that what was becoming evident as the body was being uncovered is that her face was flattened because it was pressed against the foil and the blanket and the side of the trash can. And then, of course, it was also kind of a little bit contorted because the face is pointing in this direction, and then her neck was kind of slightly contorted, and the head actually is almost at the level of her buttocks. Essentially, her feet, buttocks, and head, they're all kind of compressed almost at the same level now.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 34.
So the Exhibit 34 now shows the, it's kind of similar phase after the foil is removed. The blanket is covering the face, so the face is in this particular orientation. And again, the difference between all the fluids and wet decomposition staining the blanket versus just dry desiccation of the arm and then feet. So two kind of different processes happening at the same time, wet decomposition and dry decomposition or mummification.
Anything that you could tell in regards to, I know that the foil's been taken off in this particular photograph, but in regards to the positioning of the foil and the blanket as well, is there anything you could tell as far as whether that was haphazard or intentional?
Well, the child appeared to be wrapped, so that would show intentionality, because it's not that she was just put in a garbage and then blanket on top of her. She was definitely wrapped in a blanket, and it took a while to actually remove all the layers and unwrap her. So the way how she was found shows intentionality. As far as the changes on the blanket, one thing that happens with the wet decomposition and the fluids kind of creating, things do become kind of slippery in a way. So there was definitely some shift in the layers from the wet decomposition. Wasn't a lot of it, but there was some. And then we will see when the blanket is removed, actually, that her face was pressed against the garbage can because the pattern of the blanket actually remains on the face.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 35.
So the Exhibit 35, now the layers of the blanket are further removed. So the face is still covered. So we have the face, the shoulder, her buttocks, and her feet, as I said, almost at the same kind of compressed, reverse kind of letter S shape. And that's how she was presented after removal of the blanket. The blanket is still stuck to the face in this area, but that's going to be the next phase.
You mentioned this, she's in a reverse S kind of shape. Is that what you're talking about when you say positional asphyxiation?
Yes, so that would be a reverse S shape.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 36.
So on the Exhibit 36, now just removal of the blanket from the rest of the head. And as I said, it had to be done really carefully because of the layers of the skin and hair detaching at this point with the wet decomposition.
All right. Can you tell anything in regards to the onesie that she's wearing in that particular picture?
I'm sorry?
The onesie, the clothing that she's wearing.
Yeah, the onesie actually was unzipped, and there was also a diaper on the body. And that was one of the questions, is that would that indicate what really kind of transpired? I mean, it's hard to tell, except that, of course, onesie was completely unzipped, which was unusual for a child who's just, let's say, hypothetically dying in her sleep.
Now showing you Exhibit 37.
So Exhibit 37 actually is now next phase. The blankets, the covering, the foil, everything is removed. The onesie is unopened, And then actually this is her kind of side in the front of the face. The facial feature actually can almost completely disappear because they're so flattened against the side of the trash can. And there was a lot of kind of pupae. There was no maggot activity, which would essentially help potentially with some timing of the postmortem interval, because from what I reviewed and from what Dr. Schmidt described, we didn't really see direct maggot activity, so they did not injure or damage the body to that extent yet.
And now showing you Exhibit 38.
And essentially what's happening now is that her body's kind of being unfolded. That's what needs to happen in order for the clothing items to be removed, and then for the photographs to be taken and an autopsy to be performed. Because with the autopsy, the head has to be open and the body has to be open in a Y-shaped manner with the Y-shaped incision. And that can only happen if the body is kind of unfolded now and for complete examination.
All right. Dr. Malusnik, did you, as part of your review of the records in this case, review the child's pediatric records?
Yes.
Do you see anything in there that would indicate to you that she would have died from something that was medically related, any medical conditions?
No, she was considered a healthy child, and all the milestones were reached in timely manner.
All right. And what about the possibility of her dying from some sort of rollover death?
So she was not an infant anymore. So she already be in a kind of toddler stage, and I've never seen overlaying on a child older than 8 months. Actually, 6 months is even pushing it, because it's just not easy to overlay a child who can already move, flip, and it's just not that easy, even for an adult, to overlay a child of that age. And I've never had a case like that. The only overlay of a 2-year-old that I had was actually a homicide.
All right. Dr. Malusnik, are you aware whether the state of Tennessee Department of Health maintains statistics on rollover deaths as far as the age of children in Tennessee?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review those statistics?
Yes.
How many children last year under the age of, or over the age of 12 months died of rollover deaths in Tennessee?
None.
How many children in the last 10 years over the age of 1 in the state of Tennessee died from rollover deaths?
Yeah, we all of those we call like unsafe sleeping environment deaths, and none of the children who died of overlaying, rolling over, unsafe sleeping environment were older than a year.
Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you. Do you want any of these photos? No. Okay. Just thought I'd ask.
Good afternoon, Dr. Morris. How are you?
Good afternoon.
My name is Gene Scott. I represent Ms. Boswell. First thing I want to ask you about is you did not conduct this autopsy.
No, I did not.
You had no physical contact with the body of this child. You didn't go to the scene. You simply reviewed what Dr. Schmidt had done. Is that correct?
I reviewed what she did and all the pertaining documentation.
And accordingly, had Dr. Schmidt have made some mistake, it's very possible that could be incorporated into your work as well.
That's a very complex question. I cannot answer yes or no. May I explain?
Sure.
So the point of having an autopsy report is to objectively describe the findings. And then the only subjective part of the autopsy report, the conclusion as to what happened, that's essentially Dr. Schmidt, in this case, conclusion as to what the child died of, cause and manner of death. So the objective findings, such as photograph, tissue sampling, should be part of the description of the case that should not be influenced by one's opinion. Now, my opinion is going to be based on those facts plus the scene investigation. So the question was, if Dr. Schmidt made a mistake, she made objective observations and put them in her report that are corroborated with photography and tissue sampling. So anyone reviewing the case can come up with his or her own conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So if she made some wrong observations that are mismatched with the photographs, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, then I should be able to notice that and comment on that, but I haven't noticed any mismatches. So essentially, her conclusion as to the cause and manner of that is that's her subjective thing. I followed my own kind of line of reasoning and conclusion reviewing based on not just her report, but the scene photographs and autopsy photographs, which are documented for posterity, and anyone can review them and come up with the objective kind of a conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So the short answer would be, if she made mistake with observations, I should be able to identify that in the photographs, and I didn't.
Were there photographs of the internal organs?
The photographs of the internal organs were not available. We frequently don't take those during autopsies, but we do sample organs to look under the microscope, and that was done.
Okay. Now, you described this was a diagnosis of exclusion. Can you explain what that means?
So by saying asphyxial deaths are frequently diagnosed exclusion means that we found an individual in a position that prevents breathing, but there's no mark on the body. And I've done thorough investigation. Unlike in this case, there are plenty of marks on the body. But what we say with the diagnostic exclusion, for example, is that if I have a drowning victim and I have absolutely nothing else on the autopsy, no heart attack, no evidence of seizure, no evidence of trauma, no evidence of drugs, well, the only now conclusion is that I excluded everything else, and therefore drowning as a part of the asphyxial death is the cause of that. So that's what I meant by diagnosis of exclusion.
Okay. In this case, as it relates to the medical reasons contained in the autopsy, and I'm not talking about where the child is found at the scene, but the medical conclusions, were you able to come up with a cause of death?
So there was no other reason for this child to be dead because there was no evidence of infection or tumor or anything like that was identified at the time of the autopsy. And review of the medical records, which is always mandatory for the forensic pathologist to review medical records, birth records, pediatric records, did not indicate that anything was wrong with the child, such as seizures or anything of that sort. So this child had no objective way or reason to be dead. And as I said, the tissues were sampled, and even with decomposition that sets in the organs, if there is some major infection in the body, it would have been identifiable, and it was not there.
Okay. What is sudden infant death syndrome?
Sudden infant death syndrome is actually an abandoned, antiquated term that was used to describe sudden death in a child that essentially had negative autopsy findings and negative scene investigation, which means that we don't use that term anymore. That was antiquated because it was never a syndrome. It always, syndrome means that there is a constellation of symptoms, findings, and signs that would kind of create this entity that one can actually have the reason for this person to be sick or dead for that matter. So there was never a syndrome. It was never a constellation of findings. What it meant actually is that we didn't find anything at the autopsy. Therefore, it's kind of this SIDS, nebulous diagnosis. Now we actually know with the scene investigation and the advances in our field in forensic pathology that those situations with that is with no findings at the scene or in the autopsy are extremely, extremely rare. We call them sudden unexplained death in infancy, so SUDI. So that's a new term that we use. And I can tell you with the proper investigation, the proper scene investigation, proper autopsy, and proper ancillary studies such as microbiology, histology, toxicology, the rate of those SUDI unexplained deaths is extremely, extremely low, actually almost non-existent.
So you're telling me that if another pathologist said this child could die of SIDS, they're just wrong?
Yeah, he's wrong, or she is wrong, because SIDS doesn't exist. SIDS never existed. So if that pathologist is using the term SIDS, that pathologist needs to go back to forensic school.
Probably not competent.
I'm sorry?
Probably not competent.
If he or she is using SIDS, that's not a competent pathologist. At this day and age, that's not a competent pathologist.
Okay. What did you call it? The new syndrome?
But it's actually not really a syndrome. It's a sudden unexplained death in infancy or unexpected death in infancy. It means that we exhausted all the investigative capacity and thoroughly done autopsy with sampling and ancillary studies, and we found absolutely nothing.
So how do you rule out that this child couldn't have died from a laryngeal spasm?
Because laryngeal spasm needs to have a reason for that to happen, and I've never had a case of laryngeal spasm in a otherwise healthy child. And laryngeal spasm is basically something that somebody would give a diagnosis or the reason for a child to be dead when they're really trying to kind of come up with stuff and create some new category. That's pretty much it.
Gastroesophageal reflux, that can lead to a laryngeal spasm, can it not?
But that would not.
Yes or no, can it lead to that? And then explain.
That's actually not something that is described in the forensic pathology field. Laryngeal spasm would not necessarily kill a child.
But could it kill a child?
No, I've never seen it.
Could it?
I've never seen it.
In Dr. Schmidt's report, she states that the possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in the trash can cannot be excluded.
That's correct. That's what she stated.
Okay. Is that your opinion as well?
I believe she died in the trash can.
Okay. You have no proof to show she was alive when she went in the trash can.
I have all the proofs of her not being able to breathe once put in a trash can.
Doctor, you don't know if she was breathing when she went in the trash can, do you?
She would not be able to breathe no matter what. And as I said, because of the composition, of course, we were a little bit handicapped as far as being able to completely examine all her tissues and organs. But there was no reason for this child to be dead, other than being in the trash can, not being able to breathe.
You can't say conclusively she was alive in the trash can you?
She doesn't have a reason to be dead. And I never had an autopsy on a child older than 1 year old for no reason to be dead, except that she could not breathe in that particular position where she was placed.
Yes or no, can you say conclusively that she was alive when she was placed in that trash can?
She could not breathe in the trash can. So that's my main conclusion.
Are you refusing to answer my question, doctor?
No, I'm just saying that the child could not breathe in the trash can.
And I'm asking, if I may, yes or no, can you say conclusively she was alive when she was placed in the trash can?
No, she might have been dead because her foil was on the face before being placed in a trash can. She could have been dead because she was put in a plastic bag before she was placed in a trash can. Obviously, the foil, the bag, 2 bags, the blanket, tightly covering her face would prevent her from breathing. So all of those things had to happen before she was put in a trash can. So all I'm saying is that all those components, could have they actually brought her to brink of being dead before being put in the trash can? Sure. The trash can definitely did not help.
You can't say conclusively she was alive while she was wrapped in that blanket or tinfoil, can you?
She would have definitely died with a tin foil and the bag and the blanket. And there was no reason to put all of those things and tightly apply to her face and her body unless she was alive.
You can't say conclusively that she was alive when she was wrapped, yes or no?
All I can say is that she cannot breathe with a foil,
Judge, I would ask
with a
you to
bag,
ask the
bag,
witness to
and
answer
with
my
the blanket.
question, yes or no.
Doctor, you need to answer his questions. He's asking yes or no questions. You can explain afterwards if you want to, or if you feel the need to. But you do have to answer his questions directly.
So I'm sorry, what was the question?
You can't say conclusively that that child was alive when it was wrapped in the blanket and when it was wrapped in tinfoil.
I have no reason for this child to be dead.
Yes or no, doctor?
Nobody can tell exactly of the state of her body except that she cannot breathe with a foil and a bag.
Judge, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer the question, yes or no, and then explain.
I'm not really sure.
I'm not being mean to you. But he's asked you the question. The answer is either yes or no. And I'm instructing you to the best of your ability. Answer yes or no. And you'll have an opportunity to explain.
For a forensic pathologist, it's hard to answer that question, yes or no, but nobody can guarantee or say with certainty what really happened to this child prior to the foil being put on her face.
So you can't say whether she was alive or dead, can you?
She has no reason to be dead other than
Judge,
that.
this witness is being evasive. May we approach?
Say something, dude. She is answering it. Not all questions can be answered yes or no. She's answering the question. Like, I don't get it. Maybe it can't be a yes or a no. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not a yes or a no. She's trying to explain, and he's so, ooh, gosh darn it. Wow, it's making me mad. I don't like the judge either. That judge is a jerk. I don't know if you guys watched the beginning, but he freaking like yelled at the person for taking a flash. It was obviously an mistake. Didn't know the flash was on. I understand, like tell him not to, but he was like a jerk about it. Like, you'll spend 10 days in jail or something like that. He's like, oh, I thought the flash was off. Sorry. And then with the camera, remember, he's yelling at the person for zooming in, and the camera was obviously not trying to get the computer. He was zooming in on Megan. I don't know. I don't like this judge. I don't. He's rude. Anyway, yeah. All right. Sorry, I'll fast forward this here. Well, you could kind of hear what they're saying. I think he just said that she's. Could hear.
Let me see if I can boil this down. The lowest common denominator. He's going to ask you this question one more time. And I understand this case and this situation. But man, I'm telling you, if the answer is not yes or no, you'll be facing contempt of court. Can I be more clear?
Yes, sir.
Ask your question.
Wow.
And yes or no, can you say conclusively that this child was alive or dead when it was placed in the blanket and the tinfoil?
The blanket, tinfoil, the trash can, which one? Okay, the answer is no. She could have been murdered a different way.
Thank you, doctor.
I love how she says murdered, though. She'd make sure she says she could have been murdered a different way because they're trying to say it was like a medical thing, maybe, or they're trying to put some doubt into either medical or the Hunter story. But I kind of like how she's like, yeah, she could have been murdered a different way.
Redirect.
1 second, Jeff. Nothing further, Judge.
They should be excused.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I looked at her and called you ma'am. I apologize.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony today. Your release for your opinion.
Thank you.
Any other-
Oh, okay. Oh. God, I hate how that stays. Hold on. Okay. Sorry, I was in the middle of a thing. I don't know. Yeah, I'm debating if I should get my energy drink on the next thing I play. It's 10:25. It's still early enough. I might drink a little bit of it because I'm having trouble staying awake today. Like, I'm fine if I'm talking here, but like if I'm just sitting here watching it, that's crazy. So I might have to go get an energy drink. So I'm gonna play. There's so much that the one day I think they play like, well, I know there's a lot of downtime, but I think it's like the whole day they play parts of her interrogation. I think it's day 6, is it? It's like the whole day, like what, 6, 7 hours is all the interrogation. And I know there's different days she comes in. It's not just one day, but it's like, holy mackerel. So what I did is I haven't got to watch any of that. So I just picked the one where, you know, how like I just found one that they had like, like just that a part of it, I guess. I think it's Long Crime or something. So I would just play that one, just to watch some of it because we're not going to be able to play all the trial. And I want to watch a little bit of like her in her interrogation. So I picked one that's, hold on, where's it at? The one says, and then I want to watch closing arguments. And then I want to get those all for sure done. And then if there's any time after and we're still up for it, do you guys have any other testimony from the last like 3 or 4 days that is like a must watch? And we'll see, but like, I'm not gonna, it's long to watch all this stuff. So I'm trying to be like, pick which ones, but I definitely want to do the closing arguments just because it's important. Oh, wait, hold on. I have the interview with her lawyer. Hold on. So just today they uploaded an interview with her lawyer, and I guess it's titled something like why didn't Megan take the stand? So let's watch that real quick. That'll be quick. And then when I play the part of the interrogation, I will go down and get my energy drink. Okay, hold on. Let's do that first. Let me exit out of that. All right. Okay. Here we go. 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 Here we go.
Thank you, Alex. Jurors have began deliberation in the murder trial of Megan Boswell. Megan Boswell, the only person who faces any charges in the death of her baby daughter, Evelyn. Those charges include first-degree murder and felony murder. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel joins us now live from Sullivan County with defense attorney Gene Scott. Ansley?
Yeah, Casey, I'm standing by here with Megan Boswell's attorney, Gene Scott. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us right now.
Glad to.
Well, first off, this morning, a lot of folks were curious as to whether or not Megan Boswell was going to take the stand herself. Talk to me a little bit about why she did not.
We gave it a lot of thought and are at one point leaning toward doing it, but after the medical examiners testified yesterday, I don't feel the state's proved their case, at least it's the cause of death, and we don't feel it was necessary.
And I know that right now jurors are deliberating. So talk to me a little bit about what you hope they're really considering right now and really mulling over inside that jury room.
I hope they're considering all the evidence, but in particular, I hope they're considering the testimony from both medical examiners and the fact of the latex gloves found in the...
Wait, can I just rewind it a little bit? What did he say about that? Why she didn't take the stand? Hold on. I got to hear that again. I want to see if he said what I thought he said. I'm sorry.
Scott, thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us right now.
Glad to.
Well, first off, this morning, a lot of folks were curious as to whether or not Megan Boswell was going to take the stand herself. Talk to me a little bit about why she did not.
We gave it a lot of thought and are at one point leaning toward doing it, but after the medical examiners testified yesterday, I don't feel the state's proved their case, at least it's the cause of death, and we don't feel it was necessary.
And I know that right now jurors are deliberating. So talk to me a little bit about what you hope they're really considering right now and really mulling over inside that jury room.
I hope they're considering all the evidence, but in particular, I hope they're considering the testimony from both medical examiners and the fact of the latex gloves found in the trash can with the child that had male DNA on them.
And I know there's been obviously a lot of talk about Hunter Wood here in this. And this morning, prosecutors brought forth a piece of, paper from the state of Virginia that, talked about his involuntary, commitment to the mental institute there. But let's talk a little bit about why you want his name to, be said in this trial.
I don't think the only reason his name come up was because that's what Megan talked to Brian Fraley about in her interview. So that's why his name is in this trial. That's in evidence. And the thing about that interview is she was, they initially charged her with a false report in that count. They dismissed that count. And so it's our position that her interview with the TBI was truthful.
And let's talk a little bit about that. I know that you did raise a question in the beginning about why she said, that night she gave them that confession, if you will, but they didn't go to the property until a couple of days later.
I don't have an answer to that. I know they had searched the property on the 23rd with cadaver dogs, and maybe that's why they didn't think it was fruitful.
And I know that a lot of folks have been having their eyes on this trial. Talk to me a little bit about what you want people at home to know.
I just want people at home to know that maybe Megan has been painted with the wrong brush. The girl that's sitting in there beside me in the courtroom, she's not the girl that you're seeing on the videos from 5 years ago.
And what do you want people to know about who she is today?
I think she's a nice young woman. I hope she has a full life ahead of her.
All right. Well, Gene Scott, thank you so much. And again, we expect jurors to be deliberating for quite some time as they're mulling over these 19 charges here in Blountville. We're not sure exactly what time they'll call it tonight. If they do, we are expecting them, again, like I said, to continue to mull over this. And of course, we'll continue to keep you updated on air and online. Casey, back to you.
Ansley Daniel reporting live for us from outside the Sullivan County Courthouse as we continue to track.
That's crazy that he said, all things therapy, conspiracy therapist, therapy conspiracist. That's what I was about to say. I was about to mix it up. Therapy conspiratist. I don't know, but thank you. Thank you. What was I going to say? Yeah, but he said after the medical examiner, we didn't need it. Are you serious? Like that medical examiner went for the other, like that made it more convincing. Just because she was made to say, yeah, she could have died. You can't tell. Basically, you can't know for sure that she died before that. Here's the thing. Regardless if Evelyn was dead before she was in the trash or after, doesn't make her look innocent. It doesn't make her like, let's say it even like it came out and they proved, oh my God, she died before that. Why does that make her look innocent? That just makes it look like, okay, she killed her first, then put her in the trash. I mean, it makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, anyway, and yeah, either way, like I don't. It doesn't like that doesn't make me change my mind if she died before or not in the trash. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make me think, oh well, wait, so she wasn't. She was already dead, then that can't be Megan, right? I don't know. Yeah. The fingerprints. That's interesting though, that male DNA. I missed that. See, I didn't watch that testimony about wait, what about what are you saying that in the fingerprints law? Can you I didn't miss that. What did she say about fingerprints? Talking about the medical examiner? But obviously they must have found male DNA in the gloves. But do we even know the latex gloves even had anything to do with Evelyn being in there? Because there was a lot of trash in there. Can somebody explain, like, were the latex gloves actually in the trash with Evelyn, or what? Or maybe on top? Because I'm just wondering, like, yeah, there was a lot of trash in there. They could have been from anywhere, right? Like anytime, it could have been from her dad putting stuff in there, or I don't know. Like I said, I didn't watch all of it. I didn't get to see that part. Maybe somebody could help fill it in. Where at law? But where? Can you explain that? He said in the latex gloves. But how do we know that's relevant to Evelyn? Or are you saying it was on her? Um. Oh, thanks, Steph. I'm glad. I'm glad you're here. Um. Hey, Slow, Carolina. I know, right? Oh, on the aluminum foil. Yeah. Oh, I thought he said latex gloves. Wait, when you say fingerprint, what kind of fingerprint? It wasn't her fingerprint? You got to tell me more about that, because I'm not going to be able to know it before I end this live, because I'm not like I'm not going to watch that one. I don't know where it's at, and I mean I might watch it after, but fill me in on that. I know I wish I could have caught up, and I've already watched it, so I know everything you guys know, but unfortunately I got behind. Okay, wait. No, the make DNA was just on stuff, not the baby. And Hunter refused to swap, so it's kind of what? That is weird. He refused to swab. I get. Oh, it was Megan's. Oh, well, that. Are you serious? That's huge. Dude, that's huge if her fingerprint was on it. Then okay. That right there convinces me more. Wow, are you serious? So that means, dude, wait a minute. Then yeah, it's taken away the little bit of doubt that I had that Hunter put the foil on her. Because I was thinking that foil part was weird, and that like I said, I'm more convinced that it's just her, but like a little bit of doubt, it's like, well, what if Hunter did go and take Evelyn and then just had that weird thing about the foil, and he's the one that put the foil on her head? But no, how would it have her fingerprint on it then? Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's huge. That's really huge. Okay. Um, all right, so there was a bit mail. Okay, cool. I'm gonna play. Oh shoot. Oh, you're in Cleveland, Kim? I know I should remember when people tell me where they're at. I didn't realize that. I know there is a lot of people from Ohio, but sometimes I forget which ones are from Ohio. Uh, oh, wow, an ice storm. Dang it. Where are you at, Casey? I forget where you're at. I know, of course, they're gonna say that. I mean, of course, I get that. They could say, "Hey, that foil, it could have got there anytime. It could have been foil that was hers that Hunter got at the house. He used foil that they had already, you know what I'm saying? That they had already, he already put she already put her fingers on it, but then she's not the one that put the foil on Evelyn, and he just grabbed that foil, or it was in his car, something, yeah, to create like some doubt it was her. But come on, like most people like, oh, I guess some people could reuse foil because it could be, yeah, I guess it could be a foil that was maybe on something else and it was reused and it was just like and he just, but I was just saying, like, most people wouldn't, it would be on the roll, like, would her, probably. Who knows? But yeah, no, that convinces me right there. Because what's the chances, Oh, Steamboat Springs. Oh, I used to live in Colorado for like 9 years. I never made it to Steamboat Springs. Trying to think how far that was. I lived in Denver and then uh, Lakewood, like Green Mountain area. But first, I lived in Denver. That's awesome. I miss Colorado. Such a beautiful, beautiful place. The winters there were so amazing. Yeah. Yeah, people could reuse it. I forgot about that. It would be, and especially to reuse it to like, if that's what they were using it for, which you know what I'm saying. So I definitely could see that, but still, it does still more lean more towards like, yeah, um, 3 hours. Okay, all right. So let me play. I keep yawning. So I'm gonna go get a little bit of my energy drink. I can't drink it all, or it'll be too much because I've already had too much coffee. Like it's one of those days where I've already had a lot of coffee, and if I'm talking, I'm fine. But once I put the video, but those energy drinks usually do it because I don't drink energy drinks every day. So when I drink them, they usually work really good. So I haven't had one since the last time I had it on a live. When was that? Like a couple weeks ago, whenever that one was that sat here forever. And I remember I took a sip after it was like a few days old, like a few days ago. So it was probably a week or two ago, I would say, because then it sat here and I didn't want to throw it away because I'm like, maybe I'll take a sip here. But I finally was like, because I didn't even finish it. I was finally like, okay, I'm going to throw it away. Okay, so we're going to watch. Got that. But the one that I'm going to watch, it was, like I said, it was one that they already had separated from it on I think it's Law and Crime. Where are we at? Megan's father. Wait, what? Megan's Boswell's father occurs daughter. Yeah, this is, oh yeah, the one that I was going to play is titled Megan Boswell's father encourages daughter to tell the truth interview. That's the one, at least I'm going to play right now that I have. And then, like I said, if we have enough time after we watch the closing arguments, maybe we could watch more. But this one is an hour and 20 minutes. We'll see how it goes, but let's at least start watching it. I'm glad they have subtitles on these though, because hard to hear.
Yeah, it's not, I'm not forcing you, I just thought you asked me to call him, do you want to talk to him? Right now? Yeah. Is he here? Yeah. Yeah. You do? Okay, do you want to talk to him in private, you want me to be in here, you want somebody else to be in here? I never did want to talk to you about what I told you. Okay, you just want to talk to him in private? I mean, I just don't want him to like, know what I think. I've not told him anything. Okay. You want me to sit here while he talks to you, or? Okay. It's just right. Like you're. Anytime you want to have a private conversation, you just let me know. I'll step out. You don't talk as long as you don't feel good. Hey, Tom. Hey, come on here. So, do you make yourself comfortable? All right, sure. She said it was okay for me to sit in if y'all want to talk, but what I was telling her, if y'all want to talk in private at any point, I'm more than happy to step out and let you, all the dollars sit there and talk, you know? I will. Thank you.
Sorry, the audio went off. That's why I wait. Oh, shoot. That's why I was waiting to check because I don't want it when I wear these downstairs, it ends up sometimes cutting it off. So I took these out and I waited. And just because I took these AirPods off, it made the audio go out. So hold on. I apologize. I don't know why it does that crap. I want to see where it went out. Hold on 1 second. So it went out at like, I'll just start it at the beginning. Okay, let me reshare it. Sorry, guys. It's the only sucky thing. So sensitive with these AirPods. But it's like sometimes I want to be able to stand up and walk around, and maybe I'll just, you know what? You know what I'm going to do? Yeah, I'll just get on my phone like I'm doing now if I need to get up and do something and listen to it on my phone. Okay, so let's do this again. Sorry, guys. I'm glad I didn't go down the stairs already. And oh, it's still saying it. Hold on. Let me reshare it one more time. Stop. Okay. All right. Yeah, now it should be good. Okay, I'll start it.
It's just right. Like you're. Anytime you want to have a private conversation, you just let me know. I'll step out. You don't talk as long as you don't feel good. Hey, Tom. Hey, come on here. So, do you make yourself comfortable? All right, sure. She said it was okay for me to sit in if y'all want to talk, but what I was telling her, if y'all want to talk in private at any point, I'm more than happy to step out and let you, all the dollars sit there and talk, you know? I will. Thank you.
I have told them they know what's going on there. I have told the truth.
Truth comes from it, keep them lies, you get it home, and you can't give yourself hours.
That I will tell them.
Okay.
That's why he called you. Okay.
What's going on and what's going on?
They know, you don't need to know.
Okay.
Okay. That one, okay? They know what's going on.
Y'all know what's going on. We know what she told us. I'll say that. You know, we know what she's told us. I've been sitting here, as Maggie can tell you, I've been sitting with her, so I've not been out on the ground running down the information, but we know what she's told us.
They're trying to get hold of who has it.
So she's okay. That's what
They're trying to get hold of who has it.
that's what we've been trying to do the whole time, you know?
That's going on, I got you, and they so thank you for not going to school. So I go to the mom, I said, it's fine, I have to get back here, so I said, you just go to the restaurant. You didn't come back, because I told you, I said, come back, I'll take you to school, I'll take you for 4 days, and I said, hey, if you don't show up for 4, they're gonna take you. You need to start listening to me, I love you, you're my
I
father.
did listen to you and I talked to them.
I'm not throwing nothing against you. I'm not against you. Never been against you. And you tell them the truth, and Evelyn's all right, and the things.
I have, they're trying to find her.
You passed the lie detector test, I'll hop the bar for a lawyer for you.
They're trying to find her.
Was that your mother's voice?
What?
Wherever she's at or whatever?
Maybe.
I didn't hear what you asked.
I asked her if that's your mama's doings where the baby's at or
Oh,
whatever.
right, do it, yeah.
They're trying to find
I'm a
mom.
country boy, I speak.
They're
Yeah, I know what I mean.
They're trying to find mom. She's taking off. I told them everywhere she could possibly be with Evelyn. I've given them every phone number I have for her. They're trying to find her.
Your mom's got Evelyn here, so. Oh, she don't.
She told me she does.
All right, man. Your mom don't have it. Where did she get it?
In the center.
No, your mom don't have it. No, she don't.
That's who took her then.
Okay.
Okay.
It took the story, keep giving you a big brother. The truth stands out. Keep telling the truth.
I have that. They're
Okay,
trying to
I'm
find
not
mom.
trying to argue with you. I'm hoping that you gave me a lucky.
Okay.
You tell this lie, before you know it. You don't know what you told here. And like I told you earlier, I'm a professional player. When we do grade, do a driveway or a park lot or whatever, I can drain water, I can do whatever. That's my job. The customer ain't gonna tell me how to do my job, just like I ain't gonna stand there and tell this man how to do his job. He's a professional what he does. And he think I know whatever I told you and try to help. Absolutely. Because I know they're professionals, that's their job. And you're full of the best. You ain't fool. I mean, you're not gonna sit here and try to tell them shit lies and get one over on you. That's not gonna happen.
I'm not lying that.
Okay.
Everywhere where they can find her.
Like,
That if you're just gonna sit here and do that, I don't want to talk to you.
I'm not trying, I'm just,
That
okay. Did you tell about making wrong, she walked across the road there later, so, did you tell her that she's gonna reach you there and say,
yes. Yesterday we even went Texas and to go hunt for her. Or not me and you, the other whoever.
she's a hide and she's guilty of something? Because, they, I reported all this. That night she called. And she said, what you want to do, what you got started? I said, we got nothing started. I said, I want to rent from that.
Well, yesterday when I met her, she was trying to take me up to Virginia and I said, no, I'm not going. And she's like, you have to go with me. I've got to go up there. Stuff like that. And I was like, look, if you don't take me up there and talk to these people, I'll get out of the car and find the phone and they'll come pick me up tomorrow night. So then she dropped me off the Elmer shelter and she was supposed to come back, never came back, turned her phone off, can't get hold of her at all. Turned Will's phone off. Not 647.
Are they still driving me with you?
Yeah. I told them everything I know about the BMW.
They could, like, just be honest.
The tail light is out on it. Or not the tail light,
The tail lights out.
but part of the driver's side tail light's out on it.
When the truck, passenger
They
side,
know.
intervened.
They know, but then they're willing to.
I don't know why last time she was there, something told me to contact her.
Really?
Did you?
Not what I did, but something told me to. And then there she
Well, they
left.
can look it up.
How's the black BMW?
Yeah.
It's on the dark
Oh,
road.
you got
Yeah,
it.
we got it. Yeah, you're right, it is gray.
Is it gray? I didn't know if it's dark, gray or white or dark blue.
It's listed as gray, so I think it's what it is.
The truth and honest.
Yeah, I told them I can't get hold
Okay,
of them.
well,
I
okay.
tried to call her
I
out
know that.
thousands of
All right,
times.
so just let me explain something to you.
I should have told them I came in here. I don't want to hear
Yeah,
it.
no, I ain't gonna, there's nothing to do with me. You know, when she had brain eggs up there and all that stuff happened. Well, yeah, I did bullshit, cause I didn't want to go to jail. I don't care a thing. And my lawyer sent me down one day, he said, "I'll tell you something," he said, "Truth sets you free." He said, "You get in front of that judge with that attitude and lie, and he knows," he said, "You will go to prison." I just told you the truth. I ended up on probation, which she set me up. If I walked in there, she said to kill me, and I've been involved in people, I know that, but I can't prove it. She had control of everything, because we had to put up against the business. told the truth, exactly what happened. I got probation.
Yeah.
And people talk about probation officers. You give them respect, they give you respect. I can't say one thing bad about them people down there. Not one thing. Because every time I went in there, I give them respect. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am.
You've,
And things are good. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I don't know what's wrong with us. It's like, I'm just trying to teach you something because your mom brings all this crazy stuff.
Okay, and after I talked to you, I told them, okay?
That's what you need to do, is be honest. Did you take five exercises?
No.
Why not?
we just ended up not getting into that.
Okay.
Yeah, because she provided us with some information.
The truth will take you further in this world.
And I had told them, and I told them to go everywhere they can
I
find me.
respect you for that.
Yesterday, me and the other, whoever, the FBI agents were here, Jeff and
Yeah.
Todd,
Maybe Todd, Kevin, maybe.
no, not Kevin, it was just me and Jeff.
There's a handful of them here.
Yeah, okay, well, whoever I talked to, we literally went all directed them, and they took me like every hotel trying to find her. So I don't know if she was in exit 7 and she just left.
Well, why would she leave that?
I don't know.
That don't make sense. She's guilty, so where's it she's trying? Hey, when's the last time you seen her with them?
Couple months ago, in December.
Was that when she was over in the trailer when she had the kids? Because I don't talk to Charlotte Wise every day, and she babysitted this one couple times. I could hear her playing when I was talking.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. It was never I was working on Chicken Shack.
Well, however it is,
Mom stayed a couple nights at the trailer with me and she took Evelyn.
I know she was there because Ashley told me, but she's guilty.
It is.
That's never, that's not here nor there at this point.
It doesn't matter. Yeah,
We're worried about that one.
Evelyn, I had to tell her, and I had to tell little 50 y'all that I didn't hear from Angel. I was going to get my son Elijah home.
Yeah.
Because I know she'd run, she'd take him.
Oh, wow.
And I told her, I don't like to lie.
Yeah.
But when it comes, something I had to. I didn't have no choice.
Yeah.
I said, they call the social workers. I said, you gotta have Elijah back there at 12 o'clock, come in there at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
She said, well, no. I said, I don't know. I said, y'all said, Ashley called y'all. Or Megan said Ashley called. I said, I don't know. Megan didn't call. I said, I'm gonna call. They will tell me that.
Yeah.
But anyway, make long story short, she was to her mom's. And she started crying. She said, well, I was gonna have to leave from here. Now, are you happy with what you done? And I thought about it. And then when I met her, usually, every time I pick the kids up, she's customer telling me what I've done or ends up to belonging. We met her at Dingles.
Well, I wasn't even parking lot.
I didn't know you was in the car.
Not in her car.
I didn't know you was in the
When they met.
The day I reported to Evelyn, whatever, but I've been up so long, I ain't got no sleep, man, I feel like it's on.
I'm same way.
I cried my eyes out over that baby, and I'll get up in the middle of the night, can't go back to the point,
So you met Angel?
in, English park lot on Heights. She's supposed to be there.
So the 17th February?
Still there, recorded, Evelyn, she opened the truck door on my truck, and I told her, we were sitting there, me and Ashley was, and she pulls up, and I tried to get where the cameras could get us, because I don't want to be lied on.
Yeah, yeah.
And, I said, Ashley, I still deal with her, I saw Mark, on the name. And Ashley got out. She got out, opened my truck door up. We was married 18, 19 years, I know it won't better than anybody. Sure. She got out crying. Now, I've never seen her cry the way she was crying. And she opened the truck up, put Elijah. Did you see her crying when she was crying? Put Elijah in the back seat, in his car seat, and buckled him in. And I think the tears, man, just like you take that bottle of water, was rolling down her cheeks.
Is that right?
She never opened her mouth up to me. She never said one word. And I told Ashley then, I said, something's going on. She knows something. She knows that's the last time she's gonna lay eyes on that one. Because Elijah's her pick. And I thought about it after I left me and Ashley got, and I meant to tell y'all, but I've had so much to run through my mind and try to speculate what it is. And I told Ashley, I said, I've never seen that woman cry like that.
Yep.
And then it dawned on me, I said, she knows that's the last time she's going to see Elijah.
Right.
So I don't know what she knows or what she's done. But something like it never did happen. Now, she'd come up and cry and try to get Elijah started so he would go home. And
Do you
yet,
know anybody that she knows in Mendota, Virginia? That's where she was hell bent to take me to yesterday, was Mendota, Virginia.
now, if I did got some people,
In Mendota,
like Mendota,
close to it,
no,
Damascus.
just listen, my girl, finish, I don't know if I worked over so much, before you get to Smoke Lake,
Well, like I said, she never specified her.
Well, you get the before you get to Nicholsville, there's a place called Slow Lake back to the side of it. Gladys's brother lived there on that farm, and there's some other people.
Well, that's my mom's mom. She passed away.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe they have some people in I don't know.
Yeah,
She knows so many people where she's been in and out of jail on what she does
yeah.
that I don't know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know.
Well, she wasn't active second. I don't think she's there now after yesterday. Like I said, me and the two other guys. I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Did y'all check it? The motels, was there any other race for her, race for
I checked. I called every single one of them.
I think they checked every motel.
Did they go see if they got somebody else?
It was college jet. Did you check under Michael McLeod?
I didn't go out there with.
Okay, well, it's really,
I'll do it.
but it was college jet. We went everywhere. And exit 75 miles, nothing.
But that's what I've been telling you from the get-go. You told so many lies, nobody knows to believe. Like when Ashley first got together, she lied to me about anything. I hear on the phone line here with him. I said, Ashley, I'm not supposed to talk to her. I said, there's no reason you lie. She lied to her mama one day, because where her mama's driveway is, well, Tommy's truck's clean. They've been going down the road, my truck's dirty, man, it's unreal. He don't want to bring up the driveway to get there. I said, what are you talking about? My truck's dirty. I said, we lied to you, mama, she got off the phone from me. That's way back there, which I broke her for lying. I said, there's no reason why. Because if you tell this lie, you tell that.
Yeah, I really didn't want to think they were looking into her because she took off yesterday when she got that idea.
The point of trying to make my girl is shit don't trick me in.
I know.
And I'm telling you, if you know something, just don't say the words, I'll get done. If an accident happens, you need to tell it, because if something did happen to the baby and they get it, you can go to prison for the rest of your life. Child molesters and somebody harms babies, their life is living in prison.
I told them everything I know.
No, I'm telling you,
I told them,
am I right or wrong? You're right.
I told them every single thing I know.
Okay.
Anywhere I think she can be. Do you have any other numbers for us besides the three that I might have gave them?
Things on Ashley's phone, because I never call her off this phone, because she harassed me so much and called and cussed me out.
Okay, well, I have like Will's 647 number and then 375.
What she was doing at her last, she called from that text now, whatever.
Yeah, 375.
She called from that one, and the last few times she was blocking the number, that time when I thought, after we asked her about talking, I said, well, we had that number, why would she be blocking the number? And it dawned on me, I said, she might be in a motel somewhere, and it won't know where she's at, and she's blocking the number. You know, I mean,
I only have the three numbers for you.
but if the accident happened, maybe, you're young, you just need to tell them. But just please, and also maybe find it, if something happened and get autopsy, trouble, no, you don't have to tell them. Technology's too smart. And if you be honest now, right or wrong, y'all go along with it. Long she's been honest.
We talked about that
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
several times today, we talked about that.
I know, and I told you all clearly.
I'm just agreeing.
Well, like, we're just trying, we're not one to argue with one, I love you. You're my daughter. I love you regardless. I might not agree with what you did, but that don't stop me from loving you, care about you, worrying about you. I know when you've already had our disagreements, but that don't stop what I feel about you. And if you be honest and go before the judge, they'll stand up to the judge and tell them that she's honest. If you keep lying and they go before a judge and tell them what she told me, tell that judge go throw the case.
Okay.
Just like I told you that day before we went to court.
I know that, and I came clean to them after I was from you, and I was talking about it after I was.
Well, we think you come clean, we don't know.
Oh, but yes,
We
yes.
hope you come clean,
I did.
but back to the fact, it's like that day before we walked in that courtroom, I was like, don't worry, you mouthpiece that judge, you're trying to overtalk him. You try to overtalk the judge, he was a little loud, and what did he do? Well, I told you to. So you better stop playing the girl.
Okay.
The way everybody looks at it, that's your baby. You're the one responsible. I got Charlotte Ryan home and 2 little ones. So I had to one of them. I'm responsible. There's nobody going to stay here but me. That's the reason why we're all going to stay here at you. So you can stand it straight up. Because they done told me you done tell a bunch of lies earlier. So how do we know you're going to believe you 100% now? It's going to come out. It's just a matter of time till they find out what went on. They got, how many guys you got, 40-some people working on this?
We got like 40-some people working out of this specific location.
Yeah, so,
That I swear to God, I just told them the truth.
okay, I'm just telling you, I mean, it's just a matter of time till it comes out.
I told them the truth just now, or right when he called you.
Okay,
That's when I started talking.
well, I'm just telling you, I mean, it's just, it's like a clock on that bomb, it's ticking.
Well, do you know where else not to be?
I don't know what you want to be. I don't think else you want. And then usually whenever, I don't know where she laid that over at Will or to your mom and dad's.
Well, I
Other
told
than
them
that,
do you know the exact address on Jenkins-Hollow Road, or just that it's on Jenkins-Hollow Road?
I don't know, the address I can take you there, but I didn't know the road, anything. You know, I'm not well educated, so I don't look at road signs. I'll mark something, this church or that bridge or that store or.
Yeah. There's like a river behind it, and it's a trailer guy with their name's Judy.
Yeah, if you go just a little ways on that road, there's a bridge across, so before you cross that bridge, you kind of picture from line.
It's kind of like a yellowy tan color trailer. And fellow portion has like a stove sitting out front of it and a bunch of other junk.
There's a fence coming in between that, there's a little house, and there's 2 trailers, there's 1 trailer.
It's crazy because he's like, you know, the dad must have a feeling like, yeah, she's not saying everything, because it's just so crazy how somebody could lie like that. Like, oh no, I swear to God, like I swear I told him everything. And then he's like talking about like, you know, people that do things to kids in jail. Like that's not good. I swear I told him everything. Like, really? How can she have like no conscience? Like she still doesn't. It's just crazy. You think after so many years, like it's like, okay, I'm gonna come clean, I'm gonna do the right thing. No. Wow.
Right in the house where they were there,
Rough.
because we were over to, I think pick Charlotte up that last time. Elijah, because she told me she was on the cabin. I said, just put me on speaker, let me talk to the kids. She put me on speaker, I said, like, yes, I was gonna come get my kids, you let me have them, I'm bringing them all with me. And I know everybody in there hear me, when she put me on speaker. Boy, they got into their pants, and Charlotte watched them out my boat in the driveway. Okay, yeah. See, your mom, hang out for nobody but herself. She don't love you kids, well, I love y'all. I lay down and die. I die for you. You may wouldn't think I about it. She's not that way, man. If you don't love her, that's something's wrong. She's first out. Whatever benefits her, whatever keeps her out of trouble, she's for herself. Now I'm trying to explain it. Mikey knows that's her. Mikey's talked to her, what, 8 years? Why do you think your brother don't talk to her for?
She's found that thing.
She's found that statement is. You don't cross your family like that, and think your family's gonna love you. She got this brother in prison. And then she says, oh, that's your fault. You've done all this. And like he's a young, smart, diligent man, he knows that business. He's a good man, and if they don't be raised, he's going right, goes to work, goes home. But he told me, he said, if I had $1 million worth of earnings, I said, the homeless person needs to give it to him before I give her $1. I said, son, that's your mom. I said, I'm not giving $1 to that. I said, that's the way you do. I said, that's what you do. I said, you want to talk to her, do what you want. I said, I'm not going to be mad at her for saying word to you. Don't get mad when I say this. I don't think you're telling the truth.
And telling the truth. I'm giving them every single way I know how to find her.
Yeah, you want me to give her every single way you find her.
That I'm being
Where's
honest.
Evelyn?
Mom had her last.
Well, why did you say you had her?
Because I thought Mom was gonna run off. Which now it's a little late for that, don't get me wrong, but you know, I kind of wanted to just take off and leave.
Why was she take off and leave Megan?
Can you walk out of the room for a second?
Absolutely. That's what I understand. I'm gonna just take some of the things we started. Well, thank you.
She's very like bossy and like very like, what's the word? I don't want to say confident because like just like she's not shy about like being like, maybe she's probably controlling, I bet too. I would say controlling, bossy, like rude. Like, remember we were watching some of her other parts of her testimony where she's like, Dave, she calls the guy Dave. Like, I don't know, it just comes across like disrespectful. Just wow.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Thank you.
You know when all that stuff happened, she was still running off that hard, accusing me of doing it?
Yeah.
That was started that.
How's it going, Jennifer?
She wanted the money back.
Yeah.
Okay,
So why would she want that?
you're not following my point.
No.
Okay, she stayed out the train with me for a little bit, okay? She watched Evelyn while I went to work for a little bit. And then she started about that money, like, I'm really broke, I don't have, you know, a dime to my name. At this point in my life, and she just, I went to work again. I came back and she was gone. I called her, she's like, bring me the money and I'll let you have her back. That, I swear to God, right hand to God, that's how it went down.
Oh my.
What'd she do then?
That I don't know. Yesterday, she kept trying to take me to notice.
Wait. Did you, what? She was talking about Evelyn, right? Or no? Hold on, I gotta see this. This is crazy. Like, why even go, if you're lying, why even go that extra mile to be like, hand to God, swear to God? Like, what the heck?
Okay, she stayed out the train with me for a little bit, okay? She watched Evelyn while I went to work for a little bit. And then she started about that money, like, I'm really broke, I don't have, you know, a dime to my name. At this point in my life, and she just, I went to work again. I came back and she was gone. I called her, she's like, bring me the money and I'll let you have her back. That, I swear to God, right hand to God, that's how it went down.
What'd she do then?
That, I don't know. Yesterday, she kept trying to take me to notice. Every time that I would talk to her between now and like last month, when she did finally start talking to me again, every time I asked her about her, she'd be like, she's safe, to get her back in a little bit.
Here, I'll just sit back in for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Did you tell her what you was talking?
No.
Megan, look,
I don't know, I didn't hear what was being
No,
said
she
there,
didn't
but,
tell you that.
well, let's just put it like this. I've said it before too, we'll start fresh again, okay? Everything we talked about.
Well, no, it's not to do with mom.
I get that, but we're not going to hold against you, okay? We want Evelyn, so what else is there?
Tell him.
Okay, so a while ago, mom said that I took money off of her debit card, and I did not. And she stayed with me in the trailer for a few days after that whole deal, so I mean, I thought we were good. That's when she was watching her, I was going to work.
All right, so Angel said Maggie took money from debit card. Debit card.
Mom kept Evelyn overnight when the first night that I stayed at Hunter's, and I was late to work the next morning by like 20 minutes.
So Mom kept Evelyn the first night you stayed at Hunter's. When was that?
A week after the chicken shack opened.
So first night, Maggie stayed at Hunter's. Help me out with the date. I don't know anything about the chicken shack. I don't know when it.
Wait, why do I have the feeling that she is the one calling the shots in her defense too? Like with that, her attorney seems like it almost seems like he's the type that just like is that type that's kind of I don't know what to call it, but like that she's almost bossing him around on what to do. Hey, I don't know why I'm like picturing that perfect with the way he is and what he's saying, and then the way she is like I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me, dude. The way she's even talks to the investigators, her dad, everybody. I could see her doing that to the lawyer and the lawyer kind of taking it and stuff. It just seems like it. Hey, it's not. I mean, she's gonna lose. There's no way they're gonna find her not guilty. There's no way. I gotta look up the charges. Hold on. I know what she's charged with, but I mean if they're gonna offer a lesser charge, or does it have to be the one?
Open.
Do you have that on your calendar right here, just like that?
What month meeting to it?
December,
Okay.
I guess it was in 2 weeks after, but probably around like the 14th or the 16th.
Okay. 12, 14, or 12, 16.
Mm-hmm.
Mom kept Evelyn first night.
Dude, that's what I thought. That's the exact time I thought that she killed her. She put her in the trash. The 14th, 15th, or 16th, because she got the hotel, I think. Wait, 13th, 14th, 15th, or 16th. I've said that last week actually, and I didn't watch this because she got that hotel the 14th and 15th, I think the dates were. And then she was remember her friends, like she was just like really like down, like, oh, I don't want to stay with Hunter. I won't, she didn't want to stay with him when she was like really always wanting to be with him, it looked like. And then she got that hotel those 2 nights. So I was like thinking that's when that happened. Something happened right before that, either the 14th or maybe the 13th, or you know what I'm saying, or the 14th. And then she didn't want to go be with anybody. And she just said, did she not just say the 14th or 15th or 16th is when she gave her mom the Evelyn, and that's when she's claiming, or that's when she claims that her first story that that basically the last she saw of Evelyn. So there's some truth. That probably is the last she saw of Evelyn was somewhere around that day, right? Wow.
Maggie stayed at Hunter's the 14th to the 16th of December.
Okay. I was supposed to be at work at 6
No
a.m. the
witches.
next morning, got stopped by the trailer to check.
Maggie stopped by a trailer where Angel and Evelyn were. All right.
They weren't there, and she started, hey, when you give me all that money back from the debit card, I'll let you have her back.
Angel and Evelyn weren't there. Angel stated, give me the money back you stole from my debit card, and you can have Evelyn back, right?
Right.
What black balls?
I guess it was Benson.
Where was who?
Will, I was
Okay.
He didn't stay on the trailer, that's what you want to know.
Okay.
Hang on, go back to Will,
Angel,
Yeah.
Angel said to you, give me the money back you stole from my debit card, you can have that one back. Text, phone, Facebook,
Phone.
talking over the phone.
Talking over
Okay. What number were you using then?
Like my number?
Yeah.
It was the 579 number actually.
Well, tell me the 423
579
579
6173.
6173.
I don't know which number mom was calling from at that point.
Okay. So Maggie,
At what time did you have that conversation?
Of the day?
this,
Well, I mean,
It was early in the morning now, like
that's fine.
before 6:30.
Okay, I do know this. I can't remember when in December, she had my two kids over there.
Yeah.
And she told me she babysat them.
Okay.
I did hear that one in the back, but I can't remember the exact date.
I'm not sure. December. Okay. All right. So 12,
She
14,
told me she did babysit them. She's hiding somewhere, she wasn't running.
What else?
That's it.
Okay.
Now, see, you raised your hand to God, and you told the truth the first time, that's what comes. I'm not mad at you, I'm not fussing at you, but
Let's,
how many times has she told you?
well, I don't know. I don't know.
It's supposed to be on me, but we know it's wrong.
I don't know. We can take what you tell us, but we have to go verify. You know?
And you're killing time. If Evelyn out there, somebody got her, and telling this, telling that, and lead them over here where they should be over here to find her.
They need to go talk to mom, and I literally told them every way in the world I have to get a hold of her for where she might be.
Well, let's do this. Since I've been doing different things and Matt's been doing different things, can I just?
Mom has family in Oklahoma. You think she go there?
Okay. Mom has family. Angel has family in Oklahoma.
Do you know she had money made in Oklahoma?
Angel has family.
Yeah, I know she has family.
I'm sorry, that just popped in my head.
Gladys's brother, ain't it?
Yeah, Howard Jack.
Who?
Howard Jack.
Howard
Jack.
Jack. That's first and last name.
I don't think that's the last name. I don't know. It's gone.
That's what how you know.
If that's
Mom
Gladys,
just talked about him.
if that was Gladys's brother, Evelyn was a teller.
I'm sorry, I completely forgot about her family in Oklahoma. Just not talking about him.
That's fine. Let's do this. Let me get
She threatened to go to Oklahoma.
Matt back in here. You okay with talking to Matt again?
Yeah.
What I want to do is try. We're gonna plug this in. We're gonna narrow that down in our timeline and see when exactly we can say definitively we last saw Evelyn. Okay. So probably if you don't mind, just because of kind of the space, I'm gonna get Matt in
That's
here
fine,
and swap you all out.
Somebody can do it.
And step out. Would you like anything to drink?
So yeah, I think there's a plenty of lesser charges, but I was just trying to see if there's a lesser murder charge. You know what I'm saying? Like, but so what they have is, it does say the jury could convict Boswell on lesser charges than those the state has levied against her. Goodwin reminded the jury of the burden of proof. Hold on a second. Here, let me finish reading this. Hold on one second.
Would you like the bathroom break? Would you like a Mountain Dew? Anything to eat? Okay. I'll be right back.
So that's why I'm trying to tell you more. If you go for this today, we don't rotate both you when you are telling the truth.
Let's go ahead and step
All
out.
Hmm.
If you need anything, just wait.
Okay, here, let me fast forward.
All one of those crackers? You sure? Alright. So what I was talking about doing was narrowing down this timeline. So I didn't specifically ask, but this 12/14 or 12/16, when Mom said, you owe me money, I'm not gonna give you Evelyn back unless you pay me the money. How much money is she saying?
I don't know, because I did not take my half of it.
Did she say, hey, it was $10, it was $1 million?
No, she didn't give me a
She
bond.
just said money? Okay.
I will say this though.
Well, hang on, keep that thought, all right? Is this the last time you talked to Mom about Evelyn?
No,
Have you seen Evelyn alive since that time? Okay.
I didn't see her that morning. So it would have been like the night before, because I stayed at 100 that night.
How is it that we can narrow it down and you can say definitively it was the 14th or it was the 16th or?
I don't remember if it was like a Saturday or Monday, but it was one of the two, because it was like after the second week I started working at JJ.
Okay, what are you gonna say?
I left her money, and I did spend $30 for ordering clothes on the internet, but she knew about that. So that's not what she was talking about.
Okay. All right, so let me go back. We're gonna try to make a timeline here, okay? Let's stay here. Here's where we think Evelyn, so then we have Mom came and got her. Angel got Evelyn. You say 12/7.
She started staying at my house.
Okay. So from the 7th to the 14th to the 16th, did she stay there about a week?
She stayed there like for a couple days, and then she left for a couple days and came back.
Is that all during that week time frame?
Yeah.
Is it more than a week long?
No.
Mom got mad and left a couple of days after. Is that when she left? She got mad,
Yeah.
then came back. What's she get mad about? I missed that part.
I wouldn't let Will go over.
Okay. Don't hold back, something like that. Ain't no big deal. Okay. Angel called Chicken Shack
In January.
in January. That's the day you had court.
Yeah, she asked for me.
And they ended up. You weren't there.
Mhm.
Did you talk to Angel that day?
Yeah,
And what court was it again? Washington County?
yeah, Washington County Session.
What y'all talk about?
Well, she was like, hey, can you come over later? And I was like, yeah, that's fine, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
She was on speaker, and like there were people at the windows. I really wasn't going into like details.
Okay. All right. Is that the day you went over to Elizabethton?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Evelyn wasn't there.
No.
Okay.
Hunter came with me, and me and Mom walked outside, and that's when we started talking about Evelyn.
Hunter was with Maggie. All right. Walked outside and started talking about Evelyn. What are you talking about?
Well, I kept asking her, she was like, she's somewhere safe, don't worry about it. Like,
Did you worry?
I mean, no, she thought she was okay.
Okay. That was approximately a month after you'd seen Evelyn?
Around the month.
I mean, let me just ask you this. Were you just wanting a break from Evelyn?
I never told Mom to take her. I just wanted her to help me, like, watch her.
Yeah.
And that's what I went to say at Hunter's, yes, I didn't want to break. And I was like, I'm going to be back in the morning for her to work check on her.
But what I'm saying is we've got about a month time span where you're not seeing Evelyn.
I'm going to get hold of Mom to change her phone number.
Right.
I had no clue where she was at.
But you're not like freaking out, oh my God, I need to call the police.
Yeah.
You're just like, hey, I just need a break from Evelyn. I'm tired of raising Evelyn.
Well, I thought she was okay.
Okay. That's, so let's say this. We've got as late as the 12th or the 16th. Never talked to your mom from that point to when she called you in January?
I would try to contact her, and I even called her parents and found out that they knew where she was at, and they told me no.
So
I didn't have like a current phone number for her.
let me just ask it directly. Did you ever speak to your mom in person during that time frame?
No.
Did you text her? Facebook message?
She didn't have Facebook. I tried to.
Well, I mean,
Whatever
like,
number she had.
So look, so I mean, they have all these charges to pick from, right? So like, look, there is, so they could do, felony. There's 2 felony murders. One is perpetrated felony crime of aggravated CA. And then this one is aggravated child neglect. So that's a different one. So was it from abuse, neglect? So they could do both counts or one, you know. And then 3 is aggravated CA, not murder, but just, you know what I'm saying? So they do have lesser charges they could vote. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's say they said not guilty for one, but I mean, there's still like lesser charges they could, which I think she should get them, the big charges. I'm not saying that. I was just curious, like, if there was another option, but it's actually right in all the charges, duh. So yeah, we have aggravated CA, which is a child under 8 years of age in such a manner as to inflict serious bodily injury. And then we have the neglect, aggravated child neglect, which is count 4. It's neglect where under as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare, and the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injuries to the child. And then we have the tampering with evidence. So if you go and you run all these consecutive, like even if they did a lesser one, I mean, she would false report. Like, I think she should get every one of them, to be honest. I mean, she's guilty of every one, in my opinion. False and all these different false reports. Okay. Just wanted to show you guys that, yeah, there is. Because I mean, well, not so they let's say they weren't sure with like the murder or something, they wanted a lesser charge for some reason, they could still do these 2 counts. You know what I'm saying? Or one of them or whatever. But I think she's gonna get found guilty on all of them, to be honest. What do you guys think? All right.
Just here's what I'm asking. Did you all have a conversation through text messages during that time?
No,
Snapchat,
she doesn't do
Instagram,
anything like that.
whatever. There's probably something I've never even heard of.
She doesn't do anything
Do
like
you
that.
do anything like that?
I have Instagram.
Okay. Were you messaging her on anything during that time?
No. I tried to contact her, like I said, that phone number, like somebody else had at that point.
Okay. So like a month goes by, there's zero communication with you and Angel, right? You talk to her maybe, can you tell me the 1st of January? The end of January?
I really don't remember. It was definitely in the first part of the month.
Okay.
You know what it was like?
Yeah, we'll work on it. Yeah, we can do that. So it was your court date in Washington County Penitentiary?
Yes.
For reckless driving?
Reckless driving. Doing like 90 or 95 and like a 65.
We don't even care about that.
Well, I'm just letting you know that way it's specified. The ticket was full.
You got a bunch of tickets in January?
Did I?
No.
I mean,
No.
I got it in December. I got the ticket in December.
The court date was in January.
Yeah.
And that's
it
when
was
your
from
mom
Texas.
went over to me? That's the day you talked to your mom?
Yeah. I remember that because she called while I was gone.
Just have a look, I talked to you in a month, roughly.
Yeah.
Couple weeks.
Well, she tried to call a mommy first, and a mom told her I was working at Jimmy Jack.
She turned on where?
A mommy. Dad's mom. Grandma.
Alright, okay. How do you call
A mommy.
her? Oh, mommy.
Yeah. I learned calling her that when I was little, like old mommy.
I just not heard
raised me.
that. I just not heard that before.
Well, I not to say that because then
Well, it's fine,
it's
maybe.
confusing.
Well, as long as we know what you're talking about, okay? Alright, so month-ish goes by, you don't hear from
Yeah.
Angel. You hear from her that day, you go over to Elizabeth, and you can drive with her, follow her, just meet her there?
No, me and Hunter drove over to the house she's at.
Was she already there?
Yeah.
Okay,
And that was the trailer, Jude's trailer.
Okay.
On the river, on Jenkins Hollow Road.
okay. Well, you know which, well, we'll get to that later. Evelyn's not there.
Right.
What do you do?
Well, me and Hunter walked outside to talk, and I asked her, and she just kept saying to me, hey, she's somewhere safe, she's not here right now, it's fine, don't worry about it.
What do you do after that?
I mean, me and Hunter went home,
Okay.
and the next day I asked you.
Right up.
Back up.
Court date was when?
In January. I had one in February too. It got reset.
Same speeding ticket?
Yeah, I went the one day, and Like, you know, the guy was like, oh, well, like, if you go in front of the court, like, if you don't get a lawyer, blah, 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 like, I could give you, like, 70 days in jail. And I was like, I want this reset. You know what I'm saying? I was like, you know, it's a record. That's the first ticket I got.
Okay.
And they had it reset. And the second time I went, the guy was like, get this $20 bond. That was on February 13th, the second time.
And that's when I found out this now, February 13th.
Yeah.
So you're able.
My first court date was in January.
All right. So you and Hunter leave trailer and Elizabethan. Evelyn's not there. Your mom says she's safe. Did you say, or did your mom show you pictures of Evelyn? FaceTime, phone call? Did you ask for a picture?
Yes.
Okay.
A few days later, she showed me one picture, but I couldn't tell if it was an older picture.
Let's talk about that day.
Okay.
Okay, not that day. Did you ask for a picture?
Yeah.
What
I said, do you have any pictures of her? Like, has she been with you? Did you take any pictures with her? Like, you know, thing.
What'd your mom say?
She said, I'll show you one later.
Okay. Later, like here in a minute, or I'll send you one later tonight.
She meant like she'll send me one later that night. She didn't.
Okay. What'd you do when you didn't get a picture later that night?
I called her the next morning.
The next morning?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I was like, hey, like, can I have that picture of her? I was like, I just want to see her.
What phone did you call from?
Hunter's.
What number did you call? One of those you gave us, or a different
It
one?
was Jude's number. I don't have it.
You don't know it now? Is it in Hunter's phone?
And we've been called from Hunter's phone in January sometime, early January.
Yeah.
And we don't know what Jude's last name is.
The mom was telling me, I don't remember. It's something really funky. I can take you to the house.
Okay. Had Jude and Elizabethan, no, Evelyn, asked for a picture.
January 9th, 2020. This is what we got.
So January 9th, you're confident it was your court day, you drove over to Elizabethan?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, January 9th. Now we've got the time frame from, like I said, about a month, the 14th to the 16th. Okay. All right, in January, no Evelyn asked for a picture, did not receive.
I heard you number something too.
Okay, so January, you're saying you didn't get a picture. The next morning, January 10th, you called your mom. Okay. Call Angel. Did you speak to Angel?
Mm-hmm.
You talked to her
She
that
called
morning?
me back.
Okay.
But it was that morning.
Angel called back same morning. What you said?
She just said, I'll send you one in a minute. I just thought that was. She ended up showing me like an actual print picture of Evelyn. And I'm like, I won't lie. Like, I took every step that child made. I was taking pictures of her. So I couldn't remember when I taken her, when she'd actually taken. Just to be honest with you, because literally, like, every time that child did anything, I was like,
Yeah.
let me take a picture.
Well, that was the question I was trying to get at last night. How did you go from being literally obsessed with Evelyn, and I'm not using obsessed in a negative context, I'm using it like you're the mother, you love everything a child does, you're snapping pictures, to, okay, my mom's got my kid, well, maybe somebody else has my kid, I'm not gonna worry about it. How did that transition happen?
I didn't want mom to do anything to her.
Huh?
I didn't want mom to do anything to her.
I don't understand.
Are you saying that you were afraid that if you came forward and told us that your mom might do something to the
Well, that's
child?
why I didn't tell you yesterday. I thought she might run off there and just like.
Is that-
No. Let's go back. Let's go back to
Yeah.
December 12th, 14th, 16th. From November of 2018, you're obsessed with Evelyn. Love every breath she takes. This day comes along, you don't see Evelyn. Everything seems happy-go-lucky. You're with Hunter, you're working at the chicken shack, everything's cool. I'm not seeing my daughter. How does that work? How do you go from?
I didn't want her to do anything or like take her anywhere. I mean, like just never get her back.
Okay. All right. January 10th, you called Angel for a picture. Picture later, right?
Right.
Send picture later. All right. Did you get a picture January 10th?
No.
Okay. When did you get a picture?
She showed me like a physical hard copy of like a little 4x6 pictures.
Yeah.
The next day.
We're in person.
Yeah, in person.
So now we're January
At
11th.
Dollar Road.
How'd you get there?
Wait, did they say that they have the picture? Where's the picture at? Where did she send it? I missed that. If she sent it to her, shouldn't she have it? Or maybe she already explained that. Because I mean, obviously that picture can't exist unless if it was like another time she watched her and sent her a picture or something. But oh, to describe his demeanor, the lawyers is what I think that's what now I'm thinking about it. Deb, is that what I was looking the word for when I was thinking of a word to describe her lawyer? Maybe because it wouldn't be complacent, wouldn't be her, not at all. I know it is hard. I know, and it sucks because if you don't read the subtitles, it's like it is. Well, actually, I'm having an easier time hearing with these headphones. When I went downstairs to get my snack and stuff, I had my phone and I was really struggling because I didn't have earphones, you know. But yeah, I'm having a lot. It's the only problem, huh? But here's the thing: if I would have threw this in my editor and exported it and like made it louder, it probably might not even have been that much easier to hear because it's just the quality of it. It would be like, oh, it does? Okay, Susan, thanks.
So Hunter drives Maggie to Judy's. Is Evelyn there?
No.
Okay. Evelyn not there. All right, so you show up hoping to see Evelyn?
Yeah.
She's not there. What did you say?
She just asked again where she was and she kept saying the same thing. She said, don't worry about it. But she just showed me that picture.
Angel said Evelyn is safe.
I mean, the picture is just of Evelyn like sitting in the floor playing. And to be honest with you, like I said, like I didn't know if I had taken it, maybe she had printed off, or she'd actually taken it.
Yeah. So then Angel shows printed out picture. Printed out pic of Evelyn. How long did you stay?
I mean, every time we went over there, we usually there for at least an hour or longer.
Okay. January 11th. What happened January 12th? The next day.
We still went over there and it was the same thing.
So y'all are going over every day?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna write.
We might have went like maybe 1 or 2 days out of like the whole month, but like I was in constant contact with her.
Okay, so you're going over there every single day? Yes.
Oh, I'm on.
And same story.
Same story.
Are you ever getting any pictures of her?
Not after that one,
Never any live pictures?
no.
Facebook,
No.
Instagram, chat,
No.
everything, like a FaceTime?
No.
Were you ever,
Have anything like that.
were you ever on the phone with somebody and hear Evelyn's voice?
No.
Okay. How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, like I said, I didn't want to do anything and piss her off and her like just run and not tell me anything.
Okay. So you were over there for an hour, roughly every time you went over there, and it's kind of the same conversation.
Yeah.
So we'll take an hour out of the 24 hours in a day. The other 23 hours, what are you doing during those days?
I was probably at work.
Working?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was either at work or in bed.
Did you ever worry, hey, where's Evelyn?
Well, I mean, yeah, but like I said, that's why yesterday I didn't want to tell you all anything. But now she's already like kind of disappeared, so I mean, do I need to have one?
She's kind of let you hang out.
Yeah.
Why? We're going over there every day.
To try to get more to see her.
Okay. Did Hunter know?
No, I didn't tell him what was going on.
Why did you tell Hunter you were going over there?
Just to see my mom.
So was Hunter not around when you're asking, hey, where's Evelyn?
No, me and mom would walk outside.
Well, let me ask you this, and this makes it sound crazy, because I don't know the answer. Did Hunter know you had a child named Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. Did Hunter ever say, hey, where's your daughter?
No.
He didn't care?
No.
He didn't want no gay babies around?
I mean, I'm not saying that. We just never really like got into the subject.
Okay, what do you think of that?
Thank you.
Hunter didn't want no babies around?
I don't think that. No.
I'm just asking, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out. Because I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like. He knows you're his girlfriend. right? Y'all were living together at the time. He's driving you over there every day, right?
Yeah.
He's like, I've got a girlfriend. Did he ever say I love you?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out what your all status was. So I love this girl. She's got a baby, but I don't care anything about it. Right. Okay. Did that have anything to do with why you weren't worried about Evelyn?
No.
Okay. All right, so I'm just gonna make a note. January the 12th we got to, so it would go over to
Almost every
June.
day. Yeah.
Almost every day.
And then whenever she got that hotel in Woodspring, she kept telling me she's only there for 2 or 3 nights. So it was like, oh, like the next night I'll bring her over and you can see her. She's never had her.
Let's say, hang on, let's get to that thing. Stay for roughly 1 hour.
Yeah.
Go outside. Go outside.
Or Hunter would go out to the car lot, get dip, and then we talk about it.
Away from Hunter. Then talk about Evelyn, right?
Right.
Did Hunter ever ask about Evelyn?
Mm.
Hunter never asked about Evelyn. During the time you had a phone, like, I mean, you know generally how phones work. I've got a picture on the background of my mountains. Okay. Well, what was the background of your phone?
But then there's like her put on Facebook, I wanted Evelyn like a little purple chair and she's wearing like a black long sleeve t-shirt.
Says Evelyn.
Yeah, everything.
You can describe it to a T.
So her leaves in the background.
There you go. You describe it to
It
a
was
T.
small. She had a little camo bow in her hair. It's just the one where she's like smiling, she's got her hands on things.
Well, let me ask you
The
this.
same one I sent to you all.
Okay. I remember that one. I remember that.
The
So,
purple. Yeah.
you can describe that to a T because you love Evelyn.
Yeah.
Right? So you're around Hunter.
She
Right?
had a little bruise on her face because she was walking and fell.
So I guess at some point, like you're
It was
sitting,
like probably like right around here on her cheek. It was kind of like up around her cheek.
really.
Yeah.
So like if you and Hunter would be sitting next to each other and you had your phone, something like this, looking at it, text or something, that picture was your phone bigger than mine? Was it a bigger phone?
It was the iPhone phone.
So that's pretty good size phone, right?
That's
I'm
not
sure.
the big
Not the
one.
big one. Anyways, but that picture is prominent, right? Did Hunter ever say, oh, there's Evelyn, oh, she's a cutie, oh, I'd like to meet her, I'd like to hold her, I'd like to, did you ever miss her? You never asked that? Okay. Alright, so stay for roughly 1 hour, go outside, talk about Evelyn.
Or Hunter would go outside.
Right, either way. Hunter never asked about Evelyn. You said at some point your mom got a motel hotel room.
Yeah, at Woodspring Street.
When was that?
She dropped the government check, but
Which springs?
where's February? She that was on a Saturday, so I guess it was on January 31st that she wrote it.
So roughly
I was just checking to see if it was anything.
January 31st, Angel moves
Johnson City, out of Woodspring Street.
here, Johnson City. How many times do you go over there?
Well, she's only there for 3 days.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's what I was
every day.
about to ask. Okay, stayed for 3 days. You went over every time. Maggie, there, every day.
Yeah.
How long did you stay?
A long time, because that's when she can tell me, oh, I'll get there in a little bit, oh, I'll get in a little bit.
Stayed a long time. How'd you get there?
Either Hunter came with me or I went by myself, and it was in the blue Corolla.
Okay, so you went there with and without Hunter.
Yeah.
Hunter. And mom would say, go ahead. I'll go get her. Mom said, I'll go get her. She said where she was going to get her at? Did you ask?
Yeah, she would tell me, I'm like, well, if you want to take the car, go get it, take it.
Take the car, go get it.
Yeah,
Where? Okay. So, mom's at this motel, right? She's there for 3 days. She said, if they're not here, we're good with that?
I really didn't want to call anybody, but I knew she was gonna take off. She started taking off down there.
Why would she take off?
She doesn't want to adopt dogs.
Let's work some more on our timeline. So now we're at February 2nd-ish.
Yeah.
What happens next? Where's Angel? Where are you? Where's Evelyn?
We won the Super Bowl. That's the thing I kicked out for sure. The Super Bowl.
The what now?
Super Bowl.
What about? Say what you said again, mate. That's when they got kicked out.
Oh, the Super Bowl. Because I really got ours.
Angel got kicked out.
Well, she didn't have to leave until the morning. We'll have to leave that night.
Kicked out of Wood Springs,
Yeah.
right?
But she didn't have to leave until 11 a.m. the next day.
Springs.
So that's when the cops were calling all that.
On February 2nd. So she was at that hotel on February 2nd.
Yeah.
February 2. Why were cops called?
Or we'll go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Domestic assault or something. We'll have to leave.
Were you there?
No, but she called me and she was like, hey, like Will's like hitting me, pushing me around. We went to a Super Bowl party at Hunter Dan's house, like right up the road from where he lives. It's on the same road.
What, you went to Super Bowl party about what time? 6, 5.
So I think we got there maybe like 3 to 3:30, and we stayed till like 9:30. Dropped mom off.
Okay, so Angel is with you at the Super Bowl
Yeah.
party, alright?
Okay. We tried to go get the kids from dad, and like dad called the cops on her that day. It was just a big ordeal. And Hunter was like, if you want to go with us, that's fine, you can. So she went with us.
You and Angel went over to Tommy's to get Charlotte and
Hunter was with us.
Elijah,
Yeah.
right? To take them to the Super Bowl party?
I mean, no, she got them. We went back to the hotel.
Okay. So here's my question. You're riding around with your mom trying to go get Charlotte and Elijah with a plan maybe to go party later. Why aren't you trying to find Evelyn?
I wasn't going to go to the party if she got Charlotte and Elijah. She got them. She was supposed to take me to go to Evelyn. She didn't get them. And Hunter's like, oh, we'll go to the Super Bowl party.
Okay.
So we went to that.
You ain't seen your kid in a month. Why are you thinking, oh, I'll go to the Super Bowl party instead of go trying to find my kid?
I didn't
The
know.
cops, calling the cops aside, why aren't you out here beating the bushes on your own?
I had nowhere to start to look for her other than Elizabeth, and
Okay.
her parents didn't have her.
Whose parents?
Mom,
Okay.
Wanda, David, Joan.
Did you and Hunter ever have a conversation like, hey, because Hunter's got some meetings, right? He's got a car, he owns a business, right?
Yeah.
Where you're like, hey, will you help me find my daughter? You never asked him that? Why?
He didn't ask about her, so I asked him to go help me with her.
He's the best friend you got at that point, it sounds like, right? Okay. February 2nd, they're kicked out of Wood Springs.
Mom leaving.
The 3rd, whatever.
Yeah.
So, well, I'll just put that. Angel leaves Wood Springs February 3rd. What happens after February 3rd?
I still keep talking to her, and she still not tell me anything.
Where's she at?
She went to Wanda and David.
Okay, Angel at Wanda and David's. Remind me again who Wanda,
Oh, that's her parents.
where do they live?
396 West Valley Drive, Lot 7.
396, what?
West Valley Drive.
West Valley, where is that?
In Kingsport off of Rock Springs Road.
Okay.
It's lot number 7 in the trailer park.
Okay. She is there from February 3rd to when?
Literally the day that I came up here was the day.
Okay. So Angel here, February to the 17th,
Yeah.
or 18th, something like that?
Yeah. Wood Springs sent her like refund check in the mail. She got it that day.
What day?
The 18th.
Okay. How much?
$441.
How many?
$441.
441 Wood Springs. It was a check.
Yeah. She got it cashed at Wells Fargo on Texas Avenue.
You know that to be a fact?
I took her there.
Okay.
So yes, I do know that.
So I was gonna go run down where she cashed it.
So did you drive her from Kingsport to exit 7 to cash a check?
First we saw at Food City, they would have cashed it,
What food city?
the one in Coyle High,
What, let me ask a question. Where did you check mail to?
100,000.
Okay, 100,000.
Yeah.
And she was staying at,
She didn't know if she could go stay there when she had the check mail, and she didn't know, like, if they were gonna let her come stay at home.
but she was at one of those in West Valley.
Mhm.
Did you call her and say, hey, the chick's here? Or she call you and ask?
This is the whole Eagles ordeal. Like, me and Mom got into it, because she called me, and she was like, I can't believe, that you would call DCS on Elijah, and I hadn't. This was morning 18th. Okay, and her and I were into it, and she was like, well, bring me the check, or I'll just come set up there so I can come to the mail. And I was like, when it comes to the mail, I will bring it to you.
Okay.
So then, after I met her at Ingles, she got in the Lexus, that's what I was driving at the time. We went from Ingles in Coyle High to Barefoot Landing to Boswell.
Uh-huh.
Came back because she didn't have her ID on it. She left in the BMW. She left it parked at Ingles. She rode with me to the house. She didn't have gas. Okay, we pick her ID up. I'm like, I'll take you to Food City cash checks, just $5. Food City won't cash it because it's a Wells Fargo bank check. Okay, we drive to the bank across the road, whatever that is, like First Community or something like that. Okay, they won't cash it either because it's Wells Fargo. They told me the nearest Wells Fargo is on exit 7.
That's why you go for it.
We go to exit 7 Wells Fargo.
Okay. Just you and her. Cash.
No, no one's with it.
Okay, we'll put it.
Yeah.
Cashed at, say it again,
Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo, exit 7?
Yeah.
Exit 7. All right, let's go back to, you said at Food City. You might have missed this earlier, it's me and Tommy in here. You're sitting there at Food City in a different car.
Ingles. That's where they met.
Ingles. Angel is there with Elijah
Yeah.
and Charlotte, or just Elijah?
Just Elijah.
Just Elijah. Tommy pulls up to do custody exchange, right?
Right.
You're over in the parking lot, Tommy doesn't know
I
you're
was
there.
away.
Right. So, Evelyn, you know that Angel has Elijah, is taking good care of him for what, a couple of days or something, whenever,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Where's Evelyn?
I don't know.
Why weren't you asking that question?
I was asking and she was not telling me. I literally asked her every day from the day that she called me at the chicken shack. And it's always the same answer. She stays so worried about it.
This is the girl that you probably took a million pictures of. And now it's like, hey, where's Evelyn? Well, I don't know. You just shrug your shoulders. All right. Want to go back to Hunter?
Well, I didn't really know what to do. I didn't want her to like leave or do something to Evelyn.
What do you think you should do? Not sit back and wait?
I mean, yeah.
For how long? How long are you gonna wait? That's a really good question.
I don't know.
How long are you gonna wait? I mean, it's been. The last time you started when? December 17th? 16th?
14.
Okay, so it's been 1 month and 6 days. 36 days since you've seen your child. And you're okay with that?
I mean, no, like I genuinely did not know what to do. And yes, I know you're going to tell me, oh, you should have called us. Like,
Well, that's neither here nor there. Whatever.
I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand how that you are, that you're okay with this.
well, I wasn't necessarily like okay with it, but like I said, it was like I had a lot of options. I'm not going to lie to you.
But you're working every day, going to Super Bowl parties, going here, going there.
But I guess we just go through this way. Now, I think we've established it, but I know we talked about it last night. I was getting zoned out of it. I was tired. We all were. So I guess you have a birth certificate for Evelyn, right? You're listed as a mother. No father was listed, right? We talked about that. So you would be the primary parent. You are the mother. You're her legal guardian, right? You're her natural guardian, natural mother. I know you have this extended family that loves her, but you're her go-to, right? And you have no idea about her well-being for how long?
A while.
What's a while? A while could be 20 minutes.
The only time I saw that picture was on January 12th.
Okay. So we're talking, you have no idea about her well-being. You don't know if she's safe, alive, well-nourished, flourishing. You don't know anything about your child since December the 16th, right?
Wonder if we should take a break since this is a lot. Maybe I should have broke it up a little bit. Maybe I should do some of the closing argument, kind of break it up because this is, it's a lot because it's hard to hear and all the freaking lies. I can't even believe the lies. I can't even. And yeah, her dad grew up with her, so her dad has to know what a big freaking liar she is. So I guarantee that's why he kept saying, like, tell them the truth, because he knew, like, chances are she's probably lying because that's what she does. So it's like, tell them the truth. Be honest. Just be honest. And then, oh, hand to God. Oh my God. Who does that? Obviously somebody that doesn't believe in God or doesn't take it serious because, okay, so let's watch the closing arguments. Do you want to do, I'm trying to think if we should do which one first, because the state has two people talking for closing arguments, and I'm pretty sure if I have it right. Hold on, where's my, and then I exit out of my email. Then her lawyer. So I don't know which one to do first. Let's see. Maybe we'll do one of the states. Okay. Let me see. So the state has, pretty sure, because it says Assistant DA Amber, and then wait, I swear there's another one. Deputy District Attorney William Harper. Here, we'll do this one first. All right. So we'll finish. Wait, hold on. Let me actually. We'll finish this and after sometime. Oh, that's where my email went. Duh. Okay.
Sorry. We put this down here so y'all can hear me. Can everybody hear me? If there's any outbursts at any time during the state's closing, the defendant's closing, the state's rebuttal, I'll clear the whole courtroom.
He's a jerk, though. I don't like him. I don't know.
You've got exhibits 1 through 5 and 93 separated, right?
Here, I just want to show you real quick because remember I was having trouble reading some of Hunter. Somebody has it on a Facebook because the text are ones that I like screenshot during the trial, but somebody had this that they did on. They must have got a better shot of it. And it says where he says Hunter. This is Hunter. Now, see, that's where I think he has a feeling that she's involved because look. So Megan says she's still under arrest and being questioned. Can you please do that for me? He's talking about her mom. And Hunter says, yeah, but where's the baby? I just want the baby to be found safely. And Megan says, Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what the TBI is doing. And then Hunter says, but please assure to me that the baby will be found and brought home safely. He's having a feeling. I mean, because remember, he was the one that was with her the most during this time. So as she kills Evelyn or disposes of her, whatever, like he was spending the most time with her. So like, did he see something? Did he hear something? I don't know. It does make me wonder. All right. Let me fast forward. Sorry, I don't know why I'm not fast forward.
I'm going to leave this up if that's okay, Your Honor. So we've finally reached the point in trial for closing arguments. And what this essentially means is it's an opportunity for the state of Tennessee to go through, talk about the evidence a little bit, reflect on some of the witnesses, because it's been a pretty long, almost 2 weeks. The state will go first, then one of the defense attorneys will have an opportunity to go, then the state will go again. And Matt, I'll talk a little more about that in a second, but that's because the state carries the burden of proof. So I think each of you should have a jury instruction pamphlet in front of you. I'm going to ask you if you flip to page number 6, it covers the burden. And it seems like it's a common misnomer for the burden of proof to appear to be higher than it actually is for the state of Tennessee. And don't get me wrong, it is a high burden, and we gladly carry that burden every step of the way. But when you read about reasonable doubt, and that, of course, the burden never shifts to the defense. The burden is always on the state of Tennessee. It is a burden. It's not absolute certainty. It does not require you to say, I don't know 100% what happened. That is not what is required by the law. It is not absolute certainty. It's essentially, can you go to bed and let your mind rest easy? Can you, actually, I'm going to do one other thing real quick. What I'm asking you to do.
Her voice is
use
shaking.
your
She's
own common
nervous.
sense. That's one of the most important things.
Hmm.
And I'm going to give an example of what I mean by this, if I can. It's like Wheel of Fortune. Okay? My handwriting's not the best though. But you get the idea here. It's like Wheel of Fortune. When you see a contestant on Wheel of Fortune and they know the answer to the phrase or the statement, they don't have all the letters when they see that phrase, but they know what the answer is. And if the state has done that, we have met our burden. And it's important to note that it's not beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's not absolute certainty. That is not what is required by the law, by the state of Tennessee. So that brings me to some of the arguments that Mr. Scott has made through this trial. It might be on that same page. Probably should have written it. Here it is, page 5. In your instructions, in the second paragraph, it states, statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. And I beg you to remember that. When Mr. Scott gets back up and makes his arguments, remember that. The things that come out of his mouth and that came out of his mouth during trial, that is not the evidence. He tried to get you to speculate on so many things during this trial. He wanted to throw out strange theories with aluminum foil. He wanted to throw out a term that doesn't even matter anymore, SIDS. That came from his mouth, not either of the doctors, but from Mr. Scott. He's asking you to speculate. That is not evidence. I beg you to only think about the items that were put into evidence, the photographs, the recordings, and what came from the witness stand. Do not let them sway you from what actually happened in this case. He kept mentioning cadaver dogs. He wanted you to think about that. But if you remember the cadaver dogs, Tommy Boswell, on his property, what did we hear him say? The cadaver dogs didn't even go up there by the playhouse. He wants you to believe maybe the body wasn't there at that time. He's trying to throw you off, but he didn't show anything. There's no proof. There's no evidence.
But the defendant on the state of Tennessee. Okay? Go ahead, John.
Thank you. And I believe I said that. The state, we gladly carry this burden. But again, what comes out of Mr. Scott's mouth is not evidence. You heard nothing from the witness stand about cadaver dogs. There's no piece of evidence about cadaver dogs. And Mr. Scott said in his opening statement, humans make mistakes. Do you remember that? Dogs also commit mistakes. And if you remember, Agent Fraley and Agent Gratz, both with the TBI, what did they say? They didn't smell anything in that playhouse until they lifted the black bag, and immediately the smell of decomposition hit them. I submit to you, cadaver dogs, what do they work off of? The smell of decomposition. Don't let that fool you. Mr. Scott also talked a lot about Hunter Wood. We heard a lot about Mr. Wood in this trial. Again, did we hear any witness from the witness stand that ever saw Evelyn with Hunter Wood? There wasn't a witness that ever saw Evelyn with Hunter Wood. And if you remember the text messages that we saw yesterday from essentially Hunter's own mouth, it's pretty clear that he's yet another victim of Megan Boswell. She was feeding him the same lines that she was feeding every other person in this case. Mr. Scott brought up the theory of an accident, or the word SIDS. Well, you heard Dr. Malushnik say that in the past 10 years in the state of Tennessee, a child 12 months or older has not passed away from SIDS or sudden unexplained death. Those are statistics from the state of Tennessee. But somehow Mr. Scott wants you to believe that somehow that's how this baby died, even though she has foil wrapped around her head, a blanket wrapped around that, inside a trash bag, upside down in a trash can. Let's go through our timeline just for a minute. What do we know? We know that Evelyn was okay until November of 2019. We know that Evelyn was seen at Thanksgiving by family. And then Megan Boswell started a new job at the Chicken Shack. What do we know after that? Megan Boswell meets Hunter Wood. And we know that Sue Whitson is probably the last person to ever see Evelyn alive again. You remember the picture that Sue took? This is very likely the very last picture of Evelyn Boswell alive. Not taken by Megan Boswell, but taken by the babysitter. Sue Whitson testified that the last time she babysat was the end of November, early December, which just so happened to coincide with when Megan Boswell met Hunter Wood, a guy that she was hoping might change her life. But Evelyn was in the way. What did we hear? Do you remember Megan's friend, Maddie Broom? We heard a little bit about her. Her brother, Stephen Lawrence, tried to help Megan. She drove her to a few of the interviews. And if you remember, Megan was apartment shopping on December 8th. And on that date, Evelyn was not with her. And so Stephen asked her later, after it's been reported that Evelyn's missing, he says, was Evelyn gone by then? And what did Megan say? Yes. Yes. Evelyn was gone by then. So that takes our window
Oh,
from
so
December 3rd, essentially when Megan Boswell
ace.
started working at the chicken shack, to December 8th.
Ah.
Evelyn Boswell's 12-month well visit. Do you remember that? Scheduled for December 5th.
Huh.
Megan doesn't call and cancel. She just no-shows. And Casey Saltz, the receptionist there, had to reach out and ask Megan, and Megan gave some excuse. I can't remember what it was, as to why she couldn't bring her. So they rescheduled for the next day. Did Megan show up with Evelyn the next day? No, she didn't. I submit to you, that's because Evelyn was already gone at that point.
Hmm.
Casey texts Megan again, and Megan has yet another excuse. The appointment's rescheduled one more time for December 11th, and conveniently, Megan then says, "Oh, I've decided to change pediatricians." And as we can all imagine, when you change pediatricians, we all know that children have vaccine records and all of the things that come with being, especially that first 12 months of life. They've got a lot of appointments and a lot of vaccinations. So it'd be really, really important to transfer that information to the new pediatrician. Did Megan Boswell do that? No, she didn't. They never got a request from another pediatrician. That was just another line that Megan Boswell told to start trying, I say trying, to cover her tracks. We also know that on December 7th, you saw a text message yesterday from a girl named Haley Marie, and that is the very first time that Megan tells the story her dad has her. December 7th. Keep in mind, Sue Whitson saw Evelyn alive for the last time, and then Megan just stopped showing up. And then by December 7th, she's concocted her plan. And it really explains why so much time goes by. Because I know that's a question we have all had. 2.5 months goes by. 2.5 months. But now we know. We know why. Because Megan Boswell was telling every single person in her family and her closest friends that Evelyn was with her father. So what does a rational person think? Okay, we're glad. I think Tommy even said that from the stand. I was proud of him for stepping up. I was proud of him for stepping up and taking responsibility. But, time continues to pass, and you've heard witnesses, and particularly Bailey and Audrey, Megan's closest friends. They were all starting to talk and to think that something doesn't feel right. Just doesn't feel right. But no one could have known how wrong this was at the time. February 2020, finally, Tommy Boswell says, "I've had enough. I want to see my granddaughter. Show her to me by tomorrow, or I'm reporting it to DCS." Well, Megan couldn't do that. Megan knew she couldn't do that because she knew where Evelyn was. We all know where Evelyn was. And so Megan did not produce Evelyn that day. And Tommy finally gets the ball rolling on trying to find this little girl. And they first show up at Hunter Wood's house on the lake in a nice neighborhood. And Megan Boswell's there. But there's no baby. There's no Evelyn. And you remember, the only thing Megan, you remember James Lewis from DCS, the only thing Megan was really able to show was this box from Hunter's bedroom. And you remember what Megan called that box? A memory box. Now, why would you call something a memory box if you were alleging that your child is still alive? This is all Megan Boswell had of Evelyn in that house that she was trying to show DCS that Evelyn was living in. She couldn't show him diapers. She couldn't show him a pack and play. She showed him one outfit that she held up on a hanger, not an outfit that Evelyn had ever worn. There was no evidence that a child had ever been in that house. Now I'm going to touch on something briefly. If you remember Paul Durant yesterday, going back, I'm trying to just give you a little bit of a timeline. If you remember, he talked about Ethan Perry in the military because Megan Boswell led him to believe that he was the father, even though he had his doubts. She convinced him that he was the father of Evelyn. We know he was not the father. We know that. And he said she was sharing photos daily, constantly sharing photos. Until what day? Do you remember the date? December 3rd. On December 3rd, Megan Boswell stopped sharing photographs of Evelyn. And she continues to send pictures, but if you remember, Agent Durant he's a smart guy. And so he was able to check her full Facebook extraction. And so she continued to send pictures to Ethan, but they weren't recent pictures. It was just another way that she could try to keep this facade going just as long as she could. Mr. Scott wants you to believe that Megan Boswell had a rough life. She was in foster care. But Megan Boswell was in foster care because of Megan Boswell, because she would not go to school. She went to foster care because she was truant. And when she left foster care, she went and lived with her dad. Of course, Evelyn was a baby at this point. I think the testimony was from February to March of 2019. And then her dad said, I'm going to get her a trailer, set her up. He bought her a brand new car, buys her a trailer. He's giving her everything she needs to raise this child. And she goes and lives with her mommy, her grandmother, from April until October of 2019. And then finally into the trailer from October to December. I think it's fair to say that she did not live in that trailer with Evelyn for very long. But in that short period of time, this is what she was able to do to that trailer. Can we look at that for a second? That's what she had her child living in. If that's not neglect, she does this in 2 months. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg you to look at these pictures when you go back in the jury room. That, in 2 months, is what the defendant was able to do to the home her dad provided for her and her child. And within 2 months, Evelyn was dead. And I stated maybe it's just my opinion, there are a lot of victims in this case. Bailey Hawkins, her very best friend. Did you see how difficult it was for Bailey to testify? To look at someone that she trusted, that she loved. Audrey Gibbs, same thing. They are also victims of Megan Boswell. And they will also suffer for the rest of their lives because of what Megan Boswell, the web that she created for them all to get caught in. Erica Stacy, who cared about Megan and Evelyn so much, is a victim. Gail Kite, the foster mother, she's a victim. Ethan Perry, who's serving his country, doing absolutely nothing other than his job, gets pulled up into Megan Boswell's web because Megan Boswell is only worried about Megan Boswell. And I'll submit to you that Hunter Wood, the person that they would like to blame somehow, is also a victim of Megan Boswell. She starts with first blaming Ethan Perry. She does that for a few days. And when she quickly realizes, gosh, law enforcement can figure out that I'm not telling the truth here, I guess I better tell something different, then she goes to her mom. She blames her mom, her own mother. She's willing to blame all the time knowing. I mean, we know, let's find the picture. We know where Evelyn was.
Why did it just freeze? It almost looks like, yeah, that's just a part of the video. Cause look, it's still going. That must be a part. Yeah. There you go.
Evelyn Boswell sat there in that trash can for 2.5 months. And her mom discarded her, not just Evelyn, but everything that was associated with Evelyn. Everything.
Oh,
And she
that's
didn't
the
need it anymore.
shed.
Everything. She didn't need that stroller anymore, so she left it behind.
Oh, that's a good point. See, I
She
missed
didn't
when
need
they
the clothing. Do you remember all the pictures that came in and all?
I miss when they showed the shed. Yeah, good point. You get rid of all of this way back. Like, why? You know what I'm saying? Because you don't need it anymore. But I guess her excuse, well, she already admitted that she knew she was dead. She said Hunter did it, right? But I was going to say, she probably give the excuse, well, Ethan had her. So it was just, I didn't have room for it there. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have room for it then. But when is she saying she got rid of this? So she did say December 8th is by December 8th, she didn't have Evelyn anymore, right? Did I hear that right earlier? Because that makes me wonder why then what happened on December 14th and 15th? That she was acting kind of weird and didn't want to be with Hunter and got a hotel. I don't understand. Wonder what happened. Wonder if she got in a fight with him or something. I don't know.
All that stuff that was in that shed because she didn't need it anymore because she knew where Evelyn was. The defense wants you to believe that Hunter Wood is the one that backed Megan's car up to that shed in the middle of the day. In the middle of the day, Hunter's just going to go over there. He has a truck. The testimony was that Hunter had a big truck. Now, why in the world, if he had a truck? I mean, this clearly took more than one trip. I guarantee you. Look at all this stuff. They want you to believe that Hunter Wood backed Megan Boswell's car up to that shed that day. Tommy came home. It was in the middle of the day. Where's the diagram? Do you remember the diagram of the scene?
Mm-hmm.
Look at this diagram. They somehow want you to believe that Hunter Wood pulls up this driveway and comes to this shed right here, right in front of Omani's house. Tommy's house up on the hill in the middle of the day. Is that reasonable? What is reasonable? How about that Megan Boswell is the one who drove her own vehicle, the vehicle her dad bought for her, up to that shed because Megan Boswell is the one who had a key fob. Remember, there's a gate there that only opens with a key fob. That's the only way a car is coming through that driveway. And Megan Boswell lived there. You just heard that she lived at her dad's house and at Omami's house. And so they're not going to be surprised if Megan Boswell is on the property. She's the one who dumped Evelyn's property there. She's the one who took the trash can there. Not Hunter, not anyone else. Megan Boswell.
Oh, I don't think I saw this one. Did I get thank you on this one? I just went over to my super chat. Sorry. Or maybe I did.
Do you remember?
The friend had lunch with her on the
There was more than one text message. And of course, keep in mind.
Wait. The friend that had lunch with her when Evelyn was there? Oh, then never mind. Then it probably was the 13th, 15th. What did she say about December 8th and that Evelyn was no longer there? That's why I'm confused because in my opinion, I was thinking it's got to be the 13th, 14th, or 15th. Something happened. And if you're saying that was the day she had it, then I don't know. I must have misheard her when she said, I thought she said December 8th, Evelyn was no longer there, like with her. Like, or how did she word it? I must have misunderstood. Okay. Thank you for saying that because it didn't seem right to me. December 8th. I don't know. No, not the 3rd, but then she said about the 10th. Or she said something about the 8th too, Casey. But
these text messages are coming through. That's where Evelyn is, okay? Just think about that for a second. I'm not going to take the time to go through these because you
Yeah,
can do
me
that. You
too.
can
Me
go-
too,
You
Ruth.
can take all of this back. with
That's
you.
what I was saying the whole time. 14th, 15th, or 16th. And the only reason I consider 13th is because maybe it took a day to, but I think 14th, I think the 14th, if I were to guess, because wasn't I think the 14th was the day she called her friend and said, hey, will you stay with me at the hotel? Right? Because, and she was acting all like weird and she didn't want to stay with Hunter. She just wanted to kind of be by herself. And then she said that her friend said that she just basically went to sleep, didn't really talk or anything. She just went to bed early. And then the next night she asked her, like, which I don't know why she's working all these hours, but her friend paid for a hotel. Remember, she paid for that one, I think the next night or something, right? And then they showed the hotel receipts and it was, she stayed like 4 or 5 nights, but the 13th and or 14th and 15th, I think, were the 2 days consecutive that when she was acting kind of weird, I think, and she didn't want to go with Hunter. So yeah, I was like, that had to happen. 14th, 15th, possibly 13th, and maybe it took a day for her to like, but I'm thinking 14th or 15th. I'm thinking 14th, the first day she got the hotel, because where was Evelyn? You know what I'm saying? Where would Evelyn have been? So I think the 14th. Yeah, I do. I must have really, I'm gonna watch that, but I don't want to because it was at the very beginning. I'll do it at the end. Maybe I'll watch it back real quick, what she said. But yeah.
Room. I encourage you to go back and read all of these text messages and remember the dates that we've talked about. But while Evelyn Boswell is sitting in this trash can and people are
Wait, I
asking
thought they said
Megan,
the 10th. Okay.
how's
I'm
Evelyn?
confused.
What does Megan say more than once? Mean as fuck. First of all, she's a 12-month-old child. And every other witness said that she was a lovely child to be around. And it's not a very nice statement to begin with, but it's definitely not a very nice statement when your kid is shoved down into a trash can upside down. And you know that. Agent Fraley was on the stand and you heard Megan Boswell admit that she knew Evelyn was dead. She's telling all of those stories to law enforcement. She told more than one person, Evelyn's mean as fuck. And when Agent Grass asked her about it, she goes, what's your point? What's your point? And that's an interview with Agent Grass that you can also go back and watch if you'd like to do that. So we saw the defendant enjoyed crying during this trial because she has an audience and she really enjoys that. But did we see her crying any other time? Did we see her crying from the witnesses on the witness stand and what they told us about her? Did we see her crying in the evidence that came in? No, Megan wasn't crying. Do you think she was crying when she filled out this apartment application with Hunter Wood, where they list 3 occupants are going to live in the apartment? And at first glance, we're like, oh, Megan, Hunter, and Evelyn. But that's not what the defendant told David Gratz. Do you remember what she told him? She said the 3rd occupant is the baby she's pregnant with because Hunter doesn't want Evelyn to live with him. Of course, we could also look at the date on that application, January 4th of 2020. And we also know another reason that Evelyn would not be living with them. Was Megan crying here? In 2020, when she posts on Instagram, so excited for our new home. You think Megan was crying when she posted that? To me, it looks like maybe Megan's just moving on with her life. As if Evelyn never even existed. What about here? Also posted in 2020. Keep in mind, Evelyn's still upside down in a trash can because Megan's not told anyone where she is. She's still spinning her lies. You think she sat here when she's picking out furniture for their new house? That she sat today? She has the gall to sit here and cry today and pretend she can't look at the pictures of what she did to her child? What about this one? Proud of my baby. New 2020 High Country. Was she sad then? What about in December? Weeks after Evelyn has been brutally murdered. What is Megan Boswell doing? Does she look, maybe we should zoom in. Does she look sad here? Maybe she is. Sure doesn't look like it. Her kid's upside down in a trash can. She's going to the aquarium with her new boyfriend. What about here? She doesn't look very sad to me. Hiking in Blowing Rock in 2020. No Evelyn. Evelyn's missing, still missing at this time. There's Megan hiking with her new boyfriend, moving on with her life. Not crying. Maybe Megan Boswell didn't have an end game. Maybe she didn't know. Maybe she hoped that Evelyn would never be found. But she had to know at some point these stories were going to catch up with her. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm asking you today, 5 years later, February 2025, to show Megan Boswell that her stories have caught up with her.
Yes,
The evidence
please.
shows the defendant.
Yes.
This person is the only person responsible for her child being dead. You heard it straight from Dr. Malushnik.
Mhm.
Evelyn shouldn't be dead. Evelyn should not be dead. I believe the defense brought up SIDS, reflux, rollover. I believe they even brought up a tongue tie as being a possible cause of death for Evelyn. How does that result? Any of those things? You know, he said in the beginning, the state can't even prove how she died. Are you kidding me? How does that end up with a baby in a trash can? The DNA. Let's talk about the DNA for a second. You've got the gloves that are in the trash can. And the defense somehow wants you to believe that gloves will keep fingerprints from happening. And then I guess whoever did that then took the gloves off, cut them up because they're cut up in small pieces and you can look at them when you get back there, and then dispose of them in the same trash can that the baby's in. That doesn't make sense.
Mm.
That doesn't make sense. And funny enough, guess what is there? Is DNA that matches Megan Boswell, that matches Evelyn. Go back through the testimony. There's not one piece of DNA, not one, that shows anyone, not Hunter Wood, not anyone else other than Megan Boswell is associated with that trash can, the evidence in the trash bags. And you heard Marla Gray, the DNA expert, talk about the mixture of DNA on some pillows that were found in the shed. And you also heard her say that that could even be from the person who made them in the factory. Or it could be from the person who touched the pillow at Walmart when they were trying to decide if they were going to buy it. It wasn't even enough DNA to test. So don't be led to believe that because of that, there's some unknown stranger who did these things. Look at the evidence. Look at the evidence that's in front of you. We have evidence. We have shown you the evidence. Don't think about the speculation. Don't think about the what ifs. Look at the evidence. Some really, really good. If I could, can I see the trash can for just a second, please? Thank you. Whose fingerprints were on the trash can? Do you remember what Agent Hoover said from the TBI yesterday? Of course, he's removed the rim. He talked about how it's smooth under the rim. If you're going to carry a trash can, how do you pick it up to carry it under the rim? Whose fingerprints were under that rim? Megan Boswell. Megan Boswell's fingerprints were under that rim.
Wow.
If we look at Exhibit 17, can you see the black trash bag there? Whose fingerprints are on that trash bag? Megan Boswell's fingerprints. And you heard Dr. Malushnik say, and I think you can see for yourself, that trash bag's not just gently placed down into the trash can. It has been forcefully, and it's a hard image. It's a very difficult image to think about. But that's the evidence that we've been left with, that black trash bag was placed on top of Evelyn in the white trash bag. And it was forcefully pushed down. Compressed, I think is a word that was used during the trial. And that's how Megan Boswell's fingerprints ended up on that black trash bag. Even more damning than that is the fact that Megan Boswell's fingerprints are on the foil wrapped around Evelyn's head.
Wow.
I would love to know a different explanation for how Megan Boswell's fingerprints got on that foil, on that trash can, on the black trash bag, except for the fact that she murdered her baby. She put her in that trash can with food trash and debris, covered her body, essentially mummified her, and tossed her away, literally, with the trash. Mr. Scott would like for you to think that the doctor's testimony, just that they shouldn't be able to just decide things in a vacuum. He kept mentioning, well, what if the child's dead on a table? And I think we all know that is not how doctors operate. Doctors operate off of medical histories and any information they can get. And that's what both doctors did in this case. They took everything, her birth records, her pediatric records, the scene itself, before they came to their conclusion. They don't operate in a vacuum. I think those were the words that Dr. Malushnik used, is they do not operate in a vacuum. And they determined what? Both doctors agree that this was a violent homicide, and that Evelyn Boswell died from some sort of asphyxiation. So, suffocation, I guess, is the easiest way to say it. So if it was not for, say, the position of her body upside down in the trash can, that could have killed her. We'll say it wasn't that. Then maybe it was the blanket that was pulled up over. Remember that? How it was tightly pulled up over her face. That could have been what it was. Or it could have been upside down in the trash can. Could have also been the trash bag that she was placed inside of, where she was unable to breathe. Could have been the foil that was wrapped around her head. Could have been the trash can itself. If you remember, the doctor testified that her face was compressed up against the side of the trash can. And her body was in a reverse S curve, to where her head was so far bent back into a reverse S because of how the defendant compressed her body down into the trash can. Forcefully compressed her body down into the trash can. Her head and neck were wrapped so tightly with foil that even when they removed the foil, you could still see the impression of the foil on her face. You could still see the trash can form still to her face. Quickly, I'm going to ask you to go to your verdict form page. And it's going to be probably at the very end of your packet. Page 50 is where it starts. So these verdict forms, I'm going to show you one example. Okay. So you'll see here, this is just for count 1, and I'm just giving it as an example. We, the jury, find the defendant and mark the appropriate box. So if you go back in the jury room and you agree as a whole that Megan Boswell is guilty of first-degree murder, you do not need to consider anything below that. Those are what we call lesser included offenses, and we're required by law to put those on.
That's what I was trying to figure out, if there was actually going to be anything else. They added some for the lesser. They did. Thank you. I was hoping we'd see it in closing arguments, or the judge would say it when he gives the jury instructions. There we go. So we have, this is what I've been asking: first degree murder, facilitation of first degree murder, guilty of attempt to commit first degree murder, facilitation of attempt to commit first degree murder, guilty of second degree murder, guilty of facilitation. That's what I was wondering, if they were going to do a second degree murder for a lesser charge. Now that there's different reasons why sometimes they don't offer that. Like, because, okay, let's say they would have went with like first degree murder, but since they have the lesser charge, they'll be like, yeah, we have a little bit of doubt. So they go to that, when maybe they would have just did the first degree if that's all they offered. But there's also a good thing to that is, there's both ways. It's good or bad. Like, what if they are like, oh, I'm not convinced, just first degree, so she doesn't get any murder, but now they have an option. So I think she'll get first degree murder though, because all her lies. Now, if she wouldn't have lied all those times, and then maybe like one time or something, and then came clean about Hunter or something, maybe there would have been a chance they would have believed her, even though, you know what I'm saying? But all those lies, I don't think. Wow. So second degree murder, I think, does 25 to life, right? Because isn't that what, wasn't that what Sarah Boone got? And it was like 25, but it depends if, wait, what was it? Like, if you have, well, every state's different, right? But if you have like a felony charge on your record, a violent felony, let me look that up. So this is Tennessee, right?
Those are what we call lesser included offenses, and we're required by law to put those on the verdict form for you to consider. But if you
It's not always the case, though. I know that.
unanimously agree that Megan Boswell is guilty of first degree murder, you can check that box and move on. You are not required to go through every single one of those if you believe that she is guilty of what she's charged with in that count. And if you go through these, you will see that each count of the indictment is similar. There are lesser included offenses for each one of these. And again, I will ask you that if you can unanimously agree, you do not need to go any further on that verdict form. The state has approved several elements for each charge, and those are also in your packet. Count 1 is premeditated first degree murder, that the defendant unlawfully killed the victim, that the defendant acted intentionally, and that the killing was premeditated. The next page defines premeditation for you as an act that was done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. It means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. So that means essentially, when Megan Boswell wrapped Evelyn in the blanket, and you think, well, maybe she didn't have premeditation then, she could have formed premeditation in the time where she applied the foil, or premeditation in the time that she put her in that trash bag, or premeditation in the time that she pushed the next trash bag on top of her body. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, there is nothing about this case that is not premeditated. Count 2 and count 3 are what we call felony murder in the state of Tennessee. That's where we allege that a murder happened during a certain felony. And these felonies are aggravated child abuse and aggravated child neglect. Again, those go hand in hand with premeditated first degree murder. we submit to you that not only did the defendant abuse the child, but that she neglected the child. And one of the perfect examples is how she left her in the trash can. That's neglect. Leaving her in the trash can, that's abuse. And it resulted in her death, which is felony murder. And we have to prove that the child is under the age of 8. There are many counts of false report. Page 29, I think, is where it starts. And it's counts, I believe, 7 through 17. The state must prove that the statement was made by the defendant, that it was made in response to a legitimate inquiry by law enforcement, and that it concerned material fact about the incident within the officer's concern. And if you remember, the defendant herself admits more than once that what she told the police was not true. So I submit that the state has proven each of those counts. Count 19, abuse of a corpse, page 30. The state must prove that the defendant mistreated a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, that she acted without legal privilege and acted knowingly. And I think that count speaks for itself, along with count 20, which is failure to report a death. A lot about this case really has been more about Megan Boswell than about this child, Evelyn. But Evelyn mattered. She deserved to grow up. She deserved that, but her mom took that away from her. And there's no evidence that anyone else was involved. I think you can see this was a pretty good investigation. It was very thorough, and the evidence continued to point in only one direction. The evidence only pointed at one person, Megan Boswell. She failed her daughter. She had the chance to keep her safe, to protect her, to give her to someone else if she couldn't handle her. You heard from the witnessing, there were people that she could have given Evelyn to that would have given her a beautiful life. But instead, she violently murdered her daughter. She told story after story after story for 2.5 months. And maybe the worst part is that she just went on with her life as if Evelyn had never even existed. But Evelyn did exist. Evelyn is a real person. And Megan Boswell should not be able to go on as if Evelyn did not exist. There are things we will never know about what happened. None of us will ever know everything. I think it's fair to say that we do know that Evelyn was in the way. She was in the way of Megan Boswell living the life that she thought she deserved, that she wanted to live. So Megan removed her. It's as simple as that. So today, 5 years later, almost 5 years to the day that Evelyn was reported missing, we are going to ask that you hold Megan Boswell accountable for what she did for her child. I submit to you the state has proven every count and every element of every count beyond reasonable doubt. And we are going to ask that you return a verdict of guilty.
In your affidavit, you said before the defense put up.
Okay, so now let's watch. Look, somebody he made. Yeah, I have to share the link of the guy that made this. He has like a website. Okay, so what am I doing here? Let me exit out of this. Now we're gonna play the other DA part. What did I say I was gonna do in between? I already forget. I already forget, guys. All right, let me get the other. How does my Oh, I see. That's why. Okay. All right, 1 second. So we have that. Now we're gonna do wait, we never finished that. Megan Boswell's. Oh, I had 2 of them. Oh my God, that was so loud in my ear. Whoa. I did not like that. Did you guys hear that? Oh my lordy. That was bad. All right. Why was that so loud? Okay, so let me play Deputy District Attorney William Harper does a closing argument too. So they got 2. Sometimes they'd have 2 people that do it. And then we'll do her lawyer after that. Okay. I like closing and opening because I feel like they're interesting and there's a lot of information always in it, like a sum up of everything. Oh, you're right. That's what I said. You're right. I want to do one more. I want to finish well, I don't know. I kind of just want to, you're right. That's what I was going to do. But I kind of want to do, since it's already 4 hours, I kind of want to do the rest of the closing and then see if I feel up to still doing that. Because I for sure want to do the closing arguments. I don't know if I for sure want to finish that because it's already 4 hours. Dang it. That's the thing with a trial. You can't, it takes a lot of time. All right. Oh, shoot. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, much like Megan Boswell, Mr. Scott seems to have some very convenient explanations for what happened in this case. Lots of things that happened in this case. All of the evidence in this case that points to his client, he's got some sort of explanation for it. But the problem is, in order to buy into this, in order to believe it, you have to believe Megan Boswell. You have to believe that she spoke to Agent Fraley on the 25th, that she was somehow, for the first and only time in this courtroom, speaking the truth. But I think each of you, as you sit here, know that's not possible. That's not possible. Megan Boswell is one of those people. You used to hear the expression, the truth ain't in them. The truth's not in Megan Boswell. She doesn't know how to tell the truth. Everything that she tells to every person in her life is for some reason. And that reason is because Megan is trying to get something out of it. She is a master manipulator. Even at 17 years old, you sit there and watch those videos. She's trying to play everybody. She's trying to play the law enforcement officers who are interviewing her. She's playing her friends, every person in her life who walked through that gate and sat up on that witness chair was in some way manipulated by Megan Boswell. Some way. Whether it was about Evelyn, whether it was about how she was going to pay for a babysitter, whether you're the father of my child, whether you're a great grandfather, whether your wife who's dying of cancer is babysitting the kid. I mean, she knows no bounds. There is no person that she will not manipulate and tell untruths about and to. No one. But Mr. Scott comes in here today and says, hey, come on, ladies and gentlemen, the 25th, that was the point, which she decided, hey, I'm going to be truthful here. No, it wasn't. No, we know it's not. It was just another story. She was telling law enforcement to lead them some other way. That's all it was. And if you remember, Nathan Gratz testified. General Massengill was asking him the question, when did this first thing about accidents and rollovers, when did that come up? Well, it came up when the police and law enforcement finally said, we got nothing going on here. We got to give her an out. We got to give her something so we can try to find this kid. They're the ones who suggested it. And then very conveniently, the next day, she comes in, and guess what? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I've been lying to you all for days and days and days now. But now I'm going to tell you the truth. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened. I submit to you, the only time that Megan Boswell may have told the truth about some small portion, if you remember during one of the interviews, Lieutenant Price, who had been very patient with her up until that point in time, finally said, come on, something happened on December 21st. And she stopped him and corrected him. Remember? She said, no, something happened before December 21st. Yeah, something did. She murdered her child. That's what happened before December 21st. Ladies and gentlemen, before I speak further about the physical evidence that ties and shows that Miss Boswell is the one who is guilty in this case and who needs to be held accountable, I want to take you back to jury selection. Last week when you all were first up here and up there, and I asked you if all of you had brought your common sense with you. And if you, all of you, as you listen to the evidence in the case, would use your common sense. And everyone agreed that you would. And so I want to remind you of that. And it reminds you to apply that to the evidence that you've heard, the testimony that you've heard in this case. Because the defense wants to say that perhaps, again, speculating, it's a possibility that Evelyn just died one day in early December. And then all of a sudden, Megan engages in this just pattern of just totally bizarre behavior that involves wrapping her child in a blanket, tightly pressing her head in aluminum foil and stuffing her in a trash can, and then engaging in this just convoluted tale to anybody who wants to inquire about what's going on with Evelyn. But it's a remarkable coincidence, isn't it, that all this occurs at the same time that she starts working at the chicken shack. And then she meets Hunter Wood. You know, that Hunter Wood, the one who lives out on the lake in the big house. And remember, this is where Megan's living before December. These are the conditions Megan's subjecting her child to before December. Then she meets Hunter Wood. Big house out by the lake. Dad owns a business that I'm working at. Remember the other things she's telling investigators as time goes on. Needed a break. Watching 3 kids. Remember, her mom had the 2 other young siblings. Needed a break. Was tired. Wanted Ethan Perry to step up. I've been raising this kid for a whole year by myself. Probably a little bit of truth in there. A little bit of truth. But it's a remarkable coincidence. This kid, Evelyn, natural causes, just dies right at the same time. Apply your common sense in asking yourselves why. Why would Megan Boswell then start on December the 7th? She tells Bailey Hawkins, hey, it's just me. Ethan's grandma has Evelyn right now. December 7th. Remember, she starts Chicken Shack the 2nd, 7th, 5 days. 5 days later. Why did she start telling all these things that are obviously not true? I'm in a custody battle with Ethan. I don't have her. Evelyn's sick. She's got the flu. Can't bring her. Can't bring her up there to get the Christmas gifts. Let you see her. Why does she do that? Why does a mom who, by everybody's testimony, everybody's, her friend Bailey Hawkins told you, I mean, yeah, she wasn't a perfect mom, but she did well. She did well. They all did. I mean, she posted pictures on Facebook, Instagram. Everybody. Her own pediatrician, Dr. Pugh, came in here. Yeah. She's a good kid. We didn't have any concerns. Healthy, meeting milestones, an advanced child. Why does a mom who dotes over her kid, who won't even let anybody babysit, she's so protective of this child? Remember Erica Stacy? I mean, heaven's sakes. I mean, that's an ex-boyfriend's mom who is willing to babysit the kid so that her son can go on dates with her. She won't let her do it. She won't let her do it. She will not let her babysit. That's how protective she is of this child. So why? Apply your common sense. She won't do it because she can't face the truth about what she's done. She can't face that truth. She can't look at that picture. And I'm not going to put it back up there for you. She can't face what she's done to that child. Discarding her like a piece of garbage. That's what she did. She can't face that truth. So she engages in just spinning all these stories to everybody. Everybody that comes with a story, she's deflecting that out because she doesn't want to face that. It is almost unbelievable to me that the defense is still arguing that Hunter Wood had some involvement in this case. I mean, truly unbelievable to me that they're making that argument. That has no credibility, number one. And two, no proof whatsoever. Not a single shred of evidence has been presented in this courtroom that ties Hunter Wood to anything dealing with the death of Evelyn Boswell. Not one thing. It's all just rank speculation. Oh, well, because he's in a mental hospital, therefore he must have done something. Right? No. How many people walked up there, took that witness stand and said, oh yeah, I remember when I saw Hunter and Evelyn and Megan together. I remember when I saw that. None. Nobody said that. How many people said, oh yeah, I remember when I saw Hunter holding Evelyn at the chicken? No. Again, nobody said that. No evidence, nothing from that witness stand ever put Hunter with Evelyn. She evidently wants you to believe, again, and I'll put this picture back up there. She wants you to believe that Hunter, and remember her when she's talking to Agent Fraley, that Hunter went over to her place. That's her place. Stayed the night with her and rolled over on the child. He's got a place over, nice place over on the lake, remember. But that's what she wants you to believe. When her breaking point, when she's finally telling the truth. Apply your common sense to that. What else possibly ties Hunter to this case? To Evelyn's body being disposed? Well, maybe it's the playhouse over on Tommy's property. No. Again, we know Evelyn is probably gone 5 days after she first met Hunter from working at the chicken shack. But Megan Boswell wants you to believe that he's then able to go onto her property and stick a body in a trash can in a playhouse that was built for Megan Boswell. Mr. Scott asked you, and I wrote it down. He asked you who was more likely to have left a print on the foil. Well, I'll tell you who's more likely to have left a print on the foil. The person whose print was found on the foil, Megan Boswell. he stands up here, and again, we've got explanations for everything. Well, maybe it was possible she tore a sheet off earlier, and in doing that, she grabbed the foil and left a print. Well, there's no Hunter Wood prints on any of the foil. The bag that's stuffed on top of the body where Evelyn's found. Multiple prints on that. None of them belong to Hunter. They all belong to Megan Boswell. He wants to say, and again, it's still beyond my comprehension that we're talking about Hunter Wood here. You know, why wouldn't Hunter give a DNA sample? I don't know. Perhaps because Hunter is being mucked up in Megan's world here. My gosh. Here I am dating this girl, and all of a sudden I got TBI agents asking me about a child that's missing and no explanation for it. Maybe that's why. And again, in this particular case, you heard from Agent Gray. What does it matter? There's nothing that was tested. All those things she testified to yesterday, all of them, all those things I handed up to her, that she analyzed, not one piece of them had any identifiable DNA on it that could have been tied back to Hunter. None. Everything was Megan's or Evelyn's or limited profiles. As I remember, I asked her, like, if everybody in the world's DNA to her, she wouldn't have been able to match any DNA to Hunter Wood. Nothing. Nothing. Everything connected that body in the trash can comes back to Megan Boswell. And then, let's not forget, in the middle, while all this is going on, February 22nd, Megan's child's missing.
Baby?
They question Hunter.
How are you?
And they have this conversation.
I love you, Baba. Hold on, there's a video and I don't know where it's playing something and there's nothing playing. Hold on a second. I was talking to Zeke. It's a video. Oh, hey, Mama Mia. How are you? Yay. Dang it. Where did that come from, though? This is making me, I don't understand. I got to find it. I'm afraid if I press, hold on. I don't know. That was weird. I mean, yeah, that's. Mm. I was playing and you guys weren't even hearing it. I'm over here playing it. I'm like listening, cleaning out my files, and I forgot to share it. I'm an idiot. How far back? Hold on. Let me go see how far back we left off on. I'm sorry. Dang it. Now I'm gonna have to rewind it. How long ago was that? Let me see. I'm sorry. I forgot to share my freaking screen again. Not even on mine? You can't even hear me? You can't hear me? I think you could hear me. Oh, I was answering and I couldn't even hear anything on the phone. Sorry, I was not looking for anything. I thought I had this shared. I pushed play. I didn't have my freaking screen shared. I was cleaning out my files as I was listening to this. Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to go back and see how far back. How far back did I freaking oh, I feel like an idiot now. Oh my god, I feel so stupid. I'm sorry, guys. I almost want to just like delete this video. I swear. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out where I left off at. You guys are probably just like, what is she doing? Yeah, I was really looking at stuff. Hold on. I'm trying to go back to where I was. Man, I was probably making the weirdest face. It was all big. Dang it. I hate this. I want to like, I almost want to delete this video. I really do. I don't like it. I think I don't know if I could keep this up. Like I was doing that for a while. Hold on, I'm just trying to get back to where I freaking flash shared my screen. So far back. Oh my lord. Hold on. Why did I even stop it to begin with? I'm confused. Now I'm mad at myself. All right, hold on. I think it's perfect because the last time up, it was sharing messages, so I could. It's up. Yeah, cool. I'll be able to pick up. Wow, that was a while. I wish somebody would have told me sooner. I just want to end this. I'm like almost embarrassed in a way. Because I'm over here thinking you guys are watching this. I'm just like cleaning out my files because I'm like, you know what? I could actually clean out my files and I'm still able to hear. So I might as well do two things at once, right? Oh my God. It's just so, I just feel really stupid right now. I don't like that. I just did that. Okay, here we go.
What evidence did you hear that there was any sort of contrived conversations going on here? Nothing. Again, nothing. In order to believe that, you've got to believe one person, Megan Boswell. And we know you can't believe her. No. Hunter says, yeah, but where's the baby? I just want the baby to be found safely. What's her response? If she was truly trying to cover this up, a little bit better response would probably be heard. She says, Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what TBI is doing. His concern, please assure me the baby will be found and brought home safely. That's not a conversation with someone that you have that has disposed of a body. It has helped.
Oh, maybe it wasn't that far back.
Your dead child. That's not a conversation.
Hold on, I'm getting.
Hunter Wood's not at play here.
Never mind, it wasn't.
Not at all. Not at all.
Shoot.
Defense has also talked to you about
well.
These things that medical conditions that they questioned the medical examiners about yesterday. Possible things that might have caused Evelyn to just suddenly die of natural causes. A perfectly healthy child. Again, he's asking you to speculate about possibilities. But we don't decide this case on possibilities. And if you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't hear from just two doctors about Evelyn's condition, about what kind of a child she was. You heard from three doctors. Her pediatrician testified in this case too. And what did she tell you? Evelyn was a healthy child, advanced, had met all of her milestones. Any concerns about her health? No, her concern was that on December the 5th, she doesn't show up for her year checkup appointment. She's a no-show. That's her concern, not Evelyn's got tongue tie. I'm concerned maybe she's going to die from SIDS. Not, oh, she's got some sort of.
To some people here. Oh, thanks, Flo. I like the mishaps. You're brilliant. Yeah, but I was sitting there just like making faces. You guys are just watching me because I'm over here listening to this because I can still hear it. You guys can't. And I'm just like going through my files, trying to clean them out. Oh, my Lord. I just wanted to get some of them cleaned out because it makes it easier to find things, you know? Anyway, oh, thanks, Ajam. Thank you too, guys. I might have to cut that part out. The only thing is if you cut out a part in a live, then it takes away the live chat. I hate that. Any edit, and you know, which makes no sense. Even if you like blur or mute a part, I understand if you cut a part out because if you cut a part out of the video, you have to take the live chat because it doesn't match up. The live chat, you know, goes with the live. So I understand why they can't keep the live chat in if you cut a clip out. But if you blur or like mute a part, like why would you have to take the live chat? The live chat could just lay over top and you just, you know what I'm saying? It shouldn't affect it. That sucks I don't like it because a lot of people like to look at the live chat, but all right, guys.
Reflux going on. I'm afraid she might be at risk to just suddenly die one day. That's not her concern. And remember, and Mr. Scott didn't talk about this because you don't want to talk about it. I asked Dr. Malusnik yesterday about statistics. This wasn't just her opinion. These are statistics kept by the Department of Health in Tennessee about the number of kids over 1 year of age who die in rollover deaths. Entire state of Tennessee last year, none. Entire state of Tennessee last 10 years, none. But yet they want you to believe that's a possibility in this case. She's the first one, ladies and gentlemen, evidently, the first one. No, it's not a possibility. You decide this case on the evidence that you've heard, the testimony you've heard from that witness stand. And the testimony you heard from 2 different medical examiners said this child died from asphyxiation. That's what they told you. Both of them told you that. He said they had contrary opinions. They didn't have contrary opinions. One of them had a little stronger opinion, but they both had the same opinion. They both told you the cause of death was the same thing, asphyxia. And all the evidence in this case points to one person alone as being the person who caused that asphyxiation.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
This wasn't
Wait
an
a
accident, ladies and
minute.
gentlemen.
Why did that?
It wasn't an accident at all. You've got lots of evidence of premeditation sitting over there in that box. This isn't a little piece of tin foil. This isn't foil like you stick around a baked potato and stick in the oven. You saw it. You saw the photographs, and the foil's in there. Pull it out. It's a big old piece of foil. Mr. Scott wants to suggest maybe it's sitting down in the trash can. Somebody pulled it out. Nobody's using that much foil. Use your common sense. And remember the testimony from Dr. Malusnik yesterday about how that foil was applied. That blanket, so tight when they're taking it off, the impressions left on that child's face. The foil, how painstakingly slow they had to pull it off because it was tightly compressed around the child's head. I submit to you, that's premeditation, ladies and gentlemen. That's intent. That's not an accident. It's part of this case, ladies and gentlemen, that, as Mr. Scott said, is really, sad. It really is. It's a tragedy. You think about all those people that you heard testify, how easily all of this could have been avoided. All these people, Bailey Hawkins, Audrey Gibbs, Casey Saltz, Dale Kite, Paul Miller, Erica Stacy. Any one of those people would have taken that child. All this could have been avoided. But Megan Boswell only cares about one person, and that's Megan Boswell. She started a facade back first week of December after she killed her child. She created this world, this web, you've heard it called. And that's a pretty good description of it. It's a web. And it traps and ensnares everybody that she comes into contact with. She started this facade back then, and it's continued and continued and continued. And she brought it into here to this courtroom in front of you. And she's trying to get you all to believe the rollover, believe the accident, believe my child died of natural causes, and that I just flipped out and engaged in this totally bizarre behavior. But in order to do that, you have to ignore the evidence in this case. You have to ignore the forensics that place her and her alone as the perpetrator of this crime. This case is the very opposite of an accident. It was an intentional and knowing murder of a child. Megan Boswell got rid of Evelyn so that Megan could be Megan. She enjoyed it. You've seen the pictures General Massengill showed you. Hanging out on Blowing Rock, going to the aquarium, Super Bowl party. Megan Boswell sits here in this courtroom today as guilty as she was back in that first week in December. As guilty as she was on February the 18th, when she first came in there, Detective Perez, James Lewis interviewed. She acted all surprised. What are y'all going to do? You going to find my child for? What do you do when a child goes missing? Remember those expressions, those questions she threw out there? She sits here in this courtroom today as guilty as she was back then because she never learned the one lesson that we all know, which is that you're responsible for your actions and your choices in life. And she sits here because she refused to learn that lesson. You've heard her interviews. She takes responsibility for nothing. But today is the day.
It's actually really sad, though, if you think about it, because like Hunter probably is just one of her victims. Like, it's sad that his mental health went that bad because, like, he was building a house. He was doing good. Like, I always thought he owned that chicken shack, but he didn't. I guess his dad did. But I mean, he probably was a manager or probably got, some money because he built, they built a house, right? And he was going to be doing really good. I'm sure his parents probably helped, but it's like, and then now, he's having this mental breakdown type thing, and he probably does have schizophrenia, and it probably would have happened regardless. But maybe not, because sometimes something could trigger it and you're vulnerable to it, but something triggers it into happening, or like it might not have happened right then. It kind of like made it happen then. You know what I'm saying? But going through that, like, if he really has nothing to do with it, he's being called, the people are accusing him, and then now he's in a mental hospital, but he had like a potential future. It's kind of sad if you think about it. I don't know. I mean, I don't really know what kind of guy he was. Like, was all this stuff, his arrest, because of his mental stuff going on, like, was he not really, maybe he really wasn't a bad guy, but he was just, he needs to be like on medicine and be somewhere, so I don't know. It's just kind of sad.
You get to hold her responsible for those actions, for her poor choices and decisions, for her decision to get rid of Evelyn, to dispose of her like a piece of garbage. That's what she did, ladies and gentlemen. She disposed of her child like a piece of garbage. But her poor choices and decisions have a price, and they have a consequence. The state has proven to you over the course of the last week, Megan Boswell is guilty. First-degree murder, false report, tampering with evidence, and failing to report that death to authorities. We ask today that you hold her responsible for those poor decisions by finding her guilty as charged.
Thank you, John. That concludes the attorneys.
Okay. So that's the states. Now let's listen to her defense's closing arguments. I wonder, like, this guy right here, isn't this the same guy that's been with her since the beginning? I'm pretty sure it looks like him, but I'm not sure because I heard she got rid of him. I'm not sure, but he actually was probably gonna be good. Like, it seemed like if she got rid of him and that's not him and he just looks like him a little bit, it seemed like he really believed in her innocence. So does this guy right here. But whoever she had at first that looks like this guy, and I'm not sure if it is, seemed like he really like believed in her. Like he was, he did a couple of news little quick interviews and he really wanted to represent her. I almost think he was doing it for free or something. I got to look back and see if this is him. But regardless, this guy's not a very good speaker. Her defense, why didn't they have him speak more? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, maybe he's not that good either, but this guy mumbled. You couldn't understand him. He was like kind of reminds me of me. Like I'm not good with words. Like I kind of like stumble over my words and can't think of words. So I would never want to get up there and do that. There's no way. I wouldn't be good at that. I'd be like, I might be good at the other part. I'd be like, no, you're the one going to be up there talking and, doing the opening and closing statements and asking the questions. But I wouldn't be a good lawyer anyway. But I'm just saying, like, does this guy just suck it at that bad? Because this guy's not very good. The guy that they have, as far as with his words, like he's not even on those interviews. He's just not like he doesn't. It's not smooth talker. Like it doesn't just like come out easily. It's very like he can't think of his words a lot. Like I said, he's hard to understand. But anyway, yeah. All right. So let me find. What am I doing? Oh, finding his. Okay, let me take this down. Let me find hers. Her closing his. I haven't watched these yet, so I don't even know. I don't know what to expect with his. Well, I kind of do just from his opening statements, but we obviously know where he's going to go with it. But wait, I have a question. Did it ever come out who the real dad was? Since I missed a lot of the trial, it'll just be like one probably part, like out of all of that. I don't know where to find it, but he said it'd probably come out who the real dad is. I know, like the rumor is that Eric Smith, but I wanted to see if it was ever confirmed. Okay, so where are we at? Deputy Harper. Okay, so we did this. Now here's hers, Jean Scott. All right, you guys ready for Jean Scott? Mm-hmm. Oh, it's all saying. Did you just get here?
Good afternoon. I appreciate y'all's time. Appreciate you being
No,
here.
Tyler, I got the practice piece.
You may not be here by your own free will, but I still appreciate it.
I don't always wear tie-dye, but I do a lot. But it's probably more because like it's not as bright. It's just kind of like more like what's the word? Not a bright color, but I like it actually. It's got pockets right here. I like because it's like light almost kind of and then it's just got pockets. So it's not like at least a big coat, but I love pockets. I'm a big pocket person. I love pockets. Oh, okay. Wait, you have? Wow. I'm just now seeing you. But I'm not I miss so much of chat. So I mean it's not that weird, but I would have thought I would have seen you at least once. Are you joking? Izzy Soul and Mama Mia, how are you, my future girl? Or wait. I mean my person wait. My friend in the future or whatever is Australia. Hey, I was talking about you the other day. Tell them how there's like half hours that you are different than us, and it's not always on the hour. I was telling them how like we were talking about it, and I think it was on Rumble, and were you up? I don't remember, but I thought you were joking and messing with me, and then we found out that yeah, like you're ahead of us in some parts where it's like a half hour. Like, what time is it where you're at right now? I'll show you guys. Mamma mia. Yeah, Sane, you're a brat. uh, I want to see. Is she still here, Mommy? Are you still here? Oh, pants in your. Hey, I want some holes in your pants. Oh my God, guys, I'm being silly. I don't even know. I'm not even making sense. I'm just being really. After that freaking me thinking you guys are over here watching this and you're watching my face making faces. I just watched. I was looking at it when I found out. I'm like, oh my God, it's embarrassing. Because I'm not even thinking. Like I'm thinking we're all watching the freaking video, so I'm over here not even knowing what the heck my face is doing. Oh my Lord. It's embarrassing. Anyway, it is. Tell me, what time is it there? No, Deb, yours is different then. See, look, 5:10. Because different places in Australia are, well, obviously 5:10. It's 1:40 here. It's off by a whole half hour. Now tell me, did you guys know that it does that? Because I always thought it was always on the hour, like it wouldn't be off a half hour of anything. Does that make sense? And I wasn't the only one though, because when we realized, people were like, really? There was a lot of people that were like, oh my God. And then there were some people that knew. So I'm not the only one thinking that like thinking their whole life that it was never like that. But isn't that crazy? Because when she was telling me, I'm like, well, no, you're messing with me because it's like 140, you know what I'm saying? And it can't be a whole 30. Isn't that crazy though? Has anybody else thought that or no? Or am I the only stupid one? No, I know I'm not, because that night people were like, whoa. But what about in chat? Did anybody else not know that before? Well, I know I mentioned it last live, but did anybody else not know that? Hold on, Bella. I'm talking for a minute. I'm sorry. I know some people annoy. It's annoying when I talk, but I just want to see. It confuses me. LOL. Yeah. There we go. At least we got one person. Anybody else? Isn't it? Yeah. It like just like whoa. There we go. Okay. Thank you. All right. I care. All right. I'll play it.
This is a hard case. There's a lot of emotion in this case. And
Okay. So
Heather
you
Matthews does
knew
very
that.
good at giving an emotional closing and wanting you to play on your emotions. Jury instructions will tell you that this case is not about your emotions. It's not about sympathy. It's not about anything else. It's about proof and what's in the evidence. That's what this case is about. This case is more about what Megan Boswell didn't do than what she did do. Now, I'll go back through the witnesses here with you in a minute. But the state seems to be putting forth a theory that you should convict her of first-degree murder because she didn't grieve appropriately. She had fun after her child died. Now, is it far-fetched to believe that the child died in the first part of December, like she says? No, that seems to be the point where you see Megan's personality start to change. But I would suggest to you that change occurs when the child dies. You start to hear various friends come in and they talk. I can name them for you. Let's talk about Casey Saltz. She worked at Megan's pediatrician. And she was also technically would have been Megan's foster sister, I guess. She was the daughter of Megan's foster mother. And she talked about Megan being a good mother. She acknowledged that. She witnessed that. Megan brought her to the doctor. You have an exhibit in the records. It's item 67. It came in through the pediatrician. Read that page for page. It demonstrates that Megan was a good mother to Evelyn. She took her to the doctor for well check. She took her to the doctor for sick. She got medicine for her. She did what she should do. And then she misses that appointment in December. And that's when this starts. And I would admit to you, when all of this really starts, the child is dead. Now, we hear from other witnesses. We hear from Paul Miller. That is Ethan Perry's grandfather. He had no reason to believe that she wasn't a good mother. Seemed like she liked being a mom. Saw no signs of abuse or neglect. We heard from Audrey Gibbs. She had been with Megan almost every day up until she moved to Knoxville in 2019. She describes Megan as a good mom. There were a few things. There was once where she had to thought her diaper needed to be changed. Once where they neglected to buckle the car seat. But those are mistakes. That's not child neglect. That's not child abuse. Those are mistakes. Audrey talks about Megan coming to Knoxville at the end of December sometime, and by that point she's acts disassociated. She's not normal. She's saying "I love you" over and over again to her. So, again, maybe she's not grieving right. Bailey Hawkins stayed at the Econo Lodge with Megan. Megan just went to sleep, despite Bailey thought they might do things, they might talk or whatever they might do. But she just went to sleep. Again, I would suggest to you she's disassociated. Bailey saw no signs of abuse, no signs of neglect. Mr. Horn questioned her. She described Evelyn as the one consistent love that Megan had. And Megan is a girl who comes from a world of fractured relationships. And Miss Massengill wants to downplay Megan's home life. Matt Price did. There's a video in there. He talks about it. He talks about, I mean no disrespect, but I know that Boswell family. I'm aware of them. I know how you come up. Your mom and daddy using drugs. I mean, you want to talk about a home life? Watch the video with Agent Fraley. Her mom was let in there in stripes, a jail uniform. What kind of home life was that? And then we get to Caitlin Jones Carter, who you can make what you want of her testimony. Her body language tells me she's no longer Megan's friend. However, she described, aside from the one day when she saw Evelyn as dirty, that Megan had been a good mother. No signs of abuse, no signs of neglect. She said she saw Evelyn sometime in December. She tried to tie it to her school, but she really couldn't give us a specific date. So I think the best you can say is that it's sometime in December. Gail Kite. Let's talk about her. Megan's foster mom. She gets Megan when Megan comes into her foster care. Megan's 7 months pregnant. She's 17 years old. Gail describes her as looking like she's not pregnant, as being underweight. We know from the medical records and the testimony that come in from Dr. Smith, Megan suffered from intrauterine growth restriction at that time. We've heard that. So that's the shape she's in. But Gail talks about how she gets her in good shape. She has the baby. She's a loving mother. She takes care of the baby. Gail never saw abuse, never saw neglect, never had any doubts about Megan. Erica Stacy, and that's the mother of Megan's ex-boyfriend, and I think his name is, can't remember his name honestly. That's the mother of his ex-boyfriend. She described Megan as a good mother. Evelyn was always clean. And I'll point something out to you. The state wants you to believe that Megan just meets Hunter Wood and throws this child away for him. She didn't do that for, I think it's Kaleb Stacy. She didn't do that for Kaleb. There were other boyfriends. Now, there's talk about, a lot of talk about Ethan Perry thinking he was the father. Well, the proof you've actually seen is they go about as Ethan is the father. And there's been no proof that Megan knew that he wasn't the father at that point. I'm not trying to, I mean, it just happens that sometimes people may think one person's the father and they're not. But calling him out of anything or anything else. Like, it's not like this didn't start early on that she thought Ethan was the father. She obviously thought a lot of Ethan. She drove to Texas, took Evelyn to see him. Now, he did say one thing that kind of struck me a little odd. He acted as though she just showed up in Texas. I suspect, and he finally admitted on cross-examination, that he told her where he was in Texas. You just don't hop in the car and drive to Texas and say, I'll drive around El Paso till I see his car in the parking lot, pull in. That's not what happened. I think he kind of wanted you to think that, but that's not what happened. Let's talk about Randy Wood. Randy Wood is the father of Hunter Wood. The state called him. The state is the one who elicited the information about Hunter Wood being hospitalized. That's the first you hear of him being hospitalized. It's the state. Now, Ms. Massagill wants you to think I have some grand conspiracy theory. I don't. I do have a statement from Megan Boswell when she talks to Agent Fraley about what happened in this case. She says, Hunter was there when Evelyn died. I wrapped her up and I swaddled her. I held her. She kept getting colder as the day went on. I didn't want her to get cold. Hunter took her and he got rid of her. Now, they want you to believe that that's just impossible. Why did Hunter not give his DNA? Ask yourself that. If you have nothing to hide, why wouldn't you just let them test your DNA against all the evidence they had? Turns out they couldn't have tested it, probably. But he didn't give them that chance because he had something to hide. Now, his dad said that he was schizophrenic. I asked him, is he schizophrenic and have hallucinations? He agreed with me on that. He also agreed with me when I asked him if he talked about using an aluminum foil or tin foil. And he says, yeah, he talks about some off-the-wall stuff. Now, ask yourself, who's more likely to wrap that child in tinfoil? The child's mother that has cared for the child, taken care of the child, or the boyfriend who's schizophrenic? And I'm not trying to vilify Hunter Wood. That's not been my intention throughout this trial. But Megan's statement
I'm on mute. I touched it though. You will see me. I touched it to try to unmute it. Why didn't Anyway, what I was saying is I had it down. I'm so mad. I was down there getting my and I was like, why can't I hear it? I'm like, I turned up the YouTube already on the last video. But I think because this was a different window for some reason, because I usually do listen to them down. I usually turn down the volume, I guess, when I'm listening to them, but it was so low. I apologize. So now it'll be louder, guys. I'm sorry. It was just this one, I think.
is that one of them rolled over on the bed. The young mother may think that. There could have been other causes. When we get to the causes, I guess we can go ahead and we can talk about Dr. Smith and Dr. Malushnik. Now, Dr. Smith asked her about several different things. She's the lady who actually performed the autopsy. And she formed an opinion of homicidal death based on the way the child was in the trash can. But she could not tell you a medical basis for for the child's death, other than a diagnosis of exclusion. And the diagnosis of exclusion is simply, we don't know what else is wrong with her, so she must have smothered in this trash can. That's what they want, what she said, essentially. Now, I cross-examined her about a lot of things. I asked her about SIDS. And even though the subsequent doctor didn't agree with it, Dr. Malusnik, I didn't ask about something that didn't exist. Dr. Schmidt knew exactly what SIDS was. We talked about it. We talked about the ages, how we don't know what causes it. She answered questions about it. She said, and ultimately, she could not rule that out in this case. Just like she could not say with any degree of certainty that the child was placed in the trash can alive or dead. She couldn't say that. She brought up that the child had a heart valve that leaked. She admitted under cross-examination that that could have been what killed the child. We talked about laryngeal, we talked about laryngeal convulsions. Could that have caused the death of the child? She admitted it could. Now, Ms. McGill I brought up tongue tie. I brought up GERD. I brought up an infection she had, because all of those things can lead to the onset of SIDS. That's the research, and Dr. Schmidt agreed with that. Now, I want to tell you something about Dr. Schmidt and Dr. Malusnik. I think Dr. Schmidt she was the medical examiner in Johnson City when this happened. Dr. Malusnik is not her boss. She's not, it's not like she's somehow over her. Dr. Schmidt was the chief medical examiner at the Jenkins Autopsy Center, Forensic Center. Subsequently, for whatever reason, the state sent her report to Dr. Malusnik for another opinion. Dr. Malusnik only reviewed her report, and she finds that it's a good report. But then she wants to go further and find some type of certainty that child was placed in the trash can. And you saw an exchange between me and her in here yesterday. It went on for 4 or 5 questions. And I kept asking her, doctor, can you say any type of certainty? What can you say about this? Can you conclusively say that child was dead when it was wrapped in the blanket, wrapped in tinfoil, and put in the trash can? She evaded that question. She wouldn't answer that question. She finally answered that question only after being content that she didn't directly answer the question. And her answer was, no, I can't say conclusively. And then she threw out kind of a parting shot at me as she left. And suggest to you the more accuracy of that parting shot, she said the child could have been murdered some other way. Should have been. The child could have died some other unknown way. That's what the truth would have been. She presupposed that this child was alive when it went in the trash can. The doctor who did the autopsy was very clear she could not conclude that. She said it couldn't be excluded, but it cannot be included. Dr. McLustick come in with a preconceived notion of that's what happened. Now, the state has to prove to you cause of death in this case. They have to prove that child was unlawfully killed. They have to prove this wasn't an accident. The proof from Dr. Schmidt leaves open a heart, it leaves open SIDS, laryngeal convulsion, it leaves open all of those things. We don't know what happened. And it also left open a rollover, which is what Megan told Agent Fraley. And now, Would Megan know for sure that that's what happened? Maybe not. You wake up and you find your baby dead in bed. Could you not come to the reasonable conclusion one of us must have rolled over on it? She's 17 years old. She's not sophisticated. She's had a hard life. She's scared that she's going to get in trouble. Hunter Wood's scared that he's going to get in trouble. And that's why she does what she does. Hunter takes the baby to dispose of it. She knows about it. Is that right on her part? No, it's not. Should she have called and reported? She absolutely should have. I told you that in my opening statement. Have they proved that she's a liar over and over? They have. Don't deny that. They haven't proved she's a murderer. You have more counts of false report than I can really count. I think there's 11 or 12 of them. Almost every time she's talking to law enforcement, you're considering a count of false report. With the exception of, you're not considering one for the time she talked to Agent Fraley. That's not before you. I would submit to you what happened was the conversation with Agent Fraley on the 25th of February, almost 5 years ago. That was a breaking point. That's a breaking point where she finally admits Evelyn is dead. She's able to admit to herself. You saw all these pictures she's sending back and forth before that. That's how she's grieving. Maybe she doesn't want to accept that the child is dead. Maybe as long as she keeps talking about it, talking to the media, talking to the police, and saying that Evelyn is somewhere else, she believes that. Maybe that's how she's getting by. You can't judge someone for how they grieve. You don't know what goes through their head. You don't know what they were raised with. I've never lost a child. I hope none of you ever have. But how am I to tell someone when they lose their child how they grieve? How am I to do that? Amber can tell you that. Oh, she shouldn't have went here. She shouldn't have did that. How does she know that? She's not in Megan's shoes. She's not out there living in that single wide trailer. That's not her life. She's not been raised by drug addict parents, a dad that beats on her mom constantly, and seen that growing up. She's not seen that. She can't put herself in her shoes. It's not fair to say she murdered her child because she didn't grieve right. I resent it. You should too. You should look to the evidence in this case. Do they prove a cause of death? That's the stopping point on the homicide counts. They can't do it. They brought two medical examiners in here who contradicted each other. The first one at least had read her medical records. The second one talks about how she is perfectly a healthy child. She ignored everything in her medical records. She didn't talk about them. It was obvious to me. Should have been obvious to you. She hadn't read them. She didn't care. It was her job to come here and convict Megan Boswell of murder. If you don't believe that, why would she leave here and say, well, she must have been murdered some other way? She was a biased witness, and she wasn't a credible witness. Now, let's talk about the tinfoil. How can her one fingerprint be on a piece of tinfoil? Can y'all see this roll? Maybe like this. Okay, my fingerprint's on this roll. I've taken this one. The next person who gets this is going to get a piece of tinfoil with my fingerprint. That's a possible way. What's another possible way? We've heard that the tinfoil had food and debris on it. So there was food and debris in the trash can. But maybe the tinfoil was already thrown away in the trash can. If it came off of a roll like that, whoever got it would have had to have reached in there and gotten several pieces. There were several pieces of tinfoil. I believe 4. There should have been fingerprints all over it. 1 fingerprint. 1 fingerprint. It doesn't prove she put that tinfoil on there. Now, what about DNA on the garbage can? I would just about guarantee you, each and every one of you, your DNA is on your garbage can in your kitchen. Your DNA is all over the house. Your I said DNA, actually fingerprints. Your fingerprints are all over your house. It's the kind of thing we don't think about, but you touch something, you put your prints. I think that's what you should consider. I mean, probably Evelyn's handprint on the trash can. At some point, I think in opening, I mentioned to you an unidentified palm print on the trash can. I didn't know at the time it was a child's because it wasn't in the fingerprint analysis report. It's not unbelievable that it's a child's. Now, Ms. Maxwell made a statement. I was a little perplexed with it. The state wants you, or the defense wants you to believe that wearing gloves prevents putting fingerprints on something. You heard the fingerprint experts say that it can. I think we all know that from our common sense stuff. If you cover the fingerprint up, you're not going to leave it on something. Now, let's go back to the statement of Agent Fraley. February 25th. She's talked to law enforcement over and over. And she talks about how she breaks down. She breaks. It's the breaking point. She admits she's dead. And she's telling them the truth. How do you know she's telling them the truth? Because if she's still trying to lie to them, if she's still trying to confuse them, she wouldn't have said, I don't know where the baby is. It could be at Hunter's, it could be at Tommy's. Why would you say, if you're trying to lie to them, perpetuate this lie, like Ms. Maxwell tells you, that the baby could be at Tommy's? Why would you do that? Ask yourself that question. She's telling them where the baby is. She thinks, I think it could have been left one of these 2 places because I want to find it. And you'll have that video. You can watch it as many times as you want to. I hope you will watch it again. You hear Agent Fraley talk about how he'll go to the DA. She's a scared young mother. He understands that. Now, I don't have to prove this case to you. I wish I could, but I can't. You can't prove a negative. What I can tell you is the state has not proven their case. They've not proven the cause of death. They've not proven that the death was an unlawful killing as opposed to an accident, or some rolling over in the bed in an accident, or some kind of health-related issue. They haven't proved that. So, let's talk about the gloves. I go around in circles sometimes, and I hope y'all are following me. I apologize for that. But let's talk about those gloves. Ms. Maxwell talks about the criminal tore the gloves up in the trash can. I think if you'll remember back and look to your notes, TBI cut those gloves up for testing. I could be wrong, but I think that's the case. And what do those gloves tell us? Do they match up to anyone? No. But they do match up to an unknown male. There's not enough profile there to match it to someone to specifically identify them, but it matches it up to an unknown male. That's why there's not multiple fingerprints on the tinfoil on the child. Those gloves that match someone on the male. We know it's male DNA. We know that. Finally, let me talk just a little bit about Hunter. There's a text thread, and it's in February. It's between Megan and Hunter. And it appears like Megan's telling Hunter the same story she's telling everyone else. But remember, Megan's told Agent Fraley that Hunter doesn't want his name brought into this. He doesn't want to be involved. He told her not to tell anybody anything about the child. At this point, Hunter, he throws out a name in that text. He talks about Agent Wilhoit. He's been involved with the police. He knows the police are looking at this. This is February the 22nd. Suggest to you that text thread is, look at the texts, they're self-serving. I'm just worried about the baby. I just want the baby returned safe. That's Hunter and Megan's way of covering Hunter's involvement in this. I'm not saying Hunter killed that child, but I'm saying he did dispose of the child. That text thread, it's a convenient way if you think about it. If you're trying to have proof that you didn't do something, if you start a conversation, start texting it, say, oh no, I didn't do that. Look at my text. I texted her, she's told me this. It's a convenient thing for him. But he didn't give his DNA. We know that. His dad talks about he went crazy because he was called a baby killer. Maybe he went crazy because of his participation in disposing of that body. We don't know. Everybody seems to agree he has went crazy. You saw a document admitted this morning. That's where he's being held out of court over in Virginia to be evaluated to see where he's competent for some crime he's committed. He's up at Marion right now to be evaluated. That's what we know. I hope I've answered your question. I hope my argument has helped you somehow with this case. But what I would say to you, if you have questions about any elements of these crimes, and your questions are not answered to your satisfaction, you have reasonable doubt. If you say, I don't know how that child died, that's reasonable doubt on the homicide count. I don't think I have much more to say to you. I go to a Baptist church and I hate long sermons. I'm used to it. I think I've been up here for about a half an hour, but I pray you'll come to the right decision. Thank you.
The crazy thing is, I mean, I do think he believes her. I know, like, a lot of defense attorneys, they got to do their job, but he really believes in her innocence. Which, I mean, she must have convinced him. I mean, she probably convinced him. Like, I don't get it. He must be like mesmerized or something. Because how could you believe that strong in it? Because I don't know why. I just feel like he's not just doing his job, that he really believes her. Because he's getting mad at he's not yelling at the jury, he's yelling at the state. You know what I'm saying? He's like yelling. I mean, he is yelling at the jury, really, because they're right there and he's talking to them, but it's like he's almost yelling because he's mad at the freaking state for the stuff they were saying. Oh my Lord. Oh, you guys, I'm not going to do a long wind down. Saying shut up. I'm really not, because I got a lot of stuff I want to do. I want to do my walk around the kitchen. But I know allegedly innocent. I want to check that case out. Somebody recommended it and I've been wanting to check it out. So it's actually the trial's going on, right? I definitely want to check it out. I don't know anything about the rose. What is it? Rose petal? Yeah. But yes, Deb, for real, she did. Yeah. Um, I am though. It's not gonna be as long as normally. I promise. You're because I've already been on for 5 hours and 32 minutes. I gotta remember when I go from video to talking, like if I just go in and I talk at a normal level, it gets really loud. So I'm trying to be conscious. Not always. I get too excited, like too passionate, or I don't know if excitement's the right word, but like, I don't know. Anyway, oh no, it's okay, Hollywood. It's okay. But I just appreciate when creators do. It just means a lot that they're not caring. You know what I'm saying? They're not following the, what is it called? What do they call that? Oh my god, I can't even think of the word. It's late. Following the crowd, but I'm thinking of the, not pack. What do they call it? Following the what? Help me out, guys. But yeah, so it's just, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but yeah, it's okay. It okay. It okay. All right, so yeah, we could do a minute of silence. Who's gonna keep track of the minute? A minute of silence for Evelyn? Yeah, we'll do that. We can start it right now and then I'll end it. I'll saying, okay, let me take this down. Ooh, I should put a picture of her up. Hold on, for Evelyn. I don't know why this one is so cute to me. I don't know, just because I don't know why. So cute. I don't know why I like that one, even though she's so little. Like I feel like, but even in here, you could tell she's like drained or like almost, I don't know, not health. She doesn't look too healthy in this, but she's adorable. All right, 1 minute. It was like 2 minutes, but okay. Nobody ever answered me, or maybe when I asked, I didn't look at chat. Has anybody, did anybody watch the part of the trial? Did they confirm who her father was? Because it could just like, it's probably just like one small part of the trial, and like, even if I watch some of it, I could still miss it. Did anybody just watch it straight through and see it? He said it should come out. He said it was probably gonna come out in the trial. Anybody? They didn't? You watched it all, Elsie? So why look, okay, so why I think here, hold on. This picture reminds me. Hold on, dang it. I want to try to put them all up. Shoot. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to put this up next to that picture I just had up because I do think I don't know if this guy's Eric Smith, but I feel like it might be because they said, "Oh, Eric Smith," and then they put this up. But I want to show you something. How do I get that picture up too? Dang it. Hold on. It's in a different file. Why is it? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, they have that already. Oh my God. But this is what I wanted to show you. Look. Those two pictures. I feel like, look, but I feel like she even looks like him. Not the nose. She has his nose, but the eyes. I really was like, man, she looks just like Ethan, but Ethan's not. So I guess I could see a resemblance of this guy, but I don't even know if this guy is. Oh, wait, Eric Smith was mentioned in the trial? I only seen Eric Smith because they mentioned him actually in some posts. That one Kaleb guy said that Megan told him that the father was Eric Smith, and he said that Eric Smith went to high school with him, and he graduated 2018, and that was supposedly who Megan said the father was. But who knows? Was Megan lying to him? So, but did they, Joanne? Did you say they mentioned it in the trial though, or are you just saying you heard it? Let me see what you said. Hold on. Okay, dang it. Oh, thanks, conspiracy therapist. I'm just wondering who this is. I wish the post would have said they just put this up and then expect us to know, well, okay, what does this mean? We don't know who this guy is. Dang it, it kind of makes me mad a little bit that they don't explain it. Huh. All right. Let me see. Hold on. Here, I'll show you what I was talking about. Those of you that maybe didn't see my live. Is it this one? What is this one? Wait, I was wondering unless she's not going to mention the. I don't remember reading this one to you guys. This is that Shay that I don't know who it is. I don't know who Shay is, but I think she's friends with William McLeod or knows him. But look, I seen that, and thank you. She's psychotic or jealous and had to get hate going for me again. A Will supporter, I guess, but she's not going to mention those SS in white are from April either. Screenshots in white are from April either. She got my personal page too and started saying I killed Evelyn. Let me take this down. I don't need this. Wow, she's effed in the head. And then she says, yeah, she's scarily crazy. I'm starting to wonder if she or the person that gave her the messages isn't the people coming by my house and trying to snoop when I'm not home. Wait, she says, I'm starting to wonder if she or the person that gave her the messages. Her page is pretty locked down. Hold on, let me see. Huh. Did I not? Is that I read all this? I don't remember reading that one. I remember reading that. Okay, let me see. This is the oh wait, I wanted to show you a couple things too. Hold on, just a couple screenshots. But I was just trying to find something really quick. But I wanted to show you a couple that I hadn't read yet. Is this? Yeah, that's that Shay. I'm trying to find the one where Kayla. Oh, here it is. Where it says, "Hey man, I saw Maggie last night. She's been calling me for 45 minutes while I was at work trying to get me to take her mom And then she bummed a ride to me, trying to get me to take her home, and I refused. I'm an ex-boyfriend, by the way. Bro, she genuinely terrified me last night. I've never seen her like this. Now, remember, his mom testified she was with Kaleb around April or May of the year of 2019. So it was of the year, same year that Evelyn died, right? And like when she was with him, Evelyn was already born, and I guess she always brought Evelyn with her. His mom said, "Oh yeah, she always had Evelyn." And then what does this say? It says, "Oh, and she had told me Ethan is not the dad. I know some people think he is because the baby and him look alike, but I know the dad. He graduated in my class in high school in 2018. His name's Eric Smith." So yeah. That's that, right? I know. I'm not gonna. I don't have time to finish this right now. Here's some Hunter. Oh shoot, figures. Oh my god, I probably just burnt somebody's eardrums. Dang it! I thought that was a picture. Okay, so now. Oh, I wanted to show you those pictures from under the house too. I never did get to that, but let me do this real quick. Where is this at, Megan? So remember somebody had mentioned about them being charged for attempted murder. Here's like an article that talks about it. 18-year-old Tommy Boswell, which is, God, does he not look like a girl version of Megan? Is it her brother? Oh, Boswell Jr. and 42-year-old Tommy Boswell Sr., both of Muddy Creek Road, were arrested yesterday and charged with attempted murder. The victim told detectives he went to visit a female on Muddy Creek Road when Boswell Jr. broke out a window in the door and began threatening him. Wait. He went to go visit a female. Okay, so he broke out a window in the door and began threatening him. The victim said he walked down the driveway, and that's when Tommy Boswell Sr. hit him with the truck he was driving. He said the two men and another hit him with wooden club and kicked and punched him. Dude, he was able to get to a neighbor's house for help. Both were arrested shortly after for attempted murder. Crazy. And here's some of those pictures that they already showed with where Megan posted them. Says, "So proud of my baby, new 2020 high country." And then, oh yeah, picking up furniture for the new house. Yep. Excited for a new house. Went to Blowing Rock today. For them up there, I guess that's on Blowing Rock. Well, what else? I think these ones, yeah, we already went through. But anyway, that's about it, guys. Oh wait, pictures. Oh, I showed those during the. Yeah, these that was the foil. And then, yeah, I already showed all these. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to go get my exercise on and wait, what did I say, Alsane? Wait, did I say something? Did I say a girl version? Yeah. I meant a guy version. Well, I mean, it's just their brother and sister, but it's crazy. They look like brother and sister. God, it almost looks like a twin. It hasn't been. Wait, I'll say I have a question. If I end it now, would that be considered a long wind down? I feel like it would be still considered a short wind down compared to some of mine. Actually, though, let's do a couple trivia questions. Just a couple, okay? Just because I have this, I know they're hard, but let's just do a couple. That's all. That'll still be short, I'll say, compared to some of mine. You got to admit, because sometimes, I could do last time trivia, I did 2 hours. Oh, good night, Deb. Hollywood and slow and natural. Okay. Now remember, these are hard. So let's see if we could get any more. All right. Actually, I wish I'm gonna get another trivia book that's better, but let's just see if anybody knows any. I always try to find one that maybe people would know, and it is hard to find one that is good. And even if they are like something, it's like they're not fun. They're not to me. I don't know. Let's see. I don't even never heard of some of these Albert Fish. Oh, I remember Albert Fish. What lamentable statement did Albert Fish make before his death? A, I forgive you all. B, I have nothing to say. C, I don't even know why I'm here. D, I repent, but I do not fear death. I have no idea. Mine would just be a guess. I know who Albert Fish is, but that would be a guess because I don't know what he said. Let's see. Anybody? A, I forgive you all. B, I have nothing to say. C, I don't even know why I'm here. Or D, I repent, but I don't fear death. It was C, I don't even know why I'm here. All right, we got to find one that's better. It's like, I don't know these people's last words. There's a bunch of those questions. I don't know. I mean, why does that... Wait, it's the same question again. Hold on. I got to see if they have the same answer. It says, what last words did Albert Fish express before his execution? Now, if that's different than his lamentable or I don't even know how to say that right. I don't understand that. Oh, I got to see if that's the same. Because I don't even know why I'm here. Well, why are you asking us twice? Stupid. Well, I mean, well, it's twice in here. It's just worded a little bit different. Okay, that's stupid. I don't like this book. Oh, how old was JonBenet Ramsey when she was found dead in her home? That's at least a case that I know better than, you know what I'm saying, that I'm really more familiar with, but I don't know how old she was actually. Was she 5 years old? A5, B6, C7, D8. Let me see. I would say 7. All right, let's see. 6. Dang, it's close. Says a 6-year-old beauty queen was tragically found dead in the basement of her Colorado home on December 26, 96. The discovery was accompanied by a ransom note demanding $118,000 for her safe return. Despite intense media scrutiny and numerous theories implicating her family, the case remains unsolved. Critical missteps in the police investigation and enduring mystery of the DNA evidence has kept JonBenet Ramsey. You know what? Somebody was just telling me that they have a new they're testing DNA or something. There might be a big break in the case. I don't know. But murder was one of the most enduring debated cold cases. Here's the thing though, like whoever I was talking, it was the person at my appointment. They were saying, because I was like, the mother, like the family has to be involved. That's ransom note. I mean, the mother had to have written that, right? Or somebody. I mean, who writes it and uses the pen and puts it there and that long and blah, blah, blah. And they're saying like, no, it's like an outside source. They think, I don't know if I'm buying that. I don't know. They said there's like new DNA evidence, but is it the DNA evidence that was like on the underwear that it could have been from like the factory or something? I don't know. She was just telling me about it, but I haven't looked into it, but she was like, oh my God, they might have like the real person. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know why I do think it was the family was involved. Just too many weird things. I mean, I could be wrong. What do you guys think? All right. Okay. So this is an interesting one. What distinguished the old murder cases before the 1900s in the terms of evidence handling? I feel like there's a bug crawling up my nose. There really is, and I don't think, but it's like it's itching. Like it's probably like allergies. Oh, only when I'm on alive. Okay. So, what distinguished the old murder cases in the 1900s in the terms of evidence handling? A, they used advanced forensic techniques. Wait. B, crime scenes were strictly protected by law. Or C, onlookers often trampled and took souvenirs from crime scenes. D, police arrived immediately to the secure area. But wait, they're saying what distinguished the old murder cases before the 1900s? So they're saying what these answers are what before the 1900s they would be? I would say the none of the other ones, I mean, advanced forensic techniques, that would be after 1900. So what, you know what I'm saying? I don't like how that's worded. Are they saying that the advanced, do you see what I'm saying? Are they saying that these answers are from the ones before? No, I'm not making any sense. I hope you guys are following me. Let me see what the answer is, and then I'll know how they're wording that, because that's worded really weird for the answer. No, I was gonna say that too. So I was gonna say if they mean, swear to God, I wish I wouldn't have looked, because if they mean what distinguishes from the, because it's worded basically as what was different before the 1900s? Like, what did the 1900s do different than they do today? Obviously, they didn't use advanced forensic techniques. That's today more. Crime scenes protected by law. I was going to say onlookers often trampled and took souvenirs because the other ones don't fit. Police arrived immediately to secure the area. And yeah, it is C. It's the onlookers often trampled and took souvenirs from crime scenes. Let's see what it, okay. Well, let's read it. So prior to the advent of forensic science, particularly before 1910, crime scene management was virtually non-existent. When a body was found, police often took time to arrive, allowing neighbors and onlookers to walk through the area freely. This lack of control led to evidence being trampled, disturbed, or even taken as souvenirs by curious bystanders. Such practices severely hampered investigations, resulting in numerous unsolved cases due to the destruction and loss of critical evidence. Wow. That's crazy. I'll do two more if I could find two good ones. I don't like these. Where did the Axe murder house incident occur? Gloucester, England, Villisca, Iowa, Bavaria, Germany, or Lake Michigan, USA? I'll say A, England. I have no idea. Axe murder house? England. I'll just say England, A, Iowa, B, Germany, C, D, USA. Well, Lake Michigan, USA. I've been to Lake Michigan. I don't remember an axe murder house. Oh, is it Iowa? I was guessing England, but let's see, 241. Well, two people said Iowa in the chat. There's only one person now saying that's just not saying. Why did I see it? I thought I saw it twice. It's just all saying. Iowa, you're right. Did you know it, or is that a guess? Honestly, I mean, maybe you just knew it, or maybe it was a guess, because sometimes I guess I'm right. Or the Axe Murder House is located in Villisca, Iowa. 1912, Catherine and David Burney brutally murdered the Moore family and two sisters from a local family in their home. The heinous crime involved murdering all 7 victims with an axe while they were asleep. The killer remained in the house for hours, committing atrocities without being detected until the morning. Despite numerous investigations, the Axe Murder House remains a chilling unsolved case, haunting the community with a gruesome legacy. Oh, that's scary. Okay, if you know this case, here's another axe murder one, right? From that case, okay? I was saying, what element made the murders at the axe murder house case so grotesque? A, the use of multiple weapons. B, the presence of the killer in the home for all we know because we just read the thing. No, but it's still that you still have to decide because there's not multiple weapons. But anyway, the presence of the killer in the home for hours. The victims were all related, and the house was set on fire. I would have to say B, the presence of the killer in the home for hours. I mean, the victims were related too, right? But now B would make it more grotesque, right? I don't know though. Grotesque though? Hold on. I don't know. I'm going to stick with B. I don't know. I don't know why. That's just creepy. I feel like them being in the house for hours is just almost creepy. But I guess it would be grotesque. It's gotta be that, right? Let's see. Because it was just the axe, so it wouldn't be multiple weapons anyway. And then, yeah, in the home for hours. Okay. Because Catherine and David's burning remained inside the Moore's house for several hours. Oh yeah, because it'd be after committing it. So with the bodies. Oh. During this time, the killer not only brutally killed it, but also lingered in the house. I don't know. I gotta do a new, put some new stuff up on my wall, guys. I think I'm gonna take that down. I love it, but I want to like just switch it up every once in a while, you know. I would like to put another shelf. I don't know. Oh, I'm getting them this thing that Sarah got me, this mirror too. I'm gonna try to put it like right here up there, so I might have to like widen my angle a little bit. But I was gonna just like always move stuff around and nothing be like fixed. So I want to kind of like put another shelf up with some stuff. What would be cool for the background? I don't know. I just thought of that. I just looked up and remembered that of how I'm going to do that when the mirror comes. It says zavgirl, and it like is like this. What do you call it? 3D? Would it be? No, wait. Is it 3D? No. What's that called? Maybe 3D. Hologram. Or wait. I can't think of the word for it, but it's like it's really cool looking. Anyway, no, you're not losing me. I was just thinking about it. No, I'm just asking if you guys have any ideas of what like I could put on the shelf because I have a couple more shelves like that, and I want to put something on it. I just don't know what to get or put on it. Or would the people be disappointed if I took that off? I mean, it's cute, but it was just a temporary thing. It is cute, me and Zekester. I don't know. Maybe I'll keep it. It's too freaking cute. It really is. No, I mean, I'm not in a rush for this trivia because they're stupid, really. It's like it takes really. Oh, here's another axe one, I was saying. What critical evidence was missing from the axe murder house scene that made the case hard to solve? The murder weapon? Fingerprints? DNA samples? Or witness testimonies? Well, what year? They wouldn't even had so they wouldn't have had technology or the advancements for DNA samples back then, right? Because didn't they say 1912 or something? So I would say the murder weapon is what I'm guessing. Because back then, fingerprints, DNA, I don't know, probably fingerprints. I'm gonna say murder weapon. What do you guys think? Yeah, I mean, I agree. So they wouldn't have witness testimony, but is that really a lot of the times you don't have that in a murder? So the only reason I didn't go, you might be right though, because that's one thing I was like, they probably definitely didn't have a witness testimony. But the reason I didn't go for that, because it's saying that made the case hard to solve. A lot of the times witness testimony wouldn't necessarily even be there. You know what I'm saying? But you might be right. Let's see, 256. DNA samples. What the heck? They didn't even have it. 1912, they didn't even have the technology to do DNA samples. That's stupid. Here's the thing. I was thinking they probably didn't have DNA sample, but I didn't think it would matter. Oh, I don't like this. I think it like the ones that like it's not like a for sure answer that they have to pick how to answer it, like, and it's not like a fact type thing, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't like how they do it. Like I feel like they're wrong on some too. Remember how they had a couple wrong? Okay, with DNA samples. Let's see what they say about DNA samples, because it's from 1912, long before the advent of DNA testing. Well, then, and fingerprinting just emerging. I must have, you know what? I must have understood that wrong. I like perceived what they were saying wrong. I was, you know what I'm saying? They don't even have it yet. I was perceiving it like back then. What did they have, and what were they? They're like, oh shoot, we don't have this, which is making this case hard to solve. For back then, they wouldn't even thought of DNA. The lack of advanced forensic technology meant that crucial evidence was either non-existent or easily destroyed by the influx of curious townspeople who visited the crime scene. As a result, the police were unable to collect sufficient evidence to identify and capture the killer, leaving the case unsolved and shrouded in mystery. Yeah, I don't like that. I think I'm going to get another one. I got to get a P.O. box. Somebody want to say some crime scene? I still have to do the P.O. box because I guess I could just order one. Yeah, I could just buy one, but I don't know. I know my mom meant well with this, but this is just not the best true crime book. Yeah, I don't think I ever want to. All right, I'm going to go, guys, because I do got to get some stuff done. All right, well, everybody have a good one, and I will see you. I'm going to try to do a live tomorrow, or I don't know, a live, or I might be editing. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'll see you guys when I see you. Oh, I know for Valentine's Day, me and Sarah were going to do like a kind of like short, type trip. I don't even know for sure. If you guys, I think she's mentioned like if you guys want to like set like comment questions that you would have for us or something, maybe, like we can answer questions. And we're just going to kind of do like a fun kind of more, not like my typical long ones, but like maybe like an hour fun, like Valentine's Day live. And then, yeah. So if you guys have any questions for us, put them in and we could always take them live too. But if you have any, just put them in the comments that you want us to answer. I know we're super important and you really want to know so much about me. And her. No, I'm just joking. I'm just making a joke. But it's probably more on the lines of like maybe us or something. Yeah, I guess that could be fun. People do that. It'd be cute if you have any questions for us. If we don't get a lot, maybe we were going to think about like just looking up, doing maybe like questions like online for a couple. I don't know. Oh yeah, and then we could maybe the ones where it's like you have to answer the other. Boy, that makes me nervous though if it's alive. Like to answer like questions about the other person. Maybe I would probably do it for a pre-record, but live, I don't know. I guess I could. But if we get enough questions from you guys, then we, All right, guys, bye. Darksea, what's up? Can't believe it's 2. Oh, okay, I gotta go. You guys kept me out too late. It's all freaking Saint's fault. He makes me do long wind downs. He forces me to do them. And then now look, Dawson, now I'm not gonna have as much exercise. Not gonna get my work done. He's always forcing me to do them long. Can't do a short wind down. God forbid, Dawson will get mad. All right, bye guys.